Over 100 years ago, a sudden mutation turned the world upside down, spreading like wildfire and transforming the dead into twisted abominations that rose against the living. Civilization crumbled, and nightmares became reality. In the midst of this chaos, a rare few awakened. Humans born with extraordinary powers. They became the final shield standing between mankind and total annihilation. Then, in the year 2145 years after the first outbreak, the mutants did the unthinkable. They united. For the first time, they formed a global force so powerful it pushed humanity back to a single last refuge. And on that final battlefield, the horror reached its peak. Humans were torn apart like shattered blades, lifeless bodies strewn across the war-torn capital of Huaxia. Towering flesh monsters, grotesque with scattered eyes and jagged teeth, marched across the field. To them, humans were nothing more than tiny, fragile dolls. "These things won't stop coming," muttered a third-order mechanical archer, a brown-haired teen standing beside a fellow third-order psychic supporter, a girl with long brown hair. "Most of the first and second-order awakened are already down. If this keeps up, even we third-orders won't last," shouted a heavy hammer warrior, struggling to hold the front line. "Watch out, that thing's hiding more than it shows," warned the archer, bow drawn as a monstrous creature surged forward. They fought back with everything they had, but it was no use. The beast's tentacles snaked around them, lifting them off the ground like rag dolls. "Boost me, sis. I'm gonna smash these freaks to bits," yelled the hammer warrior, eyes locked on the creature's closing jaws. "The mucus on these third-order mutants, it's hiding psychic energy," the support girl warned, voice strained as the tentacles tightened their grip. "This is it. We're done." The archer gasped, heart pounding as panic set in. Then, slivers of golden light tore through the air, slicing clean through the creature and shredding the tentacles into countless pieces. "What was that?" they gasped as they dropped to the ground, surrounded by steaming chunks of what had just held them captive. They turned, eyes wide, blood streaked across their faces, and saw him, a young man standing before a blazing light, cape billowing in the wind, sword in hand. One of the divine level awakened. "Lord Yi Ning," they cried out in awe. Black hair, brown eyes. He stepped forward and said calmly, "Don't throw your lives away." The trio rushed to his side. "Sir, you couldn't have come at a better time," said the archer. "Thank you for saving us, Lord Yi Ning," the support girl added. But Yi Ning's eyes sharpened. Something was wrong. The archer felt it too. He raised his weapon, shouting, "Above you, Lord Yi Ning, there's still one more. It's a type we've never seen before." Hovering above was a nightmare made real. Multiple arms and twisting tentacles, a gaping eye surrounded by teeth embedded in its chest, horns jutting from its head, and scarlet eyes glaring down from a face striped in black and white. "How dare you hover over Lord Yi Ning? I'll crush you," roared the hammer warrior as he launched himself toward the sky, aiming straight for the floating monstrosity. Time seemed to freeze. The creature slowly turned its chest, where an enormous eye was embedded, toward the two squad members closing in. In an instant, everything changed. The archer and warrior convulsed midair, blood spewing from their mouths. Their bodies twisted unnaturally, then vanished, erased from existence, as if they had been swallowed by the sky itself. Only their weapons clattered to the ground. The support girl watched in horror, paralyzed, then clenched her fists as a surge of fury ignited flames along her arms. "You monster! I'll burn you to ashes," she screamed. But before she could even raise her hand to strike, the creature suddenly appeared behind her. One of its massive tentacles whipped forward and was stopped in a flash. Yi Ning stood between them, sword raised, blocking the blow with a clash of sparks. Two third-order attackers taken out in one move. "This thing isn't just another mutant," he thought, pushing back with grit. "This is no ordinary third-order threat." Keeping the monster at bay, he barked, "Fall back. I'll handle this." She hesitated for a second, then nodded, thoughts racing. "In a battle like this, I'll only hold him back." "Please be careful, Lord Yi Ning," she said, then turned and ran, vanishing into the chaos. The creature recoiled, slipping free from the deadlock. Yi Ning gripped his sword tightly, but then half of it broke away and dropped to the ground, split clean through. "Just one hit destroyed my weapon. This is just like the theoretical mutants from military simulations, the ones we thought didn't exist. This is a fourth order." Flames crackled across the field as he stepped forward, determination etched in every move. "If I'm going to win this, I have to give it everything." He surged ahead, the ground erupting beneath him as he charged. The beast responded, stretching out its tentacles like a trap. With a mighty swing, he struck, energy bursting out, rocks blasting into the air as an orange beam shot down from the heavens. It should have been the finishing blow, but something was off. His eyes widened. Right before his blade could land, the creature slipped through his defense, closing the gap in a blink. It was right in front of him. What? He gasped, stunned. Then, a violent strike hurled him backwards. Yi Ning crashed to the ground, the sword slipping from his grasp, blood trailing from his mouth. The creature approached, slow and looming. So, this is a fourth order. We knew nothing about this kind of power, he thought bitterly. I couldn't protect them. I couldn't save the world. Not like this. Tentacles lunged, spearing through him. As blood poured out and parasitic worms consumed his body, the creature stood victorious. And in the control center, the commander stood frozen, eyes locked on the battlefield feed. Yi Ning, the divine-level talent. Our last hope in the Huaxiao war zone. Has he truly fallen? He clenched his fists. If someone like him can't survive, how long can the rest of us hold out? If only we had found him sooner, trained him earlier, maybe this nightmare could have been avoided. But now, there was only one path left. Slamming his fist onto the control panel, he shouted, "All lines are down. Mobilize the Third Order Awakened. Arm them with the highest yield nukes." He grit his teeth, voice unwavering. If we're going down fighting. Humanity will never stop resisting. The sky filled with the roar of helicopters, each one carrying a devastating payload. One by one, awakened warriors leapt out. No hesitation, no fear, transforming themselves into living bombs so the rest might have a chance to escape. Their comrades saluted as they vanished into fire. It didn't matter if they survived. What mattered was that they fought. The world erupted. Blast after blast tore through the land. Flames devoured the ruins of what once was a thriving planet. And then, morning news broadcast. Today marks the 61st year of the Apocalypse calendar. November 6th, Project 337, a new safe zone construction initiative, is expected to begin. Breaking news. Safe Zone 67 in the East Sea has come under siege by sea beasts. All local survivors evacuate immediately. These were the first words Yi Ning heard as he came to. His vision blurred, skin bruised, bandages wrapped around him, clothes in tatters. He sat up slowly, dazed. My head's pounding. Didn't I die back there? Voices nearby drew his attention. He's awake. What should we do? One of them asked. He turned his head. He was lying inside a locked cell. Two guards stood nearby, murmuring. I heard he was infected with some virus. That's why he couldn't take the test. He's been unconscious ever since, said one. They've already started the talent selection. If he acts up later, kill him, replied the other coldly. Loading his weapon, the second guard added, not like he matters. He's nobody, not an awakened descendant. If he dies, we'll just report he turned mutant. Gun in hand, he stepped forward, glaring down at Yi Ning. Stay quiet. Maybe you'll live through the day. But Yi Ning's mind was spinning. Wait, this moment, wasn't this 3 years ago? I've gone back to the day of the talent test. So that's why, in my last life, someone sabotaged my chance. The guard raised the weapon. Enough talk. Kill him. Not this time, Yi Ning thought. In a flash, he surged forward, snatching the gun from the stunned guard. Shoot him, the other shouted. Too slow. Yi Ning struck hard with his elbow, sending one flying. Then 2 clean shots. Both guards dropped, and Yi Ning stood still, surrounded by silence and fallen bodies. Awake, alive, and ready to change everything. Yi Ning's thoughts raced as he moved through the dim corridors. In my last life, I failed the test. I ended up as a scavenger, barely surviving for 3 years until the army finally discovered I had a divine-level talent. But by then, it was too late. The Huaxia war zone had already fallen. There were no resources left, no proper support. Even though he managed to reach Third Order in just 7 months, he had still been far from the top. And even so, I threw myself into battle against a Fourth Order mutant. His steps slowed, memories flickered. His mother's face surfaced, soft and sorrowful. Head bowed, his expression darkened. Mother Xian, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I couldn't save you. But then, his gaze hardened, determined. This time, I still have time. If I pass the test, if I become the strongest, I can protect the people who matter. I can end this nightmare once and for all. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Apocalypse God Sword System successfully linked to host. Yi Ning. Mission objective. Touch the test crystal within 30 minutes to activate the system. Failure to do so will result in system deletion after 31 minutes. Hint. Upon successful activation, all sword-related abilities will be amplified 100x and evolve into forbidden sword techniques. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed as he read through the mission. This system, it's not like the apocalypse system everyone had in my past life. Could this be the result of reincarnation? A chance I wasn't supposed to get? Doesn't matter. Whatever system it is, as long as it makes me stronger, I'll take it. But first, I need to get to that crystal. And fast. The countdown started, 31 minutes. Just then, the sound of boots echoed through the corridor. A patrol rounded the corner. There, one shouted. Raise your weapon. An infected's escaped. Yining found himself surrounded, barrels aimed straight at him. Amber, we can see them. Don't move. He calmly scanned the squad. The one in the center, he's the only awakened. The rest are just standard guards. Best move, take the leader. Force a way out. Without hesitation, Yining fired at the closest soldier, dropping him instantly. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared behind the awakened captain, pressing the stolen weapon against his temple. Don't move, he said coldly. One step and you're dead. The other soldiers shouted, panicked, release the captain. You're making a huge mistake. Attacking the army in a safe zone is treason. Yining's voice was steady. Ruthless. Take me to the testing square. You've got 3 seconds, or he dies. Shock rippled through the group. What is this kid thinking? Is he insane? The captain swallowed hard, sweat dripping down his face. What are you doing? You're just a civilian. You want to take the test? He stammered, desperately trying to defuse the situation. Wait, let's talk this through. Maybe this is all just a misunderstanding. Yining didn't wait for any more talk. Move, he ordered flatly. With the cold barrel still pressed to his head, the captain walked forward, hands raised, muttering under his breath. You're risking everything on one test, kid. Even if you awaken, you won't make out alive. Meanwhile, in an open-air arena surrounded by towering concrete walls, a large crowd had gathered. A voice rang through the speakers. 100 years ago, in 2042, the apocalypse descended. The world was plunged into chaos. Billions perished, fewer than 1 in 10 survived. It was then that the first awakened rose, joining forces with the military to defend Huaxia. Today, you stand here to see if you hold that same spark. Pass the test, and you'll become a combat class awakened, defenders of this territory. Fail, and you'll return to the world as an ordinary civilian. The speaker, Liao Tan, a stern, brown-haired officer in his 40s and a high-ranking representative of the Tianfeng safe zone, stood at the podium as testing officially began, starting with the descendants of awakened individuals. In one of the side corridors, a voice crackled through a guard's radio. Alert! Infected intruder has taken a hostage and entered the testing grounds. The guards snapped to attention, weapons raised as they turned to face the disturbance. But before they could act, boom, they were slammed to the ground. Yining emerged from the corridor, calm and collected, the gun still pressed to the captain's head. The guards hesitated, surrounding him cautiously. From the stage, Liao Tian took the mic again. Drop your weapon and surrender. Now, any further resistance, and you'll be executed on the spot. The guards took aim, ready for the order to fire. The captain's face was drenched in sweat. Still, Yining didn't flinch. I'm not infected, he said coolly. I'm not here to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to take the test. Enough, Liao barked. Arrest him. The guards moved in. Without resistance, Yining let the gun fall from his hand. Under Article 137 of the Safe Zone Regulations, he said, voice steady, awakened individuals possess special rights. Disobeying military orders is punishable, yes, but any significant contributions made afterward can overturn such penalties. He raised his hands in surrender, not moving an inch. The moment the gun hit the ground, the captain turned on him with rage. You think being awakened makes you special? He spat, slamming his fist into Yining's face. Other guards piled on, pinning him down and striking him repeatedly. This is insane, the captain snapped. Quoting regulations in a place like this? Liao raised his hand. Enough. Execute him. Now, a shadow loomed above Yining. A man descended, sword lifted high, ready to strike. But just before the blade fell, a thunderous roar shook the air. A jet streaked through the sky, its lights blinding, engines howling as it hovered above the arena. Everyone froze. The captain looked up, stunned. That's a psychic supersonic combat jet. From the aircraft, a powerful figure dropped down. Supreme Commander of the Tianfeng Military Zone. Second Order awakened. Grand Marshal Xiao Hai. The moment the man in the overcoat landed, the impact was enough to shake the ground. One of the guards, stunned, could only think. That pressure, the test hasn't even begun. Why is the Grand Marshal here? Standing tall, Xiao Hai stepped forward, blue flames flickering around him, a mechanical arm gleaming in the light. He spoke coldly. The military zone is in desperate need of high-level awakened. Since he's ready to stake his life, let's see what he's got. If he fails to awaken, execute him. Still pinned to the ground, Yining looked up with a calm smile and said, Start the test. I'm ready. Xiao Hai waved his hand. Everyone else, clear out. Yining slowly rose to his feet. Around him, whispers buzzed. They're actually letting him take the test. As if a lowborn could awaken. Ridiculous. Ugh, it's pathetic how these commoners always think they're special. But Yining wasn't listening. In his mind, a vow echoed. Last time I was used. I failed the test, stumbled every step of the way. Not this time. This life I start fresh. I take control. He stepped up, reached out, and placed his palm on the test pillar. In an instant, it lit up. A pulse of deep purple energy exploded from him. The organizers looked on, stunned. The other candidates? Terrified. The pillars surged with light, shooting skyward. Spiritual energy, that sensation. I remember this. Let's go. The wind roared as the classification began. Testing talent. Current level, D. Testing talent. Current level, C. Testing talent. Current level, B. Watching closely, Liao's eyes widened. His level is still rising. Could this kid actually have real talent? Testing talent. Current level, A. Energy, surge harder. Lightning cracked from the pillar as Yi Ning felt it coursing through his organs. Unbelievable. It's filling every part of me. He smiled. His eyes snapped open, glowing neon purple. This test crystal can take more. With that, he pushed even more energy into the pillar. A new wave erupted. Liao stared in disbelief. A commoner with level A talent? That's nearly impossible. Not even 1 in 10 million. Xiao narrowed his eyes. The final result hasn't shown. Could it be even higher? The energy spiked again. The pillar trembled. Light poured into the sky. Yi Ning had gone all in. Every ounce of strength, every shred of focus, right here. People watched in shock. No one could believe what was happening. Yi Ning shouted. One last surge, and the crystal blazed. Testing talent. Current level S. The candidates scrambled for cover. The force was overwhelming. Xiao stared, frozen. No, something's not right. But the crystal didn't stop glowing. No final result. No confirmation. That could only mean one thing. The test wasn't over. Everyone's eyes locked onto Yi Ning. S-rank talent. Third order awakened potential. In a moment like this, without hesitation, Xiao Hai grabbed his military strategy tablet and started issuing rapid orders. Deploy ground armor units. Lock down the perimeter. Mutant attacks are still a threat. Get psychic combat jets in the air on full patrol. No civilians near the square. Seal the upper airspace now. Above them, the test pillar blazed higher and hotter than ever, a beam of energy cutting through the sky. Yi Ning was still channeling, still screaming, pouring everything he had into the crystal. The force was shaking the entire area. This wasn't just rare. This was unprecedented. Then silence. He stopped. Yi Ning remained standing, palms still on the pillar, as purple flames and thick smoke curled around him. Everyone held their breath. Then, finally the system spoke. Test complete. No one moved. No one said a word. Just the sound of wind rushing through the air. And then, the result. Xiao Hai took a slow step forward, barely able to get the words out. He's actually... His eyes locked on Yi Ning. A pureblood, an SS rank level. And as if on cue, the system confirmed it. Talent level, SS rank. Zhao's thoughts spun wildly. If S rank potential means third order awakened, then SS rank? Without question, he can become one. No, he will become one. Tianfeng is about to change forever. Then suddenly, Xiao burst into laughter. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Ha! Tianfeng's safe zone has birthed a true monster. Meanwhile, Liao stood frozen beside him, face stiff, trying to forget he'd just ordered Yi Ning's execution minutes earlier. Did you hear that? Someone shouted from the crowd. The Grand Marshal himself praised him. Another gasp. This is insane. I'm jealous. A third scoffed. Weren't you the one calling him nauseating before? Someone else muttered. Watch your mouth. That man might be our commander one day. Yi Ning glanced at his hands, still pulsing with the remnants of raw power. SS rank. And yet, the crystal didn't even go beyond that. He knew the truth. This talent of mine, it's beyond the human limit. An SSS-ranked potential. Even so, SS was more than enough for now. What really matters is the Sword God system. He opened his interface. His dashboard appeared before him. He exhaled. Mission complete. Then his eyes caught something else. Wait, in my past life, even with the nation's full support, we only reached 2 S-rank skills and 1 A-rank. But now, can the system push me all the way to SSS? His current mission lit up. Sword Skill Acquisition Mission. Objective: learn as many skills as possible. Reward: plus 4 attribute points. Warning: disclosing system details is forbidden. Violation equals elimination. Yi Ning's lips curled into a grin. Interesting. I've got just a test in mind for this system. But just then, a voice broke his focus. Xiao stepped up beside him and said with a grin, Student Yi Ning, congratulations on your SS-ranked awakening. So, what reward do you want? Just name it. Uncle Xiao will make it happen. Yi Ning didn't respond. His eyes stayed locked on the system interface. Not even a flicker of emotion. Xiao waited. Nothing. Liao leaned in, unsure. Student Yi Ning? Still no answer. Xiao gave a small laugh, trying to play it off. No response. Well, it's probably just the shock of awakening. It's a lot to process at once. Shaking his head, he stepped closer, smiled warmly. and placed a hand on Yining's shoulder. Come on now, don't be shy. Let's have a chat in my office. With a light chuckle, he motioned for Liao to follow as they guided Yining inside. Once in the room, Xiao began laying everything out while a young woman quietly set down snacks, and a guard stood nearby on standby. Yining, you were set up. Someone nearly cost you the chance to take the test, Xiao said seriously. I've already sent people to handle those responsible. We'll get to the bottom of this. I'll make sure of it. He leaned forward. And more than that, I'm recommending you as the first candidate for the seedling program. Once your awakening is verified, you'll get your own level 3 guide, full resources, and specialized equipment. Then he smiled, gesturing toward the couch. But first, let's talk talent. Whatever your plans are, Uncle Zhao's here to help. Yining sat in the armchair across from him, thoughts racing. I can't mention the system. I'll just stick to my cover. He answered calmly. It's a psychic-type talent, object telekinesis. Xiao crossed his arms, nodding slowly. Ah, psychic. That's rare. You'll need experts from the capital for that kind of training. He leaned in again. Now, back to rewards. What would you like, Yining? If possible, I'd like a book on sword techniques, Commander Xiao. Xiao didn't hesitate. He turned to the guard and said, Easy. Go grab one. Make it a high-level copy. The guard left and returned a short while later, holding a book with care. Commander Xiao, this is the top-grade copy from our reserves. Xiao handed it over with a pat on Yining's shoulder. Here you go. It's all yours. With the book in hand, Yining bowed slightly. Thank you, Commander. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return now. Xiao smiled. Eager to go home and share the news with your family? I get it. Then, turning to the guards in the room, his tone sharpened. Listen up. From now on, elite soldiers will escort Yining at all times. His safety is top priority. Any issues, report directly to me. He paused, then added with a commanding edge. And I want a full report on why he nearly lost his chance today. You've got 24 hours. Whoever was behind it, arrest them first. We'll deal with the rest later. In perfect sync, the guards bowed deeply and responded. Yes, Supreme Commander. In Qinfeng Security Zone, over at the 6th checkpoint, a military vehicle rolled through a barren area, so dry and resource scarce. Even its engine noise turned heads. Inside, with his bag slung over his shoulder, Yining looked at the guards and said, You could drop me off here. I'll head home on my own. The soldiers nodded and waved him on. Whispers followed the moment he stepped out. Hey, isn't that Yining? Seriously? He showed up in a military vehicle. He must be someone important now. And look at all the awakened escorts with him. Definitely a big deal. Just then, a girl appeared outside, taking out the trash. Xian, Yining called out, his voice carrying across the open space. The girl paused, looked up, and froze. Brother? She said in disbelief. It was Xian, his younger sister. The moment he saw her, emotion flooded his chest. I failed to protect you before, but this time, I swear, I won't let you suffer ever again. He ran to her, wrapping her up in a tight embrace. The warmth, the relief, it all poured out at once. Confused, she looked up at him. Brother, we haven't seen each other in over a year. I thought you were still in training. How did you get out? With tears welling in his eyes, he smiled softly and said, Your brother already took the test. Xian stepped back, smiling wide. Huh, then why are you crying? Yining wiped his face and chuckled. It's nothing. I'm just really happy to see you. She grabbed his hand, bouncing with joy. Come on, let's go home. Mom's been so worried about you. Yining nodded. Of course. Let's go surprise her together. She lifted the bag of scraps she was carrying and grinned. Brother, I was lucky today. I found extra pieces. We can trade them for cake, so you can eat something nice tonight. Yining laughed. Silly girl, tonight we're all eating well. Her eyes sparkled. Really? Even meat? As much as you want, he said, patting her head. Back home, Yining unpacked his supplies and began preparing a proper feast. The table soon overflowed with food, meats, vegetables, everything his family hadn't seen in ages. Xian's jaw dropped. Whoa, that's so much food, brother. As they sat down together, their mother looked at him, curiosity and hope in her voice. Yining, what's the awakening test like? The neighbors keep asking. He smiled warmly. I passed, Mom. I'm officially awakened. She gasped, placing her hands over her heart, a radiant smile breaking across her face. Truly, Yining nodded. Xian jumped up, shouting, Yes, my brother is amazing. I'm so proud of you. Leaning across the table, she asked with excitement, Now that you've passed, can we eat like this every day? He looked at her and said with a smile, Yes, from now on you can. Hours passed, and the house had gone quiet. Everyone was finally asleep ziping. Yining sat silently in the dark, watching his family rest peacefully. A small smile tugged at his lips. Then, gently closing the door, he turned and activated the system. A soft blue interface appeared before him, translucent, glowing. Mission complete. You've gained 4 attribute points. Detected skill. Sea-level sword technique, stabbing sword. Skill upgraded. New skill unlocked, sword storm, SSS rank. Blue energy surged around him in a calm wave, forming a sphere in the air. Inside it, suspended, a miniature sword spun slowly, radiating power. Yining stared at it in awe. It actually upgraded from C rank to SSS. Even with everything I've seen in my last life, nothing ever reached this level. As the energy stabilized, he sat down and began going over the system details carefully. Using this skill once takes 4,500 points of spiritual energy, he muttered. He leaned back, deep in thought. Without factoring in equipment bonuses, I need to reach at least intermediate tier 3 to activate it once. Thankfully, the cooldown is 48 hours. If not, I wouldn't even have the energy to use it a single time right now. His expression darkened a little. And since the system doesn't allow me to reveal anything about it, I can't explain how I gained this skill or where my power comes from. Until I'm promoted to tier 2, I should avoid using Sword Storm in front of anyone. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This is a crucial moment. The commander just placed me in the seedling program. Better to lay low and not raise any suspicion. But as he looked again at the spinning sword orb in his hand, a fire lit in his eyes. Still, I've never seen a skill like this before, not even in my past life. I want to use it. He gripped the orb with his right hand, watching the energy swirl. Then a thought struck him. His eyes lit up. Wait, isn't there a place for this? In the military zone. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. In his mind, memories returned, flashes of the post-apocalyptic world overflowing with spiritual energy. As humanity awakened, dungeons began appearing all over. Chaotic at first, but slowly, knowledge was gathered. The military in particular began investing heavily into dungeon research and development. And from that, test dungeons were born. Unlike the natural ones, where death was almost certain, these were controlled environments. Designed for training, created for safety. Real combat without the real risk. Wearing a white, hooded coat that flowed behind him, Yining walked purposefully down the quiet street. A test dungeon should be perfect, he thought. Eventually, he arrived at a building made of 3 towering spires. Tianfeng's official security zone dungeon facility. Inside, the military base was quiet and sterile, humming with hidden energy. He stepped into the center of a teleportation platform, surrounded by a glowing blue light. I'd like to open a low-level dungeon. Solo entry. Any type will do, Yining said. One of the staff members glanced up and did a double take. That's Yining, the one with the SSS ranked awakening. The commander looked at the request, then spoke with concern. We can open a dungeon for him, sure, but solo? He frowned. With your current strength, going in alone is dangerous. Wouldn't it be safer to have backup? Yining already held the activation device in his hand. I'm just doing a quick test. I'll be right out, he said calmly. And with that, he pressed the trigger. The blue light enveloped him. His body began to fade, becoming translucent, merging with the light, until he was gone. He materialized inside the test dungeon. The system's interface appeared. Danger level, low. Looking around, he realized the environment was a replica of a city, desolate, crumbling. This must have been modeled after the early days of the apocalypse, he thought. And judging by that, the only weapon available here is probably a dagger. Off to the side, he spotted a glowing blue rectangle, an equipment station. He stepped toward it and placed his hand on the panel. A soft vibration pulsed through his palm. A dagger formed within the light. He pulled it free, a small grin forming on his face. Hand in pocket, he looked it over. Perfect. The weaker the weapon, the better I can test my skill. That's when he sensed it, something watching him from nearby. He spun around just in time to catch a shape darting from behind a wall. It leaped toward him. A grotesque creature lunged, a mass of twitching meat, rows of jagged teeth, and a giant eye on its head. You came alone, Yining thought with a smirk. He sidestepped the attack with ease and muttered, Give me points. In one swift motion, he drove the dagger into the creature's eye. The monster screeched before collapsing in a heap. Dead. He stood, blade shining faintly in the dim light. Not bad. Time to hunt. Moving deeper into the dungeon, Yining kept his eyes sharp. He pushed open the next door slowly, and came face to face with another abomination. This one had 4 beady eyes and twin rows of lower teeth. It charged, drooling, hunger in its gaze. With precise timing, Yining slammed a punch into its head, then followed up with a powerful kick. The monster flew back, crashing to the ground as black blood spilled out. Even though my body's not at its best, the combat skills I kept from my past life make this easy. But if I really want to push my limits, I'll need something more challenging. He paused, spotting an escalator nearby. Let's take the stairs, he muttered, and headed up. After weaving through a few abandoned shops, he glanced toward the square ahead. The boss should be over there. But suddenly, Groans echoed behind him. Then more and more. A swarm of zombies had picked up his trail. Great, he muttered. They're multiplying fast. He sprinted through the ruined streets. But no matter how fast he moved, more creatures emerged, drawn to him like moths to flame. A shame, really. No matter how many of these low-level things I kill, it won't raise my spiritual energy at all. They chased him for nearly an hour. Finally, he climbed up onto a fire truck, the undead swarming beneath. He looked down at them, calm but firm. I still need to find the boss, he said. But first, I gotta clear you all out. He ran fast, vaulting over wall after wall, until a sharp system alert cut through the silence. Boss region detected. Warning, boss region detected. In the heart of the main square, he came to a stop. Not a single lesser zombie dared approach. Their fear was clear. Only wind and dust moved around him. Then a thunderous roar ripped through the air, and the system chimed again. Maximum level 1 mutant. Corpse chewer incoming. Spinning around, Yi Ning saw it. A hulking crab-like monster slamming into the ground with bone-shaking force. Despite its size, it was alarmingly quick. He didn't hesitate. Sprinting forward, he muttered to himself, "If your skills fall short." In one fluid motion, he leapt onto the creature's shell, flipped high into the air, and aimed his dagger downward. As energy charged at the tip, he finished his sentence. "You can always ditch the dungeon. No shame in that." The dagger blazed with glowing blue light. The system prompted, "Skill ready." Without missing a beat, Yi Ning unleashed it. A piercing beam of energy exploded from the dagger, crashing into the mutant with terrifying force. The sky lit up as the beam drilled into the monster, its massive shell melting away. A violent explosion tore through the square, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving a crater where the boss once stood. This was the storm of swords. One strike, that was all it took. Surveying the devastation, Yi Ning muttered, "If I hadn't come to test this skill, I wouldn't have known how powerful it really is. Even a weak tier 2 mutant wouldn't survive that. And I'm still just level 0. Grinning, he pulled up his status panel. Maximum level 1 mutant slain. Plus 5 spiritual energy. Test dungeon. 50% deduction. He chuckled. So, the energy here comes from the military zone's spiritual stones, huh? Still not as good as in normal dungeons. Another reward appeared. A piece of gear labeled Agile Hand. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Never heard of a test dungeon dropping equipment before. In this world, even a level 2 awakened can't get a full set of basic white gear. Just getting one item is already lucky. He looked around one last time. Mission complete. Got a decent drop, too. No reason to stick around. With that, he tapped the exit device. His body shimmered, fading from the dungeon and reappearing at the base. "I'm done. Here's your token," Yi Ning said, handing the device to a staff member. The worker took it, eyeing him curiously. He left that fast. Must have been scared of the zombies. Just then, someone shouted in the distance, catching everyone's attention. "Who let that team into the test dungeon? I said they weren't approved. That dungeon's way too hard. How many times do I have to repeat myself?" The staff member scratched his cheek awkwardly and muttered, "Commander, actually, no group entered. We wouldn't dare send anyone in." The commander's brow furrowed. "No one? No team went in? Then how the hell did the mutant die? Even equipment was left behind. Don't tell me some bored level 2 awakened snuck in for Linlon." That's when the staff member's face went pale. A chill ran down his spine as the realization hit. He stepped forward hesitantly and said, "It was Yi Ning. He was the only one in the dungeon just now. He said he was just going to test something. Could it be he went in just to see if he could take down the dungeon boss?" Meanwhile, back in his own district, Yi Ning strolled through the streets of the regional market. Shouts echoed through the air. "Selling weapons. Selling weapons. 7.5 kilos of flour gets you 20 cartridges of ammunition. Fried mantis. Half a kilo for credit. On sale today." As he passed the stalls, Yi Ning took it all in silently. I might have crushed a maximum level 1 mutant easily, but things out here are still bleak. On a corner nearby, 3 kids were huddled around a passed-out drunk, trying to snatch his wallet. "Quick, the patrol's coming," one of them hissed. The moment sirens blared, the kids scattered like shadows. A guard yelled after them, "Out of the way! Whose kids are these? Watch yourselves. Run," one of the children cried as they disappeared into the alley. Watching from a distance, Yi Ning thought grimly, and this is just the surface. A year from now, this so-called safe zone will be nothing but ashes and corpses. Level 3 mutants will tear through this place. And in just 10 days, there'll be a zombie riot in Heavenly Wind City. A massive wave will strike the safe zone head-on. Mother, Xiaoan, they'll still be in danger. I need to get stronger. Fast. That same night, inside the Central Army Group's headquarters in the capital's safe zone, an urgent meeting was underway. High-ranking leaders surrounded a long conference table. One of them addressed the room. We've received a high-priority alert. An SS-level talent has emerged in the Heavenly Wind Safe Zone. Has everyone reviewed the report? On the large screen, Yining's profile appeared. Photo, stats, and status. SS-level talent, pure blood. This is promising, one of the officers remarked. A man seated at the far end of the table nodded. We've lost too many level 3s lately. A talent like this could really tip the scales. We need to fast-track his training, someone else chimed in. Get him the best resources. Immediately, another officer suggested, why not just transfer him straight to the capital's military region? Assign him a top-level instructor, maybe even someone from the commander-in-chief's team. The mustached man across the table frowned. You try to leap over the chasm between level 3 and level 4? That divide isn't something you just skip. A white-bearded elder with long hair replied calmly. Even our own commander-in-chief hasn't broken into level 4. That's because none of us started with top-tier resources. But maybe this one can. The mustachioed man paused in thought, then nodded. Yes, starting him off like this might actually work. It's worth a shot. The others quickly agreed. SS-level talent Yining will be enrolled in the SEED program and trained as a primary candidate, one officer proposed. We'll transfer him to the capital's military region immediately. But just as momentum built, a voice cut in. I object. Heads turned. Why? Why turn down someone with that much potential? One of the leaders demanded. A third official muttered under his breath. Ugh, is the 4th military region starting trouble again? The man who'd objected, wearing glasses and gloves, calmly stood and stated his reasoning. Did none of you read the last paragraph of the urgent report? Yining awakened a psychic system. The room fell silent. In 70 years of records, there hasn't been a single psychic who reached level 3. Their physical stats are the lowest. They're support types, not fighters. Without others backing them up, they're sitting ducks. He continued. Promotion missions from level 1 to 2 depend on sheer luck. And from maximum level 2 to level 3, 0 success rate. Not one has made it. The tension in the room thickened. No one spoke. Then the chief commander leaned forward and made it official. He's right. Let's not overhype this. Resources are limited. We can't afford to waste them. The next day, Commander Xiao received headquarters response. Yining's candidacy was denied. His value downgraded. Psychic system users can't reach level 3, the report stated coldly. His evaluation barely qualifies as a rank, possibly lower. A guard turned to Xiao. Sir, do we still provide him the support we planned? Commander Xiao closed Yining's file and set it aside. Absolutely not. HQ's made it clear. He has no potential. Cancel everything. Pull back the personnel assigned to him. The guard hesitated. Also about the investigation into the person who blocked Yining's test. The suspect committed suicide. Should we still pursue it? Xiao leaned back, eyes narrowed. I only agreed to that investigation because I thought he had promise. But now, what's the point? The guard nodded and left the room. In Yining's district, the military vehicle rolled up quietly. A guard stepped out, delivering the message with practiced caution. Yining, he began, the final decision is in. Your potential has been assessed as level 2. The SEED program has been canceled. There's no need for further participation. All protocols have been concluded. Take care. Without another word, the guard returned to the vehicle and drove off. Yining stood there, silent, unmoving, eyes fixed on the road. Level 2. They think my potential stops at level 2. My talent is SSS level. Even if the results show SS, that alone should be proof enough. So, the Heavenly Wind Safe Zone is already being closed in on, swarmed by mutants. Right now, nobody takes psychic awakenings seriously. They're treated like trash. And no one has figured it out yet. The reason awakened ones can't reach level 4 is because their psychic stats are too weak. They've been ignoring the one system they should have been training from the start. I didn't expect such a simple truth to go unnoticed in this world. Even veterans can't see my real value. Should I head to the capital? Tell them I'm an SSS level talent? That psychic awakening is the key to breaking through? Forget it. No one would believe me. First things first, restore my strength. Once I hit level 3 again, everything will change. I've got the Sword God system. I've got the Storm of Swords. Compared to my last life, this beginning is already miles ahead. Yining pulled his hood up and quietly disappeared into the distance. Deep in the wild forest, a small team of awakened ones spotted him entering the woods. Hey, you with the shotgun, one of them shouted. Want to team up? We're hunting level 1 mutants. Safer in numbers. You get some experience too. Yining turned slightly, shotgun slung across his back. With a small wave of his hand, he declined. Level 1 mutants barely give any EXP. With so many of you, there won't be enough to go around. I'll pass. The lead guy frowned. TC, you're bold, huh? We saw you alone and thought we'd help out. And this is the thanks we get. He stepped forward, voice rising. Listen up. The world's changed. You think just because you awakened, you're untouchable? We were trying to do you a favor. The group began to close in. But Yi Ning stopped. He turned his gaze on them, cold, sharp, merciless. A chilling aura surged out around him. "Leave," he said flatly. That single word hit harder than any threat. The boy's face went pale. "What is that? That look like I'm being hunted by a predator." The three of them backed off instinctively, watching in silence as Yi Ning walked away. "Only someone who's been to the edge and back could have eyes like that," one of them murmured. "He's not ordinary." Yi Ning continued, stepping deeper into the shadowy forest. A faint, sinister energy hung in the air like mist. "This rotting forest," he said aloud. "It's one of the most dangerous places outside Heavenly Wind. If I'm right, there should be 2 level 1 mutants ahead, one of them being a max-level variant. To reach level 1 from 0, I need 3 confirmed kills. I already took down a max-level mutant in the test dungeon. Even with the EXP cut in half, that still counts for 1. 2 more mutants to go, then I level up." Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden surge of killing intent rushed toward him. Yi Ning reacted instantly, grabbing his shotgun and spinning around. "I need to avoid using the sword. Storm of Swords could end this in a second, but I need more than just psychic strength. I have to push my physical limits too." With one swift swing, he smashed the butt of his gun into the mutant's skull, crushing it on impact. Thick black blood splattered across the ground. More enemies closed in, zombies sprinting from every direction. Without hesitation, Yi Ning launched himself into the fray. He kicked one aside, punched another square in the jaw, and fired clean shots as they lunged. Not once did he use his psychic powers. Psychic awakeners are known for being physically weak. I have to destroy that belief. If we want anyone to reach level 3, awakening the psychic system is the only path forward. Otherwise, when a level 4 mutant arrives, it'll be too late. That terrifying memory flashed again. The mutant that ended his life in his last timeline. I have to make the veterans see it. They need to understand what the psychic system really means. Outside the forest, the team from earlier was still lingering near the edge. "Did you hear that?" "Gunfire," one of them asked, eyes wide. "Was that him?" Another pointed toward the source. "Sounds like it's coming from the direction of the demon tree." "Forget that," their leader shouted. "Let's get out of here. He's got a death wish. Don't go chasing trouble." Back in the forest, Yi Ning had cleared out the last wave when suddenly, thud, 2 massive roots slammed down from above, sending him crashing to the ground. The system beeped in warning. Maximum level 1 mutant, demon tree, approaching. Mid-level 1 mutant, binder, approaching. 2 of them? At the same time? From the shadows emerged a towering figure, an abomination of twisted branches, teeth, and blood-red eyes. The demon tree roared as it moved toward him. "Where's the other one?" Yi Ning scanned the area. "I can't see or sense anything else. Just this one. But something feels off." The demon struck, roots whipping through the air like spears. Yi Ning jumped, dodged, rolled, barely staying ahead of the onslaught. The ground split where the roots landed, branches crashing down in relentless fury. "It's fast. Way too fast for something so huge." He kept moving, slipping between strikes until suddenly, the demon vanished. Where'd it go? He looked up. The monster was in midair, crashing down like a meteor. Yi Ning rolled out of the way, just in time, the impact blasting dirt and debris into the air. Sliding along the ground, he thought. "That thing can jump? With that size?" In the second, one still hasn't shown itself. A sneak attack, maybe? No time to run. No time to think. I have only one choice now. Survive. Gripping the shotgun's handle tight, Yi Ning swung it hard, slamming the barrel into the demon's body. The impact made the monster recoil, and in that instant, a second figure appeared. A small, spiky creature with a glowing red eye emerged from beneath the mouth of the massive green, tree-like demon, instantly catching Yi Ning's eye. As the little creature withdrew, a gush of black blood burst from the towering demon, evidence of the blow Yi Ning had just landed. Hitting the ground, Yi Ning's thoughts raced. That thing I just saw? Our squad took down a mid-tier level 2 mutant without much trouble. But we didn't expect 2 level 1 mutants at once. Everyone was badly hurt. We even lost teammates. If that second one hadn't been hidden so well, things wouldn't have ended like this. Back in my past life, it took an elite military unit to bring down the tree demon and the binder. I misunderstood what they said back then. I thought the binder was hiding somewhere nearby. But the truth was right in front of me. The binder was inside the tree demon. The tree demon, a grotesque mesh of roots, branches, razor teeth, and blood-red eyes, continued to roar. And right there, on its neck, glowed a faint blue dot. Watching closely, Yi Ning pieced it together. So that roar from the binder? It's a power boost for the tree demon. But it doesn't last long. And every time the boost resets, the tree demon steps back. Its movements don't change. It still follows the same pattern. If I'm right, it's about to jump at me again. Just as predicted, the massive creature lunged. A grin broke across Yining's face. Now that I've figured you out, that trick of yours is your biggest weakness, Binder. With a powerful leap, he climbed onto the demon's body and sprinted across its back toward the center, toward the Binder. Drawing a dagger, he focused his energy. A crackle of golden lightning surged through the blade, and with a single thrust, he drove it straight into the smaller creature, cutting off its connection to the demon. Bit by bit, he sliced through the tendons, linking the two monsters until he tore them apart. The Binder was now in his grasp, no bigger than a hand, looking like an oversized eyeball. "You're nothing without your host," Yining said coldly, clenching his fist and crushing the creature into a pulp. The tree demon let out a furious roar, flinging its roots toward him in a wild attack. Without hesitation, Yining unsheathed his dagger once more, golden energy still blazing from the blade. His eyes locked onto the roots, and with a single swing, he shredded them into 1,000 flying pieces. Calmly walking toward the demon's core, he spoke again. "Who would have thought? Without the Binder's buff, your power doesn't even reach peak level 1. Sensing its doom, the demon launched itself forward in a desperate, final assault, its roots lashing out in one last frenzy. Yining was soaked in the demon's black blood, dripping from his last strike. But he didn't stop. Slash after slash, he kept cutting until the towering monster was reduced to nothing more than a hacked-up tree trunk. Standing before it, he spoke calmly. "Enough. It's over. Goodbye, tree demon." With one final, clean strike, he plunged his dagger into the creature's eye. The moment the blade hit, the eye burst, sending out a radiant flash. A system alert followed instantly. "You have killed a medium level 1 mutant, Binder. Psychic experience gained. You have killed a maximum level 1 mutant, tree demon. Psychic experience gained. You've obtained white tree demon bark, material, dead tree armor, white equipment, giant claw white equipment, and a psychic fruit, corpse fruit." Scanning through his loot, Yining muttered, "Not exactly how I wanted this to go, but decent training, and some solid rewards. And that fruit's a nice bonus." The corpse fruit's description read, "Psychic fruit, corpse fruit, white. Effects: permanently increases constitution by 1 point. Also boosts HP recovery rate by 20%. Use item." Without hesitation, Yining answered, "Yes." The fruit materialized in his hand, like a shimmering orb of water. As he activated it, his mind wandered. Most awakened only get 4 stat points per main level. After taking down those 2 bosses, I've already gained more than I expected. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, back at the edge of the battlefield, the group of young allies who had planned to assist Yining were still hiding among the trees. "Was that the gunshot we heard earlier?" One of them whispered. "The boss's psychic pressure. It's gone," another said, eyes wide. A third, crouching low to the ground, asked, "Could he be a level 2 awakened?" "But there's nobody else here but us," one replied. "Just that kid." The crouching one narrowed his eyes. "That boy. When we first saw him, he gave off this weird vibe. You really think it was him? That's just impossible." Half an hour later, Yining was already in Celestial City, walking through the wind safety zone, the area where mutant materials were traded. With a packed bag slung over his shoulder, he headed into a shop. Dropping the bag onto the counter, the vendor looked up and asked, "Are these the materials you'd like to exchange?" "Take everything. Give me a price," Yining replied. As the shopkeeper started evaluating the contents, Yining thought to himself, "Sure, I could use the system's trading channel, but at my level, every resource counts. Selling directly like this is just smarter." Another clerk joined them, a blonde woman with pale eyes. After reviewing the materials, she spoke up. "Hello. 4 of these items come from a max level 1 mutant. We can use them to craft both armor and offensive gear. The estimated value is around 697 credit points. Since it's your first time selling with us, we can offer you our new customer rate, 700 credit points." Yining heard the offer and gave it some thought. In a world like this, 700 credit points was no small amount. That could buy over 200 kilos of meat, or hire 7 to 8 mercenaries. Definitely a generous payout. He nodded. "All right, finalize the deal. The credits have been transferred. Please check," the merchant replied, handing over a card. Another shop assistant, who had been quietly observing, added, "We also deal in weapons, equipment, and firearms. Custom orders too, if you have any special requests." "Need anything else, sir?" Taking the card, Yining asked, "Got any skill books?" "Sword techniques." "We do," the assistant replied, "but they're on the lower end. Mostly D-rank skills. That's about all you'll find around this entire Celestial Wind safety zone. Would you like to browse them anyway?" The other merchant chimed in. Yining nodded and scanned through the available skills, thinking to himself, the system can modify these skills and boost their power, but their core effects still depend on the original version. So I can't just grab any random skill. Take Sword Storm, for example. It's insanely powerful, but there's a short delay before it activates. Not ideal. It covers a wide area, but that makes it inflexible. If I ever face a fast, high-level mutant, and they manage to slip out of Swordstorm's range, I'll be wide open. Seeing him hesitate, the merchant stepped closer with a polite smile. Not quite what you were looking for, dear customer. If you're not in a rush, we can have skill books transferred from other safe zones. For a small fee, of course. We can even get C-rank ones. And if you're open to other weapon types, we might have some B-rank skills too. Yining gave a light smile. No need. I'll take this sword cut skill. Let's see what kind of acceleration type ability this turns into, he thought. The merchant was a little stunned. Someone capable of selling materials from a max level 1 mutant, buying low-tier skills? Is he just rich and eccentric? Well, not my business. With renewed enthusiasm, the merchant announced, sword cut skill, 600 credit points, delivering the skill book to our honored customer. He placed the book into a sleaze-ziping gift box and handed it to Yining. Here's your purchase. Thank you. As Yining walked out with his bag slung over his shoulder, the merchants called after him. Take care. Come visit us again. Strolling down the busy streets, he checked his balance. Still got 100 credits left. Let's grab something tasty for Xiaoan. His status window hovered faintly in front of him as he made his way home. Back at the shelter, Xiaoan's eyes lit up at the sight of the canned goods spread across the table. Brother, why'd you bring back so much yummy food again? She cheered. Yining pulled out even more supplies from his bag and replied with a smile. Didn't I tell you? I'm an awaken now. Things are only going to get better from here. I picked out some snacks just for you, Yining said with a smile. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival alone was hard enough. Snacks had become a rare luxury. Hearing that, Xiaoan's eyes lit up. Wow, brother. I heard only the higher-ups ever get snacks at home. No one around here's even seen them. Beaming with joy, she clutched a can in her hands. Yining gave her a gentle pat on the head. Go on, eat. You'll have plenty more soon. I promise. Later, after tucking Xiaoan in, he watched her curled up under the blankets, still hugging her worn teddy bear. Mom's doing overtime again, he thought. She won't be back tonight. And Xiaoan's already asleep ziping. Time to check out that skill. He sat down at the kitchen table and placed the skill book in front of him. Activating the Sword God system, a brilliant blue light surged from book. D-rank skill book, sword cut acquired. Skill slot, February 4th. Skill upgraded, Celestial Light / Sword cut, level, SSS. Tiny sparkles of light drifted through the air as the system displayed the skill's details. Yining read through them, nodding to himself. A 600% agility boost, even if it only lasts a second. That's huge. Definitely the right pick. But he still needed a place to test it out. Where'd be best? All right. He opened a drawer and pulled out a gas mask. If we're talking speed, there's no better place. Out came a sleaze-ziping outfit, a utility belt, and a mask. He suited up and headed out. 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of Celestial Wind, the ruins of an old city battered by violent gusts. The wind howled through crumbling buildings, and water slicked the ground like a thin, endless film. Creatures had become part of the broken architecture, twisted into the wreckage. This is it, Yining muttered as he walked deeper into the zone. Doesn't matter if it's my past life or this one, no one comes here. It's a dead zone. The place was known as Jinyuan Middle District, a ghost town. His mind drifted back to a memory, the time he fought a massive worm here in his previous life. But what stood out most was what came after. That day, I stumbled onto a level 2 mutant. Incredibly fast, borderline maxed out in speed and agility. It also dropped a rare blue-grade piece of gear. As he stepped forward, something fell off. His feet weren't moving right. Looking down, he saw it. The water below had thickened, transforming into sticky slime. I'm stuck. A presence flared behind him. Whipping around, Yining spotted it, a grotesque mutant covered in moss with purplish skin, rising from the shadows. It moved fast, lunging toward him with a mouth that split open in all directions, a tooth-lined maw blooming like a monstrous flower. Without hesitation, Yining drew his dagger and executed a sharp Tranin-style slash, cleanly beheading the creature in a single motion. The head rolled away as he watched the body collapse. Lucky, just a zombie type. If that had been a crawler, things could have gone very wrong. Fighting anything in this toxic swamp would have been a nightmare. Yining slipped into an old warehouse nearby, glancing around. We'll need to switch locations fast, he muttered. But tucked away in the shadows, a massive worm was already lying in wait. It struck without warning, swinging its huge tail straight at him. Yining ducked, narrowly dodging the blow, his thoughts racing. Back in my previous life, I was already level 2 and geared up with blue-grade equipment when I faced this thing. Even then, every hit left a mark. With its raw strength, even the slightest hesitation could get you torn to pieces by the climber. He darted outside, scanning his surroundings. If I remember right, the climber should be nearby. How could I have missed that in my past life? Maybe I just didn't notice. But this time, this could actually work to my advantage. Spotting a loose metal fence on the wall, he yanked it down and quickly bent the bars outward into jagged spikes, turning it into a deadly trap. Then he waited. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed behind him. The giant worm reappeared, roaring in fury. Bingo! Hit an elite mutant, just like I remembered. Yi Ning positioned himself in front of the spiked wall, luring the worm in. The creature charged straight at him, only to slam into the trap at full speed. The sharpened metal teeth pierced deep into its flesh, pinning it against the wall as Yi Ning dodged to the side. This worked better than expected, he said under his breath. Didn't think you'd fall for it that easily. But then, something moved. His senses sharpened. Another presence. Something darted between the crumbling buildings at incredible speed. The system alert confirmed his fear. Medium level, 2 mutant detected, climber. Yi Ning turned, only to see another worm. This one with blood-red eyes, long claws, and bluish skin. It moved like a blur. Damn it, he hissed. Both of them at once. The climber zipped through the ruins with frightening agility. Yi Ning barely kept up, pushing his focus to the limit. Why is it faster than it was in my last life? He remembered something else, the principle of darkness under the lamp. When you're too close to a climber, it actually becomes easier to predict their next strike. But the timing of their charged attacks, that was always the wild card. No time to strategize. One misstep could be fatal. One mutant's attack had to be dodged. The other could only be endured. The elite purple-skinned worm lunged, slamming its head into Yi Ning with full force. He crossed both arms in front of him to brace, but it wasn't enough. Pain tore through his body as he flew backward. Blood sprayed from the impact. Damn it, this trap just made things worse, he groaned. The very spikes that had pinned the monster were now crashing into him, and one jagged piece embedded itself deep in his side. Gritting his teeth, he ripped it out, blood dripping down his waist. I came here to test my new skill, but this is turning into a disaster. Swordstorm would be ideal right now, but no way I can clear both of them with it. The climber's just too fast. It'll slip right through. Dodging attacks from 2 high-level mutants at the same time with base-level strength? Impossible. I've only got one real option left, Celestial Light Rift. But just like Sword Cut, it's single target only. The 2 beasts let out deafening roars across the battlefield. Then suddenly, something clicked in Yi Ning's mind. Hold on. Didn't the skill description mention that the attack carries the sword's aura? Without hesitation, he took off at full speed, charging straight at the climber. I'm not sure how long the sword aura lasts, he thought, but it's better to assume the shortest possible range. If I add the length of my arm to the minimum reach of the aura, even if it's a single target skill, it might just be enough to hit 2 mutants at once. With perfect timing, Yi Ning leapt into the air, spun midair, and unleashed Sword Cut, Celestial Light Rift. A brilliant blue arc erupted from his blade, slicing outward like a wave of light, surging toward the monsters. The impact was devastating. Both creatures burst apart, splattering black goo in every direction. Yi Ning landed right at the center of the glowing scar his attack had left on the battlefield. I got them both, he muttered. This move's a game changer. The initial strike crushes the first enemy, but the sword aura spreads wide enough to hit others too. I shouldn't have gambled like that though. Wait, maybe the special effect didn't even activate. I need to dig into this skill more before relying on it. Just then, a translucent blue system window blinked into view. You have exceeded your level and defeated a mid-level climber mutant. Gain significant psychic experience. You have slain a high-level earthworm mutant. Gain psychic experience. Acquired material, crawling feet white. Acquired material, agile core blue. Equipment obtained, ripping wind claw, superior blue. Looking over his loot, Yi Ning cracked a small smile. Risky? Yeah, but these rewards? Totally worth it. Back at Celestial Wind's military guard station, chaos was brewing in the control center. Unidentified energy surge detected, someone shouted. We've never recorded anything like this before. Sound the alarm. Another technician rushed over. What's going on? Why did the alarm go off? Massive energy fluctuations just showed up in the suburbs. Could it be a level 3 awaken out there? One officer's expression darkened. None of our level 3s reported leaving base today. This has to be an outsider, either from another military region or maybe even a covert op from foreign force. We need boots on the ground immediately. 20 minutes later, a squad in full decontamination suits arrived at the exact location where Yi Ning had fought. Surveying the devastation, one investigator said, I've never seen battle traces like this. Another added, there's no one in any nearby regions at level 2 who could pull off a move like that. Just then, one of the investigators collecting samples paused and called out, Wait, hold on. Take a look at this. Based on the residual energy, whoever used this skill unleashed at least 4,000 units of psychic force. The other leaned closer to the monitor. That much power? Meanwhile, Yining was making his way through the celestial wind security zone. The streets were cluttered with garbage, and passers-by huddled in coats, shielding themselves from the relentless wind. As he checked his stats, he muttered, "With these stats and your build, this gear was the best thing 60,000 credits could buy in my last life. Let's see if I can cash in even better this time around." Night had fallen. Once home, he sat down in front of his computer. It's late, time to check the marketplace. He logged into a trading forum and posted his item. Barely a second later, a notification popped up. Someone was already interested. That was fast, he thought. This one might sell even better than the last. The message read, "Hi, I want to buy the Ripping Wind Claw. Can you give me a good price?" Yining didn't waste words. 60,000 credits. No bargaining. But the buyer didn't quite get the message. "Friend, can I trade other items? Equipment, skills, maybe food? Partial payments." More messages rolled in. "Is it still available? Add me. Let's talk. I'll make you a deal you'll like. 30,000 credits. Final offer." Seeing the flood of offers, Yining smirked. "Guess I won't have any trouble selling this thing." Finally, he relented just a little. "If you really want it, credits can't go below 30,000. I'll also consider trades, but the gear has to be solid. Only sword-related skills. Psychic fruits are the best offers." Across the screen, a muscular man sat shirtless beneath a spiked shoulder jacket, long brown hair flowing. A wicked grin spread across his face. "This kind of high-tier gear? I need it, even if it costs me everything." He spun around and shouted to his crew, "Check our inventory. I want any equipment, especially anything a swordsman can use." His squad, all wearing matching reddish-brown jackets, responded without hesitation. "Yes, boss." 30 minutes later, they returned, frustrated and empty-handed, standing beside a pile of mismatched gear. "Boss, this is all we've got." The muscular man rested his chin on his hands, then said firmly, "This won't cut it. I'll need to make a deposit to lock in the equipment." He gave a quick order, "Go get the money. Don't waste time." Not long after, Yining's phone buzzed. "Deposit sent." Leaning back in his chair, a faint smile played on Yining's lips. "He's really into this gear? In my past life, Mom and Xiaoan lived in constant fear, never had a single peaceful day. If things are the same now, what's the point of coming back? No, with the resources I have now, they deserve to live better than anyone." Another message lit up his screen. "Boss, I'm gathering the rest. It'll be there by tomorrow." The next day, Yining stepped into Celestial Wind Real Estate. A brown-haired assistant welcomed him with a warm smile. "Hello, are you looking for something specific? Have you already browsed any listings?" "I want your best property," Yining said without hesitation. "Time's short, so let's make this quick. What do you have available?" As he spoke, his little sister looked around, wide-eyed. "This place is luxurious." The salesperson glanced Yining over, unimpressed. "A level 0 awakened? Coming here? You can't even afford a single tile here." She forced a polite tone. "Our best property goes for 40,000 credits. It's quite pricey. Feel free to check out the 2,000 credit units yourself. I've got other clients waiting." Yining smiled. "Only 40,000? I can transfer that now." Even his sister was stunned. She'd never heard him speak about money like that. The salesperson narrowed her eyes. "If you're serious, let's do a direct transfer." "Ready?" she asked, extending the credit machine toward him, clearly skeptical. "He looks broke, but talks big. If you don't have it, stop wasting my time." Yining opened his bank app. 13,000 credits. He looked up. "Give me just a few minutes." The woman rolled her eyes. "Really? Don't tell me you're trying to scam me. Like you could pull together tens of thousands in a few minutes." But just then, ding, another message. "Boss, time's tight. I've got 39,375 credits, some equipment, and a few psychic fruits. Can you check if it's enough?" Yining quickly looked it over. All white-gray gear, but nearly a full set. "That'll do." He nodded, then turned his screen toward the shopkeeper. She glanced at it, and her eyes widened in disbelief. As the notification popped up, "Your 39,375 credits have been sent." Yining calmly said, "I can pay now." In an instant, the saleswoman's attitude flipped. Her cold demeanor melted into a bright, eager smile. "Oh, big brother, you're truly impressive. So young and already so successful. I was honestly stunned for a second. Are you going to make the transfer now? If not, I'll need to move on to the next client." She leaned in, her tone turning syrupy. "Big brother, whatever you need, I'm here for you. Just say the word. Please, come with me to the VIP room. I'll make sure everything meets your expectations." The transaction went through. Yining and his sister stepped into their new home, a palace-like apartment fitted with golden finishes, porcelain decor, elegant archways, and glimmering chandeliers. The place radiated luxury. His sister looked around in awe. "Brother, are we really going to live here now?" "Yes," he replied. "You won't have to dig through trash ever again. Here, take the key. We'll bring Mother here later." As he handed her the key, she hesitated. But brother, aren't you coming with me? He gently replied. There's something I have to take care of. I'll be back soon. Leaping across rooftops, Yining moved swiftly. After fighting the climber, I used up most of my resources. I can't waste any more time. I need to recover fast. The only shot I've got now is the Corpse Academy. It's the only wild dungeon outside the safety zone that still drops psychic fruits. The high-level mutants around Celestial Wind were already cleared by the army. There's still a few low-tier drops left, but only good for lower-level awakened. No one has cleared Corpse Academy to its final stage yet, which means all the rewards are still untouched. With SSS level skills, I can claim them. He landed from a high ledge in front of the massive, eerie-looking academy. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the Level C dungeon? Corpse Academy? Current dungeon restriction, Level 2. Without hesitation, Yining confirmed. Combination successful. Total participants, 14. A glowing blue light enveloped him as the dungeon portal opened. A large area in the sky expanded into a visible battlefield while the system declared. Corpse Academy. Dungeon starts in 1 minute. Inside the academy, other Awakened were already waiting. Yining's thoughts focused. No irregularities this time. Standard layout. Mutants. Zombies. A few surviving humans. This dungeon takes place 7 days after the outbreak. Most humans have already turned and now roam the academy. Once the initial dungeon setup was complete, the system chimed in. Basic mission. Survive inside the academy for 12 hours. You cannot leave during this time. Rewards. 1 random white-grade equipment and plus 4 psychic experience. Then, it listed the optional objectives. Optional missions. Eliminate the fragmented corpse, maiden, difficulty, D. Defeat the butcher mutant, difficulty, C. Exterminate all zombies, difficulty, C. Standing alone in the corner, Yining silently took it all in, scanning the board with the mission details. Nearby, a blonde youth stepped forward confidently. Hey everyone, I'm Gao Yun. Has anyone cleared this dungeon before? I've been through it once. If no one else has experience, I'd be willing to lead the group. Another guy chimed in. I heard this place is brutal. If you've done it before, then yeah, you lead. Gao nodded, his voice calm but serious. Among level 2 dungeons, this one ranks from medium to high in difficulty. If we don't work together, we're dead. His mind flashed back to the gruesome scenes, twisted zombies, nightmarish creatures. He'd seen it all firsthand. People seemed convinced, until Gao's eyes fell on someone standing apart from the group. Hey you, level 0, right? Yining didn't respond. Didn't even look at him. Annoyed but curious, Gao walked over with a mocking grin. What are you doing here, kid? Got a death wish or something? This is a level 2 dungeon, in case you missed a sign. Yining lifted his gaze, his stare ice-cold, carrying a quiet menace. Gao paused, a nervous drop of sweat forming on his forehead. What the hell? Why does this guy give off such a creepy vibe? And he's just a level 0. Trying to recover, Gao muttered, Look, no one's gonna babysit you in here. If it gets rough, run. Just don't get in our way. But stick around if you want to gain some experience. You'll need it eventually. He turned back to the group and raised his voice. Listen up. I'm guessing most of you are here for the harder missions. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't take them on a whim. His tone darkened as he recalled the past. I made that mistake once. Took on 2 boss fights without thinking and lost almost my entire squad. Only 2 of us made it out alive, and they were top-tier Awakened. We barely survived. The memory of fallen teammates and blood-soaked ground flickered in his eyes. It was hell. Still haunts me. Then, cutting right through the atmosphere, Yining muttered to himself, analyzing calmly. Looking at the stats, they're still too low. If that's the case, I doubt I'll be able to preserve the psychic fruit. For what I've seen, most level 2 Awakened only hit 18 strength points after using a psychic fruit. And here I am, already at 17. Yining clenched his fist as a soft blue glow surged from his body. He smiled, confidence building. That's almost on par with them. And with my 2 SSS level skills, I can crush this dungeon. Meanwhile, Gao continued rallying the others. The protective shield is fading soon. I suggest we all target the fragmented corpse maiden. She's a mid-level 2 mutant. If all 14 of us work together, we can handle her without much trouble. Understood, leader, one Awakened replied promptly. A black-haired woman with sharp bangs and bright eyes stepped forward with a gentle tone. Leader, if things get dangerous later, will you protect me? Gao's cheeks flushed as he smiled back. Of course. I'll keep you safe. Then, with a firm voice, he called out, Everyone, prepare to move. Follow me. The group fell in line, heading down one of the dungeon's winding paths, until something made them all stop. Wait, isn't it the guy from earlier? The black-haired woman pointed ahead. They all looked. Yining. He was already sprinting forward on his own. Is that level 0 seriously charging ahead? What is he thinking? Is he trying to die? Someone asked anxiously. Is this going to mess things up for us? Gao tightened his grip on his shield, raising his hand to calm the group. Ignore him. He's just a level 0. Stick to the plan. Don't break formation. Let's move. While the others hesitated, Yi Ning raced through the corridors alone, leaping up the stairs without stopping. The bosses are up top. That's where I'll find the Butcher Mutant, and from there, I can trigger the hidden boss. If I hit him with Sword Storm, I can finish this fast. Suddenly, from the top of the staircase, 2 human girls called out, "Big brother, help us please." But before he could react, one of them began to twist, transform, her body morphing into a grotesque, shark-headed mutant that let out guttural snarls. "We're trapped up here. Can you help us? Please." Behind them, the floor was littered with torn-up mutant bodies. False humans, nothing more. Back in my last life, my team thought these things were NPCs. They believed they were side quests and stopped to help. They were torn apart right in front of me. I've never forgotten that scene. Yi Ning ignored the cries and charged past without a second glance. The best loot in this dungeon comes from the Butcher Mutant. If I can get to the rooftop and lure him out, I can trigger the hidden boss. One Sword Storm, and it's done. Back on the lower floor, Gao's squad crouched behind a wall, taking cover. He whispered, "This junkyard area is where the fragmented corpse maiden spawns. Before we do anything, we avoid engaging with the other enemies." Gao led the team forward, moving carefully from cover to cover. His voice stayed low, steady, as he explained the strategy. The more monsters we kill near the dungeon entrance, the more aggressive the ones deeper inside become. So instead of clearing them out, we go straight for the boss. After we take down the first boss, all monsters in the dungeon will enter a berserk state. When that happens, don't fight. Just hide and wait it out. Once the buff wears off, we keep moving. As they reached the junkyard, weaving between rusted cars and broken parts, they spotted their target. The masked woman smiled beneath her veil. With a leader like ours, this dungeon should be a breeze. The archer snapped back, quiet. "Look, over there. Is that the boss?" At that moment, the system issued a warning. Mid-level, 2 mutant, fragmented corpse, maiden approaching. Atop a pile of crushed vehicles stood a towering, muscular woman bathed in a red aura. Her hair flowed wildly, but her body was riddled with holes. Her crimson eyes glowed with an eerie light, and her rotting teeth dripped blood as she clutched a human skull in her hands. "She's seen us. No time to wait. Let's move," someone shouted. "I'm defensive. I'll draw her attention. The rest of you go." Gao barked, stepping to the front with his shield raised. "I'll take the lead," said the archer, knocking his arrows as the 2 psychic users flanked him. The last fighter, claws and blades at the ready, called out, "Leader, shift right a bit, or you might get caught in my swings." They launched their attacks, all aimed at the boss. Gao stayed planted, shielding the group as the pressure mounted. "Now's my chance," he thought, smirking. He stepped back slightly, then released the ghost. It shot upward, paused in midair, and then dropped like a predator. It landed directly on the archer. "Leader, what's happening?" Before he could react, the ghost clamped down on his head, devouring it in one savage bite. "Why did the boss target us?" the other shouted in panic. Feigning innocence, Gao replied, "Sorry, I lost control." But the archer was already dead. His twisted body collapsed in a pool of blood. Gao stood firm again, raising his shield as if nothing had happened. "All right, everything's under control. Keep attacking." Meanwhile, atop the academy roof, Yi Ning scanned the area. The Butcher Mutant should be here. So where is he? He checked the mission log and froze. Wait, the Butcher Mutant mission's gone? I didn't accept it. So who did? Back in the junkyard, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield. From the smoke, something emerged, its sword dragging across the ground, sending sparks flying. Everyone stared in horror as a monstrous figure stepped into view. A towering mutant, dragging a giant blade, its head shaped like a jagged pyramid of steel. It looked like something straight out of a nightmare. The awakened ones stood frozen, their voices trembling. "Is that the Butcher Mutant?" The second boss had arrived. With a massive swing, the mutant's colossal sword tore through everything in sight. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. Why are you here?" someone cried out in shock. Amidst the chaos, Gao grinned, eyes gleaming with malice. "Because I secretly took the mission. As a defensive awakened, I'm never the one dealing heavy damage. It's tough to get good loot through normal clears. But if the others die and the boss is left barely breathing, I can land the final hit. Even with a low score, that's enough for a rare piece of gear." Still standing tall, Gao suddenly pointed and shouted. "Who accepted the mission? Was it that level 0 who ran off earlier?" He kicked the ghost beside him in frustration. "Damn it, the guy's trying to get us killed." Someone cursed, backing away in fear. But Gao pressed forward, running toward the Butcher Mutant with his shield raised. Gao Yun won't lose to that brat. Come on, let's go." Channeling energy into his arm, he prepared to launch an attack. He turned back to the group. Don't worry about anything. Just do your best. Still oblivious to his betrayal, the team echoed back. Yes, leader. The black-haired woman flushed slightly, whispering, Leader, you're so kind. From high above, Yi Ning watched the madness unfold from atop the wall. He quickly pieced it all together. So, try to pin this on me and grab the reward for yourself? Not a bad scheme. Too bad you picked the wrong target. He opened his system panel. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. Suddenly, 2 additional missions lit up on his screen. He accepted them both. 2 monstrous figures appeared near him. One with a skeletal, demonic form, and another like a massive worm with 3 glaring eyes. Unsheathing his dagger, Yi Ning smiled. What are you waiting for? Come play. The bosses let out a guttural roar and charged at him. With perfect timing, Yi Ning jumped, free-falling from the rooftop, chasing me in berserk mode. Huh? Good. Down in the junkyard, Gao sensed something and looked up, only to see Yi Ning plummeting from the sky with the 2 bosses hot on his trail. The awakened below were being overwhelmed. Tentacles from the hidden monsters wrapped around their limbs and mouths, muffling their screams and snapping bones like twigs. Gao froze. Sweat poured down his face. What is this? A hand landed on his shoulder. He turned. Yi Ning was standing beside him, smiling. Didn't you want to play? Well, let's play, with all 4 bosses. Gao backed away, terrified. Why you? You accepted all the missions. Yi Ning's grin widened. What kind of scapegoat would I be if I didn't go all the way? Panicked, Gao stumbled back. You're insane. I was going to play them all, wait out the last 3 hours, then finish off the boss and take the reward. But this damn level 0 ruined everything. Gao suddenly turned and bolted. Everyone, follow your leader. Run. Get to the rooftop, he shouted. Confused, the entire group hesitated. Even the bosses paused for a moment, thrown off by the sudden shift. So, they're all gathering inside the school now. Makes things easier for me, Yi Ning thought as he watched Gao lead the panicked awakened into the building. Once inside, they slammed the door shut. But as they looked out into the courtyard, they froze. Yi Ning stood there completely calm. You damn level 0. You're fast, I'll give you that, one of them snarled. If you want to die, I'll gladly help you. Just don't drag us down with you. A blonde awakened, wearing a headband, drew his twin swords. Eyes blazing with fury, he lunged straight at Yi Ning. But Yi Ning didn't flinch. He took a single step to the side, and the attack missed completely. The blonde staggered past, eyes wide in disbelief. What how? How did a level 0 dodge my strike? That's impossible. Yi Ning didn't even glance at him. He turned to Gao and addressed him loud enough for everyone to hear. Your friend, was he killed by the butcher mutant? Because I didn't take that mission. The room fell silent. The others started to piece it together. You let the fragmented corpse maiden kill Zhang Tao on purpose. You used us as bait, so you could take all the rewards for yourself. Gao broke into a cold sweat as the group began surrounding him, their expressions filled with anger and betrayal. He tried to regain control. Wait. This isn't the time to fight amongst ourselves. That guy, he accepted all the boss missions. The mutants are coming for us. If we don't defend this building, we're done for. A woman spoke up, eyes wide with panic. Defend? Against 4 level 2 mutants? One of them is the Lord of Corpses. He's already at peak level 2. One of the warriors snapped. Shut it. This building won't go down unless a level 3 shows up. And except for that fragmented corpse woman, the other 3 are too big to even fit through the halls. They can only climb from the outside. Outside, the ground trembled. The mutants had started scaling the building, fast. Hammer raised, one of the awakened shouted, We'll split into 2 teams. One holds the windows and rooftops, stop the ranged attacks from the 3 big ones. The other holds the entrance, brace for the corpse maiden and the incoming zombie horde. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Disfigured mutants came flooding in. Spinning his hammer and roaring, the awakened charged forward, his body glowing with energy. If we make it out of this alive, I swear I'm crushing Gao Yun and that damned level 0 with my own hands. Yi Ning, standing calmly behind, turned his head and said, If you want to survive, you'd better hold out to the very end. From above and below, the bosses descended, each unleashing their ultimate moves. Flame explosion, relentless impact. I strike. Balls of fire and shards of ice lit up the battlefield, chaos erupting as their hands glowed with power, and the real battle for survival began. They unleashed everything they had, pouring every ounce of strength into stopping the advancing bosses. The impact rocked the building. Dust exploded into the air, stones shattered and scattered across the floor. But as the dust settled, the bosses stood tall, unharmed. They're not even scratched, someone whispered, frozen in disbelief. All of us, and we still couldn't stop them. Roars echoed as more grotesque mutants closed in, their jaws gaping, eyes wild. The awakened try to hold their ground, but one thought kept creeping into their minds. No, my energy's almost gone. I can't hold out. Shield raised, but spirit broken. Gao muttered under his breath. It's over. This time, we're really finished. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos, calm, but full of intent. Yi Ning, standing at the parapet of the building, wind whipping around him, turned with a faint smile. Everything's ready. He glanced back at the stunned group. If you want to live, jump with me. Everyone stared. What? Did he just say jump? Then Yi Ning leaped. No way, he really jumped. Damn, he's lost it. Crazy coward trash, someone spat. But midair, Yi Ning twisted into a clean backflip, then activated his ability. Blue lightning surged around him, crackling through the sky with a deafening hum. A wave of power exploded outward, stopping even the wind for a second. The pressure was overwhelming. From below, the woman gasped. That force, it's incredible. The level 0 got away. With that power, another shouted. How is this even possible? Gao asked, eyes wide in shock. The one with the hammer suddenly shouted. We're gonna die if we stay here anyway. Let's take a chance, follow him. Without waiting, he sprinted toward the ledge and leapt. One by one, the awakened followed, diving after Yi Ning. Gao stood frozen, trembling. Thoughts raced through his mind. If I jump, I could die a worse death, but if I stay, maybe I'll survive. I'm defensive. I can take it. From above, Yi Ning looked down at the motionless Gao, now alone in a sea of mutants. You're right not to jump, Gao Yun. He raised his dagger. Sword storm. A massive wave of raw blue lightning burst from the sky, slamming directly into the building. The blast tore through everything. Gao's shield shattered instantly, and the blinding light consumed the air around him. This is... Gao cried out, his voice lost in the storm. Below, the bosses were obliterated one by one, vaporized by the sheer force of the attack. The group barely held on as the ground quaked and the wind roared. Is this really a level 0? One of them muttered, holding on to debris for dear life. As the lightning faded, Yi Ning landed gracefully on the ground, dust settling around him. He gave a small wave. You all okay? The boy with the headband dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Master, I didn't realize. I spoke to you so rudely before. Please forgive me. The hammer-wielding awakened approached, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. About that 0-level dog thing I said earlier. Yeah, that wasn't about you. Yi Ning waved it off casually. Don't worry about it. He looked around, then added, Now, can you handle rounding up the rest of the escaped zombies? Without hesitation, the group bowed. Yes, sir. And with that, Yi Ning turned, leapt from the rubble, and walked away. It's time to go. Everyone watched in stunned silence, especially those who definitely didn't have an active gaydar. The archer's face turned red as he touched his chin, voice soft and hesitant. He's handsome, strong, and young. The girls whipped around, glaring at him in disbelief. Seriously, big brother? That's your type. Let's just go. Meanwhile, Yi Ning landed lightly on the ground, his eyes scanning the area. In my past life, I heard a rumor. The fragmented corpse maiden hides a piece of blue-grade equipment. Her skull, the skull itself. He looked around. The battlefield was huge. Finding it wouldn't be easy. Then, off in the distance, something flickered. A faint, glowing blue light. There. He moved toward it. As soon as he touched it, the system spoke. Blue equipment obtained. Skull of resentment. Effect. Psychic control. Psychic examination. Instructions. Place on forehead to activate. Yi Ning smirked. Perfect. This is made for the psychic system. The reason psychics are underestimated is simple. They lack visual, explosive power like the others. He placed the skull on his forehead. But with this buff, that's about to change. Soft blue lights danced from his palms. Then suddenly, a surge. A flood of power rushed into his mind, his eyes turning into glowing orbs of deep, light blue. He staggered slightly as the energy poured through his body. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as the raw force overloaded his system. Until, finally, he adapted. Raising his head, his gaze now burning with blue fire, he focused. Psychic control. A nearby stone lifted into the air, without a single hand movement. Only his eyes. Next, he tested the infamous cursed speech technique. Break. The stone shattered into 1,000 shards. He lifted a hand. Hold. The fragments froze midair, each one suspended exactly where it had broken. Then, advance. The shards launched downward in a deadly barrage, piercing the ground below and leaving a cratered impact zone. Yi Ning observed quietly. Not bad. And this is just the beginning. Once I level up, the psychic system will show its true power. He touched his forehead with 2 glowing fingers, channeling his next skill. Psychic examination. His eyes closed as a pulse of blue fire circled his head. Then, data appeared before him. Nearby awakened, their positions, outlines, even images. Clear and detailed. Looks like the current range is around 29 meters. That'll do for now. Just then, a final system announcement arrived. All zombies in the Academy of the Dead have been eliminated. All dungeon missions complete. Exit unlocked. Upon exit, rewards will be calculated based on overall performance. Yining stepped through the gate and was transported out. More notifications followed. Dungeon completed by Yining. Completion rate, 100%. Dungeon rank, SSS. Looking through the list of rewards, he nodded in approval. Not bad. The rewards are generous, and I can flip all the white gear online for a solid profit. And then, the moment finally arrived. The system notification popped up. You've reached peak level 1. Please select your level up mission immediately. Yining didn't waste a second. Before picking the mission, let's see what this blue gear gives me. A swirling black vortex materialized in front of him. From it, he pulled out the thunderboots. Inspecting them closely, he muttered, 10 more points to agility? Am I becoming an agility type awakened? All right then, boots on. Let's get moving to the level 2 mission. Yining wasn't the type to waste time sleaze-ziping. Without delay, he headed straight into the next phase, the Celestial Wind mission, Central District Night. At the central building, he was greeted by a receptionist. Welcome. What mission are you here for? Level up mission, he said flatly. Still yawning, the girl replied, going from level 0 to 1, right? Yining opened the mission menu and said, without hesitation, I want all 4 level 2 missions. The receptionist blinked, stunned. Wait, what? All 4? Are you out of your mind? Or am I dreaming? Aren't you still level 0? She chuckled awkwardly while checking his profile. Looks like you're the one dreaming. You can't just skip levels like that. And taking all 4 at once? What are you trying to do, Die? Only dual system awakened even try that, and regulars like you take 1 mission at a time. You do know the penalty for failing, right? Without responding, Yining walked over and touched the blue classification sphere. Calmly, he recited, fail a mission and I lose 50% of my main stat points. Fail them all, and I'm finished. Maybe even dead. I'll take the risk. He began channeling power into the orb. Boom! A blinding blue burst exploded outward. The girl stumbled back, shielding herself from the shockwave. The sphere cracked. The system confirmed. Peak level 1 achieved. Yining stared into her stunned eyes. Can I take them now? Shaken, she nodded. Why yes. That's when someone new appeared. Well, if it isn't the famous SS level talent, Yining. Yining turned around. A man wearing a cap and cape stood before him. Shirtless, muscles on full display. It's late, and you're still here, grinding missions? What's the point? No matter how hard you push, your psychic system won't get you far, the man said. It was Huang Xiao, captain of the Celestial Wind's Safe Zones Investigation Unit. The receptionist flailed her arms nervously. Captain, wait. Senior Yining is actually. Before she could finish, a team of young operatives showed up, standing at attention. Reporting in, sir. All present. Captain Huang Xiao turned to them and barked. Level 3 battle traces have been discovered at the Academy of the Dead. The higher-ups have issued an urgent command. This is an emergency investigation. Stay sharp. Let's move out. Yining stood quietly off to the side, watching the squad assemble with keen interest. After all, they were hunting the aftermath of his own handiwork. Once this place had been a zoo. Now, it was a graveyard crawling with death. Corpses littered the grounds, and overhead, crows and vultures circled, waiting for their next feast. The team moved forward in silence, following the commander as he strode toward the rusted gates. One student finally spoke up. Commander, why aren't we teaming up with Celestial Wind Safe Zone? Lately, they've been dispatching troops everywhere, like they're hunting something. Could they be after the same target as us? The man in front, Hong Zhongbin, a level 3 awakened, didn't slow his pace. He was tall, broad, and carried a massive spear. A long scar marked the side of his face. Maybe, he said bluntly, but that's not our concern. My son, Hong Xing, just got into the program. I'm just trying to get him some blue-grade gear. That's all. He paused, then added, Celestial Wind's already been tossed aside by the higher-ups. All because of that SS rank freak, Yining. A bit of power, and the place started crumbling from the inside. Right now, they're weaker than ever. He glanced at one of his men. Isn't this the perfect time to move? Yes, Commander, the soldier replied with a smirk. Hong Zhongbin looked ahead. But tell me, are we sure about the intel? Is there really a peak level 2 mutant here, about to evolve in a level 3? I'm not here for a sightseeing tour. No doubt about it. Another soldier replied confidently. The corpse tiger's here, and if we kill it, it should drop blue equipment. Excellent. The commander grinned. Let's go. As they passed through the gates, he gave one clear order. Keep the other monsters away. I'll take the corpse tiger myself. Yes, Commander, the team shouted in unison. From a rooftop nearby, Yining watched silently, analyzing the terrain. 2 of my level-up missions are in this area, he thought. If I play it right, I can handle both at once. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated his psychic vision. His field of view expanded, until he spotted the group closing in, led by a powerful presence. Damn, someone else is here, and they've brought a level 3 with them. Suddenly, the commander turned and looked straight in his direction. Yining froze, then quickly deactivated his ability. Shit, he almost sensed me. This just got a lot harder. If they kill the target first, I'm done. Without wasting another second, he jumped from the building. This can't happen. I have to move. Now. Meanwhile, the students encountered their first threat, 2 massive beasts standing in their way. One was a 2-headed hound with hulking limbs, the other a towering bear dripping with menace. It's the corpse dog and the bloodthirsty bear, one of them shouted. Form up, the archer captain barked. Fight solo. Do not let them near the commander. We just need to stall them. The team spread out, drawing the beasts away. Hey, ugly. You want bones? One awakened taunted, banging his shield to provoke the dog. Aru and I will handle the corpse dog. Another said, cold mist forming in his hand. You take down the bear. A tremor rippled through the ground. The air grew heavier. Vision wavered, distorted by the overwhelming pressure. Commander Hong Zhongbin narrowed his eyes. This aura, it's strong. Could it be the corpse tiger? Behind him, the beast finally showed itself. A massive tiger with blood-red fur and blazing eyes that burned like fire. Right on time, the commander muttered with a grin, blue energy flaring around him. He dropped into a stance, spear ready, just as the tiger charged forward, roaring with its jaws wide and crimson eyes locked onto him. From a distance, Yining observed quietly. So the level 3's really here for the corpse tiger's blue gear. I need to finish my mission too. He narrowed his eyes. I want that equipment as badly as anyone, but it wouldn't be right to steal his kill. Fighting a level 3 head-on? That's suicide. Still, his gaze swept across the battlefield. The monsters were spread out, too far apart. I only get 1 shot to use the Celestial Rift. If I'm off by even a second, everything could fall apart. I have to wait for the perfect moment. Down below, the tiger lunged with deadly force. Commander Hong Zhongbin held his ground, spear spinning. He summoned swirling tornadoes to clash against the beast's charge. The 2 forces collided, wind against muscle, steel against claw. The ground quaked. Explosions of light and sound burst through the air, sending clouds of dust flying. Yining shielded his face. He's strong, no doubt about it. A dual type, strength and speed. Hong Zhongbin didn't let up. He raised his spear and unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. Bolts surged through the air and slammed into the tiger's body, forcing a deafening roar from the creature. Electricity danced across its frame before exploding in a flash. Using the momentum, Hong Zhongbin launched himself backward. The tiger stumbled, but quickly retaliated, its giant paw slamming into the commander and throwing him sideways. He hit the ground hard. Blood trickled from his lips. The signs of where we're showing now. Just as I thought, he muttered. A near level 3 beast, full of power. No way I'm winning this without pulling out all the stops. Planting his feet, he gathered every ounce of energy into his spear. Wild flames, he roared. His eyes lit up with a fierce neon blue glow as he charged. The spear cut through the air like fire itself. The slash ignited in a burst of blue flames, slicing into the tiger and engulfing it in a roaring inferno. The beast let out one final cry before crashing to the ground. Paws up, its body consumed by fire. Panting heavily, the commander leaned on his spear. It's done, he breathed. Elsewhere, his team was still locked in battle, but as soon as they saw the fight was over, the word spread like wildfire. The commander did it, one shouted. Fall back, we're done here. I'll cover the retreat, yelled another, backing away from the bloodthirsty bear. Near the 2-headed dog, Aura shouted while dodging its bite. Hurry and find the commander. And from behind her shield, one of the awakened barked, Stop chasing me, mutt. This sister's out, hidden among the trees. Yining watched the team regroup and nodded to himself. This distance is perfect. Time to move. He was just about to strike when something shifted in the air. His eyes widened. No, the corpse tiger. It's already hit level 3. Down on the battlefield, all eyes turned in horror. The massive beast, cloaked in a crimson aura, slowly rose from the ground. Murderous energy pulsed from its body as red dust swirled around it like a storm. The group froze. They're in danger now, Yining thought grimly as the surrounding beasts began closing in on the weakened squad. He drew his dagger and whispered, Celestial Rift. With one swift motion, a brilliant line of light tore through the air. It struck with deadly precision, cutting through multiple monsters in a single slash. Commander Hong Zhongbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the wave of power sweep across the battlefield. What kind of ability was that, he thought. This isn't just strong, it's intermediate level 3. High level 3. Right before his eyes, two monstrous creatures collapsed, split cleanly in half. Dust and debris swirled violently, shrouding everything in a haze. "Oh, who did that?" someone shouted. As the dust settled, a shocking sight came into view. The corpse tiger's body now lay beside the commander, unmoving. One of Hong Zhongbin's subordinates gasped. "Commander, the corpse tiger, our corpse tiger." "Stop yelling," Hong Zhongbin barked. "I can see it." His fists clenched, rage bubbling inside him. "Someone stole my kill. Someone stronger than me. I can't take them head on. Not now. I need answers. I'll report to Commander Xiao at Celestial Wind." Meanwhile, Yining silently dropped down from the top of the zoo wall, already making his retreat. He stayed hidden, slipping away without a sound. A chime echoed in his mind. The system had logged his rewards. He opened the panel and checked the new item, Tiger Resentment Gloves. Landing lightly on the ground, he scanned the stats. "These are incredible," he murmured with a grin. No wonder that level 3 commander wanted them so badly. He slid the gloves on, feeling the energy course through them as they activated. With no time to waste, he continued on his path. Elsewhere, inside the Celestial Wind Safe Zone's investigation unit, Captain Huang Xiao leaned back in his chair, yawning. "Damn it, I spent the whole night checking out that corpse academy," he grumbled. Just like in the wild forest, no sign of this mystery level 3. Who the hell is this guy? Suddenly, an assistant burst into the room, clearly panicked. "Captain, right after our team left the area, we detected 2 level 3 psychic energy spikes in Corpse Paradise." Huang Xiao jumped up and slammed the desk with both hands. "2? Again? Are you telling me we've stumbled onto a level 3 nest?" Captain Huang Xiao threw on his cape and began walking briskly, adjusting his cap with a sharp tug. "Sound the alert. Wake everyone up and gather them now," he ordered. "If we don't find something soon, Commander Xiao will have our heads when he gets back." "Yes, Captain," his subordinate responded, sprinting off to relay the command. But before they could even act, a shout echoed up from below. "Xiao, get out here!" It was Commander Hong Zhongbin, his massive spear planted firmly on the ground, flanked by 2 of his men. His voice cut through the air like a blade. "Isn't that Commander Hong from Zhanzhenjiang?" someone whispered. As Huang Xiao approached, he called out, "Commander Xiao is currently at the front lines. Why are you so worked up this early?" Hong Zhongbin scowled. "And who exactly are you supposed to be? Can I even talk to you?" "I'm Huang Xiao," Hong said smoothly, captain of the Celestial Wind Investigation Unit. "One of Commander Zhao's best men. Since he's not here, you can speak to me. I might be able to help, if it's within reason." He offered a smug smile, clearly underestimating Hong Zhongbin's fury. Hong Zhongbin stepped forward, voice rising. "This morning, I went to Corpse Paradise to take down the corpse tiger. I fought for it, to get blue gear for my son. But just when I had it, a level 3 from your region swooped in and stole the kill." Hong's expression shifted slightly. "Corpse Paradise?" he thought. "That must be one of the 2 energy signals we detected earlier." Hong Zhongbin jabbed a finger into Hong's face. "I'm telling you, a level 3 from your zone has no manners. They just robbed me like a thief. You get that?" Hong calmly pushed Hong Zhongbin's hand aside, his smirk never leaving. "Commander Hong, surely you're joking. Everyone knows we only have 1 level 3 in Celestial Wind, and that's Commander Xiao." Hong Zhongbin scoffed. "I knew talking to you would be useless. I'll take it up with your commander directly at the defense line. Let's move." With that, he turned and stormed off, his men trailing behind. Hong frowned as he watched them go. "This is serious. I need to report this." He quickly contacted Commander Xiao. "Say that again." Zhao's voice came through the line, sharp. "Celestial Wind might have another unknown level 3, and they stole a kill from Hong Zhongbin." Gritting his teeth, Xiao responded, "Whether it's 1 or more, unknown level 3s in our territory are a major threat. Don't waste time. Investigate, thoroughly, quietly. No panic." "Yes, Commander," Hong said. "I'll track the equipment sales in the area immediately." Elsewhere, at the Youth Education Center, Yining sat casually, snacking as he reviewed his mission list. 2 left, Wind, Eagle, and Survival. Once they're done, I can level up. He paused to think. Wind, Eagle wings, not impossible. Rare but low tier. If someone finds them and doesn't need them, they'll probably sell. Still chewing, he sent out a message requesting to buy the wings. A reply came quickly. "Hey, looking for Wind, Eagle wings? How many do you want? I can get them for you." Yining read the message and frowned slightly. This guy doesn't seem too trustworthy, he thought. But I don't have time to drag this out. He responded promptly. "All right then. Fixed price, 800. On the other side, the boy read the offer, stunned. 800? That's more than a level 1 earns in a year. He must really want them. Determined to negotiate, the boy fired back. 900 no 1,000. I worked hard for this." Still snacking, Yining raised an eyebrow. This kid's really pushing it. He must have found them by accident. He calmly typed out his response. "You're level 1, right? What are you even doing with a wind eagle? You probably picked it up off the ground. And now you want to play games with me? I was in a rush, but not anymore. If you're not serious, keep it. The boy panicked and quickly bowed his head, sending a flurry of messages. Okay, 800 it is. Please don't leave. Let's settle it. Yining leaned back and said coldly, a man shouldn't let greed blind him. Yining typed his final message. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'll only offer 400. If you won't sell, someone else will. Cornered and out of options, the boy gave in, tears in his eyes. Fine done. As the wind stirred around him, Yining held the feather in his hand, eyes back on his mission tracker. Only one left, the Youth Education Center dungeon. Unlike other combat dungeons, this one was different. No one had ever earned an SSS rank. Not because of the fights, but because the test wasn't physical. It was entirely psychic. Standing at the building's edge, the system prompted him. Do you wish to enter the Youth Education Center dungeon? Yes, he replied instantly. A red light enveloped him, and just before he vanished, he muttered, let's see how far I can push my limits. The moment Yining entered, he noticed the sky had changed. It wasn't blue. It wasn't day or night. It was blood red. As he scanned the eerie landscape, he realized he wasn't alone. All around him, others were slowly trying to get up. Ow, my head, groaned Huang Xia, a girl with light hair and a lilac coat, struggling to sit upright. Nearby, a boy named Feng Yuan quietly pushed himself off the ground. This teleportation feels completely different, commented Liang Tengfei, already standing and shaking off the daze. A middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and stepped forward confidently. Everyone, I'm Li Jiping. I've reached peak level 1 in the willpower system. I assume you're all from the same system. He looked around the group. The air was thick with red mist, giving the place a horror movie vibe, unnerving and unnatural. Big bro, what kind of question is that? Liang replied. Of course we're from the willpower system. No one else would take this kind of leveling mission. Yeah, another chimed in. Our system is practically useless in combat. We couldn't take down a mutant, even if we all teamed up. Wang opened his mouth to say something, but Li Jiping cut in, raising his hands with an awkward smile. You're not wrong, kids. We're weak in battle. But this dungeon isn't about strength. It's about willpower. That gives us a real chance here. He adjusted his glasses again, more confident this time. I've been through 2 dungeons like this before. If you're all okay with it, I'll lead the team. Uncle Yining has experience? That's great news, Huang said enthusiastically. Li Jiping turned, looking at the boy who had remained silent the entire time. And you, the quiet one, any objections? Yining gave a cool, indifferent smile. None. I'm just in a hurry. Can we start already? The system chimed in. Mission triggered. Find and seal the hidden ghost in Manhwa High School. Mission hints. 1. Identify the ghost location. 2. Do not believe any lies. 3. If the sealing amulet misses the ghost, the mission will fail and result in instant elimination. Liang trembled. A ghost? Those are real. The others immediately huddled behind him. Li Jiping calmly read the mission details aloud. Don't panic. It's called a ghost, but it's really just a person's willpower contaminated by psychic energy at the moment of death. It's still part of the willpower attribute. These things are dangerous. They can't be harmed physically, and they can control others' willpower. He looked around at the group. Our first step is to search the building for clues. If anyone finds the ghost, don't try to fight it. Run, then call for help. I have a way to seal it. As the group prepared to move out, Huang smiled and added, Uncle Yining really knows his stuff. I'm glad you're here. Yining nodded firmly. We need to check the classroom, the archive, and the teacher's room. Let's split into 3 groups. Miss, you're with me. You're not as strong. Tengfei, pair up with Feng Yuan. Yining, you go alone. If anyone finds something, share it right away. No secrets. Yining headed straight for the archive. He combed through the room carefully, flashlight in hand. Kneeling on the floor, he muttered, There's barely anything here. Just a few scraps of newspaper. He picked one up. A torn clipping read. Professor Tao suspected of harassing Wang Feng and Wang, who later committed suicide. Suddenly, a dark presence loomed above. A twisted figure with long black hair and glowing red eyes clung to the ceiling, staring down at him. She lunged, screaming. The room filled with a chilling screech. Yining didn't flinch. He looked up and thought, a female ghost? Could that be Wang Feng? Without hesitation, he crouched again and activated his power. Purple rays burst out, lighting up the room. Complete willpower, transformation of willpower, he shouted. The energy surrounded him and surged toward the ghost. She fled, vanishing through the window, shattering the glass behind her. Was that a test? Or did she run? Yining thought as he stepped toward the broken window. Then, messages popped up in the mission group chat. Huang Xia typed, Uncle Yining and I found an old report. A fire broke out in the teacher's dorm a year ago. Several teachers died. Liang Tungfei added. There's a contract. Wang Fang's family demanded compensation for psychological trauma. Only their signature is on it. Fang Yuan chimed in. After the fire, Taoist priests were called in. The school had them seal the place with amulets. Yining replied. I found evidence of an assault from a year ago. The victim was Wang Fang. She's believed to have taken her life. The suspect? Professor Tao. Yining, flashlight in hand, stood next to Wang. After reading the updates, he declared, it all adds up. Wang Fang was assaulted. Her family pushed for justice, but got nothing. After her death, she returned as a vengeful spirit. She caused a fire, and priests sealed her afterward. But now, the amulet seal is broken. Our mission is to find and restore it. Huangxia, notify everyone. We're regrouping in room 201, the dorm where the fire began. The amulet must be there. Yining paused, eyebrows furrowed. That conclusion a little too neat. How do you know it's room 201? Liang spoke up. Uncle Yining's right. The ghost is Wang Fang. Let's go find her. Behind him, Fang clung to Fei, shaking. Suddenly, he let out a scream. Big bro Fei, something's following us. Liang turned pale. Run. It's Wang Fang. They bolted, yelling, Uncle Yining, help. Back at the dormitory, the others had already arrived. Yining looked around. They're not here yet. I'll wait outside. You too, go search for the amulet. Huang stepped forward. The iron doors jammed. I'll try using my willpower. Before she could act, Yining strode past and kicked the door clean off its hinges. It clattered aside. They exchanged stunned glances. That power. Is he from the willpower system? Inside, Yining said flatly, this works better. Hong crouched and picked up a talisman. Smiling, she called out, Uncle Yining, we found the amulet. Yining pointed his flashlight at her, scanning the room carefully. Quietly, he thought to himself, a human-shaped trail. The amulet must have dropped in the teacher's dorm. He turned to Hong. Hey, did any of your clues mention the teacher who died in that room? Hong shook her head. No. What? Before she could finish, two figures burst in, panicked and breathless, screaming, Uncle Yining, help us. The ghost's right behind us. Fang suddenly stumbled. The ghost reached out, brushing his shoulder. He let out a desperate cry as the spirit shrieked with a chilling, tormented sound. Help me, he screamed, then went silent. The ghost surged into him, pouring through his mouth like smoke. Fang Yuan, Liang shouted, watching in horror as his friend transformed. Razor-sharp teeth, claws, double irises, and hollow black eyes. Possessed, Liang gasped, stunned. Fang lunged, sinking his teeth into Liang's shoulder. Chaos erupted. Yining stepped forward, cloaked in a red aura. The ghost taken over Fang Yuan. I'll handle him. You, get that amulet ready. We need to seal it now. Hong cracked a smile and snapped her fingers. I'm on it. Yining raised the talisman. Amulet, activate. Red chains shot out from Yining's back, wrapping around Fang's body. Willpower restriction. Yining yelled as Fang snarled and thrashed. Hurry, I can't hold him for long. Yining shouted, struggling to keep control. Here goes nothing, Yining said, smirking. Professor Tao. He slapped the talisman onto Yining's back. Blue flames flickered from it. Yining turned, sweat dripping, face twisted in rage. You idiot. You stuck in the wrong spot. If you waste it now, we're all dead. But Yining stayed calm. Really? Then why is Fang Yuan unconscious on the floor? He asked, pointing at Fang's body. Huang looked over, eyes wide. Fang was lying still, knocked out. Wait, Uncle Yining got sealed, and Fang collapsed? Then, she paused, disbelief washing over her. Could Uncle Yining be? Yining stepped forward. Professor Tao, you disguised yourself. Then you used your willpower to mimic a ghost, trying to test our strength and throw us off. You came after me first, but realized I wouldn't go down easily. So you went after Fang Yuan, someone with weaker willpower. You made it look like he was possessed, but it wasn't possession. It was your own willpower controlling him. He continued, voice sharp. You faked a fight with the ghost, made a show of trying to seal Fang Yuan. You used the chaos to sabotage the mission and get the system to eliminate us one by one. Huang dropped to the floor, head bowed, trying to process it all. If what you're saying is true, then if I had thrown the talisman at Fang Yuan. She looked up, shaken. We'd all be dead right now. Yining raised his hand, summoning glowing spheres of energy that hovered above his palm. Your power's sealed, he said coldly. Enough games. Show me who you really are. With a flick, the spheres shot forward, slamming into Yining and tearing through him with sharp, precise impact. The old man arched back as a dark aura erupted from his body. His skin blistered, cracked, and melted away, leaving behind a charred husk of what he once was. A voice like grinding rust creaked out of him. My disguise was flawless. How did you see through it? Yining's tone was flat, dismissive. You've been sealed. Mission's done. Why should I explain anything? but the ghost just smiled, darker energy leaking from his form. Heh, you didn't know, did you? There's a hidden mission in this dungeon. Without completing it, forget about that SSS rating. Yining blinked. A hidden mission? The creature's brittle skin stretched as it spoke. That's right. It's why no one's ever scored SSS here. The hidden mission is to make me vanish on my own. It leaned forward, voice low and cunning. Tell me how you figured out I was the ghost, and I'll let you complete it. Yining stood still, arms crossed, thinking it through. Back in the Academy of the Dead dungeon. I wouldn't have found the hidden mission if I didn't know about it from my past life. I was too tied up with military tasks and never got clearance for high-level dungeons like this. He looked at the ghost and said calmly, "Maybe I'll believe you. But first, you need to tell me why you even care to know." The creature's eyes glimmered as it replied, "Because once you awaken intelligence, everything changes. When the dungeon resets, I keep my memories. Next time, I'll fix my flaws, improve the disguise, and take out even more awakened ones." Wang's face went pale. Intelligence? That doesn't exist in solo-level dungeons. If that's true, this isn't just a standard dungeon anymore. This would be B rank or higher. That's a system-breaking glitch. The ghost grinned wide. Exactly. So will you tell me now? Yining let out a breath and gestured. It's actually pretty simple. He began explaining. First, one of the mission clues said not to believe lies. But the ghost, this so-called female spirit, never said a word. That was your slip. Second, you never once used a group chat. That told me you weren't linked to the system like the rest of us. Third, the clue only mentioned Wang Fong allegedly committing suicide. It left her fate vague. But your connection as the professor? That was clear. And finally, if we were really meant to seal Wang Fong, the amulet should be in her grave, not in your dorm. Yining stepped closer, his voice sharper. So here's my guess. You assaulted her. She tried to take her own life, but survived and ended up in a psychiatric ward. With no legal action taken, you stayed hidden. And now, here we are. The family tried to get compensation from school, but failed, Yining continued. So they retaliated. They set the fire. After that, your willpower was tainted. That's when the haunting began, not before. The school brought in Taoist priests to seal you afterward. Huang's jaw dropped. Yining's right. We believed everything Li Zhiping told us. Not once did we question him. She thought back. How he remained so calm, even after encountering the female ghost. How strong is his willpower? Is he really just first level in the willpower system? With a twisted grin and cracked skin, Tao let out a low laugh. You've got most of it right, but not all. First, the female ghost might not speak until she's sealed. Second, maybe I didn't message the group because I was focused on gathering clues. I even had Huang Xia help me. Third, Wang Fong's suicide and the appearance of the ghost. That was the perfect setup. And lastly, if the dorm is where the harassment happened, of course the ghost would linger there. Yining smirked. Fair enough. That wouldn't be enough to convince anyone. But like the clues said, we shouldn't believe lies. So I saved the most important part for the end. He raised a hand, gesturing calmly. If you want to know, disappear now. I'll tell you in the last few seconds. The ghost chuckled, entertained. Impressive, Yining. Fine. I'll vanish. Let's hear it. The spirit began to dissolve, his body fading into the air. Hurry, he muttered as only his head remained. Yining stared him down. The most vital thing. Say it, you bastard. The ghost howled now, just a floating mouth. Yining grinned, voice smooth as ice. The most vital thing is that I was just guessing. The ghost had only a moment to curse his name before vanishing completely. Still in shock, Huang looked at him. A guess? You fooled that ghost with a bluff. Yining turned toward the exit. No time to talk. We're done here. But she wasn't satisfied. Seriously, was it just a guess? Yining let out a laugh. Of course not. His biggest mistake was saying the talisman was in dormitory 201. No clues ever pointed to that. Only the ghost could have known it. That's how I knew. But why would I tell him that? The icy look in his eyes as he said it made Huang shiver. You're scarier than the ghost, she whispered. But incredible. Without you, I never would have made it out. They left the dungeon, and the system rewards popped up. Yining received a glowing purple bracelet, the soul bead. It blocked psychic attacks and neutralized fatal damage once. Perfect. This'll save my life one day, he thought, slipping it onto his wrist. Later that night, in the Celestial Wind safe zone, Yining arrived at the mission center. The receptionist glanced up as he approached. You're Yining, right? You accepted 4 level-up missions to hit level 2 just last night. Already back. Which one did you finish? Yining didn't answer. He simply slid the documents forward. Her eyes widened in disbelief. All 4, she gasped. You completed all 4? In one day, he calmly replied. Could you please hurry up? Snapping out of it, she quickly processed the missions and handed over the results. Yining earned a total of 7,300 credits. Yining turned with a quiet smile. slipping on his overcoat and strolling out of the center. It hasn't even been a week, and I'm already level 2, he thought proudly. With the sword god system, progression is way faster than in my last life. Behind him, the receptionist watched him leave, unease settling in her chest. That's way too fast. I need to alert the higher-ups. She quickly grabbed the phone to report what she'd seen. Out on the street, Yining checked his stats while walking. Not counting my gear bonus, my base attributes are solid for level 2. But if I want to use that B-rank sword skill I bought, I still need 23 more attribute points. He calculated silently. Until each stat hits 20, I can use psychic fruits to boost them by 1 each. But past 20, it gets harder. Altogether, I'll need at least 35 more points. At 6,000 credits per fruit, that's 210,000 credits total. He revved up his new motorcycle and zipped through the city streets. That kind of money won't come easy. Most of the valuable dungeons in Celestial Wind have already been cleared. The only one left is the Death Factory near the Zhunjiang border. They've got excellent blue-tier gear there. Should sell for a good price. But then, something in the sky made him slow down. A red swirl churned in the clouds. Is that? He stopped and stared, eyes narrowing at the crimson vortex above. A zombie wave signal? In his past life, the global zombie outbreak had erupted a year later. But he remembered now, Celestial Wind had suffered a siege even earlier than that. The first wave here, it should hit next week. I have to warn Commander Xiao. There's no time to lose. Without hesitation, Yining sent a private message to the commander. Somewhere else, Commander Xiao received the alert and paused mid-step, confused as he read. Yining, within a week, Celestial Wind will be hit by a zombie wave. Mobilize your troops immediately to protect the city. He read it aloud, frowning. Yining, zombies? A second message appeared. Tianfeng will be attacked by a massive swarm of zombies in less than a week. You need to prepare defenses immediately. Xiao stood still, staring at the warning, then waved his hand to close the projection. His tone turned cold. Didn't get an S-class treatment, so now he's trying to grab attention? Or maybe he's just weak and paranoid, jumping at shadows. Arms crossed, he muttered to himself. Since the Great War against the zombies 40 years ago, the world's been calm. Most of those monsters are locked inside dead cities. There's no way they get out now. We can't waste our resources on fantasy threats. Our top mission is still uncovering the hidden Third Order in Xinfang. Later, in Tianfeng Safe Zone, Xiao barged into a conference room where 2 men were deep in investigation. Huang Xiao, you said you found leads on the Third Order. Is that true? He asked urgently. The blonde-haired subordinate stood up straight and answered. Yes, Commander. We've identified the most suspicious person, Yining. Xiao took the tablet from him and scanned through the intel, eyes narrowing. Yining, that doesn't make any sense. Huang replied. We didn't want to believe it either. But after a full investigation, the timeline of the Third Order's awakening and activity matches him perfectly. Right after Yining sold the most valuable materials, Huang concluded. And just recently, he bought a spiritual residence. That's not something an ordinary person can afford. Commander Xiao listened intently. Are you telling me Yining is the mysterious Third Order awakened? That's hard to believe. Across the table sat Liao Tian, the representative of the military committee. He looked at Xiao and replied. He only awakened a week ago. Even with an SSS class talent, that kind of progress is unheard of. Take General Zhang, for example. He's a double SS class in strength and agility. With all the backing and resources he's got, he's only just reached the First Order. Liao Tian stood up, slamming his hand on the table. That tells me someone stronger, likely a Third Order, is backing Yining. Xiao met his gaze, processing the logic. That does make sense. The army may not support Yining directly, but other Third Orders could see potential in him. SS-level talents are rare. It's possible someone's quietly grooming him, maybe as part of an experiment. He leaned back in his chair. If that's the case, no need to panic. We just need to identify who this Third Order is and recruit them to our side. Just then, Hong burst into the room, clearly agitated. Commander Xiao, Commissioner Liao, we just got an update from the mission center. Yining has completed 4 Second Order advancement missions. Everyone in the room went still. What? Yining again? For advancement missions? That's impossible. How? Xiao rubbed his chin, eyes sharpening with suspicion. Wait a minute, Liao Tian. Based on your theory, wouldn't that mean a Third Order took Yining along, clear the missions, and let him sweep up the rewards? He leaned forward. If he's only completing these because someone else is doing the work, doesn't that actually prove he isn't a Third Order? Liao Tian faltered. Unless. Xiao stood, cutting him off. Huang Xiao, send 2 men to monitor Yining's residence. I want to know who he's meeting with. Also, deploy teams to scout the abandoned cities near Tianfeng. If there's even a chance of a zombie wave, we need to act before it's too late. Internally, Xiao weighed the odds. If a third order really is backing Yining, maybe they warned him about the outbreak. Either way, I'm not taking chances. Han saluted sharply. Understood, Commander. The meeting adjourned, and as they walked down the hall, Xiao suddenly stopped and turned. Oh, and get a full blue equipment set for Han Gang. Maybe that'll finally shut him up. Late that night, at the border between the safe zones of Tianfeng and Zhenjiang, Yining stood in the shadows of the so-called Death Factory, an abandoned industrial complex shrouded in thick, eerie mist. He checked his status screen. Swordstorm's cooldown is over. Time to move. He opened the dungeon interface, selected the entry option, and confirmed. The system chimed. Entering B-rank dungeon, Death Factory. Minimum level, second order. Participants, 15. Dungeon type, war. Objective, randomized. The dungeon consists of 7 enemy waves. Rewards are given for surviving each wave. After each wave, a 3-minute vote will allow participants to exit. A 70% majority is required to trigger group exit. If not met, all 7 waves must be completed. Yining stepped into the fog, ready for battle. The first wave hits in 5 minutes. Get ready. Surrounding him was a tense crowd, dressed in dark shades, eyes sharp and unfriendly. Yining scanned the group, thinking these people aren't ordinary. They're clearly from the same faction, and there's a third order awakened among them. Standing ahead of him was a girl, Lin Lan. Her black hair was tied up neatly with purple-tipped chopsticks. She's a third order. Something about her feels off, like danger is just around the corner. Suddenly, one of the guys stepped forward and raised his voice. Hey everyone, I'm Zhang Lin, an advanced second order awakened. You all know teamwork is key in a war dungeon. I was thinking of taking charge as team leader, but since we've got a third order, before he could finish, Lin Lan launched forward, her movements a blur. She struck him square in the chest with a fierce kick. The impact knocked the air out of him, blood spraying as he hit the ground. Was that her? Yining watched, stunned. She's insanely fast. With one foot planted firmly on the guy's face, she pinned him down, one hand on her hip like she owned the place. Her voice was cold and commanding. Say one more word and you're dead. Another boy, clearly shaken, dared to speak. What did Zhang Lin even say wrong? Why are you attacking him? Third order. Lin Lan turned her head toward her hooded teammates. A small smile crept across her face as she issued the order. You 3, restrain the rest. Anyone resists, I'll deal with them myself. Her subordinates moved fast, surrounding the rest of the group with weapons raised. Don't move, one of them barked. Stick together. Song Gang, an advanced second order awakened armed with a giant hammer and heavy armor, narrowed his eyes. I think we just run into them. The legendary exploration squad. Beside him, Lin Tung, an older archer with silver hair, gritted his teeth. Even if we're both top of second order, there's no way we can take on a third. Yining stood silent, piecing it all together. Exploration groups. They throw awakened into the fire, let them do the dirty work, then take all the spoils. If awakened and mutants devour each other, these people treat humans as nothing but bait. Gang clenches fists. Zhang Lin might still be alive. We should vote to leave, while we still have the numbers. But his words hadn't gone unnoticed. Before he could take another step, Lin Lan slammed her foot down on one of her own teammates, crushing his skull with a sickening crunch. Blood splattered across the floor. Gang froze. What the hell? With calm precision, Lin Lan stepped forward, her voice echoing through the dungeon. Let me make it clear. We're the Bloodwolf Squad, and I'm your captain, Lin Lan. This operation is under my control now. Your lives? In my hands. But here's the deal. Survive all 6 waves, hand over your rewards and credit points, and I might let you live. Yining smiled quietly to himself. Spare us? Not a chance. Scum like her never lets anyone live. If only Celestial Slashing Light wasn't on cooldown. With that and Swordstorm combined, I could wipe them out in seconds. But for now, only Swordstorm is ready. It's strong, sure, but I've got no idea how tough this third order really is. And if she's wearing blue-grade gear, if I don't take her out in one hit, I'm the one who'll end up dead. Best play? Lay low. Watch and wait. Just then, Lin Lan called out, taking charge again. The first wave's about to start. Roll call. Name, rank, class, and abilities. I want to know what I'm working with. Gang stepped forward. Song Gang. Second order advanced. Physical class, close combat specialist. Next came his companion, Lin Tung. Second order advanced. Agility class, ranged attacker. One by one, the others followed. Zhenjiang Tao. Second order advanced. Strength class, close quarters. Hong Xiao. Second order advanced. Agility class, ranged. Then it was Yining's turn. Calm and collected, he said, Yining Lin. Second order beginner. Willpower class, ranged. Lin Lan strutted toward him with a flirtatious grin, lightly brushing her fingers under his chin. A willpower user? In a dungeon like this? That's rare. Shame, though. With a face like that, it's such a waste. Yanning just smiled politely, keeping his thoughts to himself. Linlon laughed and turned to the others. He's useless. Yanning stood quietly, arms crossed, still smiling. Perfect. Let them think I'm dead weight for now. The longer I stay underestimated, the better. Just then, a system alert echoed in their ears. First wave incoming. Enemy count, 100 zombies, 2 first-order mutants. From the shattered walls of the factory, monstrous figures emerged, groaning, snarling, tearing their way into view. The group scrambled into formation. Linland's voice rang out from the rear. Advanced second orders, get ready. I want everything you've got. And if I think any of you are slacking, your skulls will be the first to crack. Gang cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're not even going to fight. We're the frontline bait, and they're just going to hang back and watch. Zombies surged forward, while the stronger squad stayed safely behind. Tang moved fast, scaling a crumbling wall for a better vantage point. We don't have a choice, he called out. We fight through these waves, or we're dead. Weapons came up. No hesitation. The monsters closed in, grotesque tongues, jagged teeth, claws ripping through the air, mouths wide and ready to feast. Tang readied an arrow, energy crackling at the tip. Gang, you take one mutant. I'll take the other. Everyone else, deal with the horde. Gang slammed his shield into the ground and gripped his war mallet tight. Let's dance tongue face. See if you like the taste of this hammer. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the long-range Awakened began their assault. Xiao gathered blue energy between his palms, forming a dense sphere of ice. Beside him, Yanning summoned a faint purple flame in his left hand. Spikes, Xiao shouted, hurling jagged shards forward. The frozen projectiles tore through the horde, impaling multiple zombies with ease. Gang charged in, swinging his massive mallet, clearing space around him. Meanwhile, Yanning held back. He raised his hand, unleashing a small but precise purple beam. It struck a single zombie dead center, dropping it instantly, but only one. Xiao glanced over and scoffed. Seriously? One zombie? You're really living up to your weak little willpower class. Yanning just chuckled softly, scratching his cheek in mock embarrassment, still playing the part. Above them, Lin Lan watched the chaos unfold, arms crossed, smirking. That guy, Yanning, what a joke. How'd he even survive this long? If he weren't grouped with other Awakened, he'd have been a corpse in the first 10 minutes. And this is only the first wave. What's he gonna do when it gets serious? Blood soaked the ground. Zombie corpses littered the field, riddled with arrows and scorched from spells. Then the system chimed in. First wave complete. Time passed. The fighting didn't stop. One wave after another. Third wave complete. Fourth wave begins in 3 minutes. Everyone leaned against whatever they could find, catching their breath. Wounds, blood, exhaustion it was showing. Gang, his face cut and streaked with sweat, muttered bitterly, this is getting worse. I swear the next wave's gonna have a second-order peak mutant. When the hell is Linlan going to do anything? Tang stood beside him, arrow ready. If she doesn't move before we drop, we'll never have a shot against her. That's when Linlan appeared right behind them, arms folded, that smug look back on her face. You're already tired? It's only the third wave. Are all you second orders really this weak? We're just pretending. Her voice dripped with disdain. I'm not lifting a finger until wave 6. If you want to live, then fight like it. Then her eyes shifted to Yanning. You're still breathing? He smiled and scratched his neck. Guess I got lucky. Xiao stormed over, fuming. Lucky? We're the ones doing the actual work. All you've done is toss around your little purple sparks. What else can you do? But Gang narrowed his eyes, watching Yanning closely. No, he's hiding something. A willpower class doesn't make it to second order without a trump card. He's holding back, and whatever he's saving might just shift the tide. But it's probably limited. 1 or 2 shots at most. Then the system blared once more. Fourth wave begins. Enemy count, 400 zombies. 1 second-order advanced mutant. 2 second-order mutants. 6 first-order mutants. A new wave of terror charged in. Among them, one hulking beast that towered above the rest, and twisted humanoid mutants that looked eerily like something from a nightmare. Flesh warped, mouths with rows of teeth sprawled across their chests and faces. Gang stepped forward, hammer raised. Lin Tung, focus fire on the second-order advanced. The zombie king. We'll handle him together. The rest of you, keep the howling demons off us. Everyone else, take out the first orders and clear the swarm. Tang crouched low behind Gang, bow already drawn, arrow locked in place, eyes tracking the target. But the zombie king was too fast. It slammed into Gang, sending him flying like a rag doll. Brother Song, watch out, Tang shouted, panic in his voice. Without missing a beat, he fired an arrow straight at the monster. Nearby, another archer continued firing blindly, unaware of the danger creeping up behind him. A grotesque creature lunged, its claws slicing clean through the top of the boy's skull before wrapping him in its massive tongue. Blood sprayed, and the scream was cut short. Another fighter charged forward with a spear, aiming for one of the nurse-like mutants. He struck directly into the gaping mouth on its chest, but instead of blood, a burst of blue acid sprayed out, sizzling through his armor and flesh. The awakened crumpled, clutching his face in agony as the corrosive liquid hit the ground with a hiss. Zhenjiang Tao, Xiao shouted, eyes wide as he saw his teammate fall. He raised his hand, unleashing another barrage of ice spikes, but the creature danced between them effortlessly. They're too fast. Xiao gritted his teeth. I can't land a hit. Inside, he was spiraling. Huang Yan's gone. Zhenjiang Tao's down. The others are pinned. This is it. We're done. From the back, Yining watched it all. If it keeps going like this, we won't make it to wave 6. And if I wait too long, I'll never get the chance to use my trump card. How about to step in now? A second-order mutant lunged at Xiao, its chest glowing with blue light, its jaws ready to clamp down. That's when Yining moved. Sparks burst from his boots as his body vanished in a streak of light. He zipped across the battlefield in a flash and yanked Xiao out of harm's way just in time. You! Xiao gasped, stunned. Yining didn't answer. Still moving, he activated his telekinesis. A purple glow lit up beside his face as a cross-shaped shimmer hovered near his hand. He launched a ray of energy at the mutant. The creature dodged, but the attack curved mid-air, spinning back around and drilling straight into its skull, dropping it instantly. Xiao stood frozen, jaw hanging open. He just took down a second-order mutant. In one hit. Is this the same guy we called useless? He tried to speak, but Yining cut him off calmly. Save it. Just think before you open your mouth next time. Yining turned back toward the battlefield, extending his hand. A sword hovered in the air, glowing with energy, then shot forward, slashing through enemies as he guided it with his mind. Eyes up. This fight's far from over. Focus. We've still got a horde to clear. Xiao, now to side, nodded. Got it. That first-order devourer is mine. From above, Lin Lan watched with growing interest, one eyebrow raised, a grin spreading across her face. Well, he's been hiding some tricks. At speed, those are blue-grade boots. No wonder he had the nerve to come along. One of her subordinates leaned in with a scowl. Boss, want me to take him out now? Not yet, Lin Lan said coolly. Don't get ahead of yourself. We're low on numbers. Just keep an eye on him. We'll deal with him in the next round. She gave a faint chuckle. That little telekinetic burst? Probably everything he had. A willpower awakened like him. Please, I could squash him like a bug. She pointed toward Gang and Tang in the distance. Those two are the real problem. I can feel it. They're cooking something up. Focus on them. Her men answered in unison. Yes, boss. Another 30 minutes passed. The battlefield was littered with shattered mutant limbs and burned-out husks. System alert. 4th wave complete. Next wave begins in 3 minutes. In the middle of the carnage, Gang and Tang stood back-to-back, weapons at the ready. We've already lost 1 melee and 1 ranged fighter, Gang muttered. And another melee's barely hanging on. I've only got 2 ultimates left. I'm saving them for wave 6, if we make it. Same here, Tang said. We have to last until the 6th. When Lin Lan moves, that's our window. We strike together. He glanced toward Yining, who stood calmly with his hands on his hips. Did you see him fight earlier? Most willpower users need time to recharge between attacks. But him? He keeps firing nonstop. Gang nodded. Yeah, he's different. Let's just hope he's got more in reserve. For now, he stays alive, as long as it doesn't mess up the plan. Then came the system alert. 5th wave begins. Enemy count, 500 zombies. 2 advanced second-order mutants. 3 second-order mutants. 8 first-order mutants. The battlefield shook as a monstrous 2-headed giant stomped into view, flanked by flying bats the size of humans, shadowy spiders with red glowing eyes, and a massive armored centipede with metallic plating along its body. Down below, Yining was suddenly cornered. The spider crept in close, fangs twitching, while the centipede reared up and snatched Xiao into the air. Help! Xiao screamed in panic. Yining turned sharply. Damn it, a mutant centipede. He hurled his airborne sword at the creature, but the weapon clanged off its armored shell with no effect. These giants, without my ultimate, finding their weak spots is a nightmare, he thought grimly. Xiao flailed in midair, screaming, somebody take this thing down. We can't help. We're being overwhelmed too, someone shouted from the chaos. Another voice rang out with fury. Those damn bloodwolf bastards. They never planned for us to survive the 6th wave. At the front line, Gang faced down the towering 2-headed mutant. Lin Tung, he roared. We've got no choice. Use your ultimates. Now, Tang was under siege from a giant bat, its wings blocking every path of escape. He raised his bow, energy surging. Ice arrow, he yelled, firing a massive glowing shot straight into the bat's skull. Gang's hammer began to glow with a radiant golden hue. He leaped into the air and roared, "To hell with the exploration group! Spiritual war hammer!" The weapon came crashing down, shattering the giant zombie's head into pieces. From her perch above, Lin Lan watched with wicked amusement. "Fools," she muttered. "Did you really think you could hold back and still survive? You're dumber than I thought." Meanwhile, Yineng was stuck between two nightmares. The armored centipede lunged at him, slamming into the ground with such force it sent chunks of cement and steel flying. The shockwave knocked the air out of the field. "Damn it, we're too late," Gang shouted, eyes locked on the crater. "Is he dead?" Tang asked, barely believing what he was seeing. Suddenly, from the dust and rubble, Yineng burst upward, eyes glowing a brilliant cyan blue. He launched himself straight toward the centipede mutant. "What the?" gasps rippled through the group. From her perch, Lin Lan stared in disbelief. He's still hiding his real power? Her smirk faded into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Tang locked onto the red-eyed spider nearby. "Let's see how you like this. Eat my arrows." He unleashed a rapid-fire storm of glowing blue arrows, raining them down on the mutant. "If we focus fire on that spider, Yineng might just survive this," Tang called out. Gang charged ahead, shield raised, hammer gripped tight, ready to strike. Yineng sprinted along the centipede's back, his energy sword flashing beside him. As he ran, his eyes narrowed. There, its weak spot. He leaped high, hand raised to guide his blade with precision. Telekinesis, piercing. The sword stabbed deep into the centipede's eye, spiraling with a violet swirl as it drilled into the armored flesh. With a golden glow radiating from his fists, Yineng pulled his arm back and whispered through clenched teeth, "Shatter." He slammed his punch into the creature's skull. Bone exploded, and the centipede's massive head shattered like glass. Tang stared in awe. He took that thing out alone. It took all of us just to bring down one howling demon, and he crushed that monster by himself. Gang stood atop the spider's head, equally speechless. From above, Lin Lan grinned slowly, eyes glinting. "So, a beginner willpower class with 2 blue-gray gear pieces. Looks like we found ourselves a nice, fat sheep." She turned her crew. "All right, boys, next wave's ours. Time to collect." Her voice dropped to a sinister purr. "Don't kill the boy yet. Just break his hands and legs. I want him alive, so I can personally enjoy every scream." She raised her hand. The thugs nodded eagerly. "Yes, boss." As they moved out, Gang glanced at Tang. "Looks like it's just us and Yineng now. Lin Land Squad will jump in next wave. That's our shot." Tang nodded. "Even if we can't take her down, injuring her will be enough. Let's have Yineng deliver the final blow." Then the system blared again. 6th wave begins. Enemy count: 3 advanced second-order mutants. Numerous others, including evil mutant boar, pumbas, scorpions, crawling skulls, and sword-wielding zombies. Lin Lan stepped into the fray with a wicked grin. "This is it, the final wave. Give it everything you've got. If you survive, I'll just take your loot and let you live." She dove headfirst into the chaos, slicing through zombies like a blur. Her path was marked by torn throats and fountains of blood. Reaching the advanced berserker, she slammed her fist into its side, leaving a glowing red gash. The mutant howled in rage, eyes flaring red as it raised its massive sword and slammed it into the ground. The earth split under the force of the impact. Lin Lan dodged easily, then lifted her leg high and drove it down, crack, shattering the berserker's weapon in one clean hit. Another mutant lunged at her from behind, maw wide open, ready to devour her whole. But she turned, smiling coldly. Blood shield. A crimson dome flared to life around her, shielding against the creature's strike as its fangs slammed into the barrier, throwing out a shower of sparks. Yineng's energy sword slashed toward the giant scorpion while he quietly studied Fong's every move. She's dual class, speed and strength. Boosted speed, enhanced damage, rock-solid defense. She's leagues above that Hong Gang guy from earlier. And that's just what she's shown. Who knows what else she's hiding? Can't afford to rush in blindly this time. Tang kept firing his bow, calling out, "Let's keep this butcher busy." Once Lin Lan drops that berserker, she'll be getting for a target. Up front, Gang held the line, pinning their target in place. "Right, that's our cue to hit them with everything we've got." Lin Lan leapt high, spun midair, and finished off the mutant in one swift move. Without slowing down, she sprinted toward Tang and Gang. Tang noticed her closing in and muttered, "Here she comes." "Get ready." Lin Lan was already there, smashing into the beast with a brutal blow and a follow-up kick. "You hold it down? I'll end it." Gang gave sharp nod. "Yes, ma'am." Wasting no time, Tang shouted, "Now!" Spiritual flame arrow. A glowing green arrow blazed forth, flaming with spiritual energy. Gang reacted instantly, triggering shield charge. His golden aura erupted as he raised his shield to meet the blast head-on. The arrow tore through the air, racing toward Lin Lan and the monster. Yining narrowed his eyes, watching it unfold. This isn't good. They're making their move. But Lin Lan isn't walking into that trap. She's too sharp. She's got something planned. A blinding green explosion lit up the field as the arrow hit. Yining lifted his arm, shielding his eyes from the blast. "Brother Song!" Tang cried out, horror-struck. On the ground lay Song Gang, absorbing the full force of the attack. Lin Lan, unharmed, stood right where he had been a moment ago. "You thought I wouldn't see that coming?" she said with a smirk, hand on her hip. She'd switched places with Song Gang. Some kind of damage swap ability, maybe? Yining narrowed his gaze, tracking every movement. Lin Lan stepped onto the boar's snout, grinning darkly. "You actually made me use my trump card." Then, she charged at Yining. "Nice move, Lintang, but I'm not done yet." Her punch sank into Tang's stomach, sending him flying and coughing up blood. She stomped on his arm and sneered. "Let's start with that right arm. Let's see how tough you are without it." Tang screamed, thrashing in pain. Turning back, Lin Lan barked orders. "I'll handle the zombie golem. You finish these two and clean up the loot." Her squad answered in unison. "Yes, boss." One of them loomed over Tang, holding a huge needle close to his eye. "Hand over your gear and credit points. Or else, you'll be wishing for death before we're done." Tang trembled, drenched in sweat. Another thug grabbed Gang's arm, eyes glinting cruelly. "Talk, or that left hand's next." Gang glared defiantly. "Go ahead, kill me. But I swear, I'll haunt you even in death." Meanwhile, Yining slipped into his role as the scared, helpless kid, hands raised. All right, you can have it. Just don't kill me. And please, no torture." One thug cracked his knuckles as he stepped closer, sneering. "Smart kid. But orders are orders, and the boss said to break your ribs." Yining leaned back, still holding his hands up, trying to keep up the act. "Wait, if you're going to do that, at least let me transfer my credit points first." But inside, he was focused. "The next wave, that's my shot. I just need to stall until it hits." Then, as if on cue, the system rang out. "Sixth wave complete. Participants may now vote to enter the seventh wave, the final battle." Yining's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect timing. With a subtle signal, his sword sliced forward, clean, fast. The thug's head flew off, trailing a streak of glowing purple light. Yining's eyes lit up with a vibrant violet hue, requesting entry into the seventh wave. Maximum difficulty. Smiling darkly, he thought, "Here's the trick. Choose maximum difficulty, and the dungeon skips the vote." Hardly anyone knows that. The system confirmed it. One participant has voted to proceed. Seventh wave initiated. Maximum difficulty. Prepare yourselves. Confusion rippled through the enemy ranks. One thug shouted, "Wait, next stage? The boss never said anything about that." Another panicked. "I thought we needed 70% to move forward." A third yelled, "The seventh wave's full of third-order mutants. Even the boss can't handle that." Gang, bleeding and battered, laughed like a madman. "Call it karma, scum. We're all going down together." Lin Lan spun around, eyes narrowed. "Song Gang, was this your doing? I'll kill you." She charged, but the ground erupted beneath her. A massive worm burst through the earth, towering over them, its gaping maw roaring to the sky as it sucked in air and kicked up a storm of dust. Lin Lan froze, stunned by the monstrous creature. At that moment, Yining's sword flashed again, taking the head of the thug threatening Tang. Tang stared in shock as the executioner's head spun past, a violet streak in its wake. The blade didn't stop. It plunged into the last remaining thug beside Gang, cutting him down too. Yining's voice echoed through the chaos. "Song Gang, Lin Tung, if you can move, run. Get as far away as possible." Tang grabbed Gang, hoisting him over his shoulder. "It's Yining, we've still got a shot." As they retreated, Yining drew his eerie bone-shaped sword. "Lin Fong, you probably don't realize this yet," he said, gaze locked on the battlefield. "Third-order mutant beasts, they're intelligent. They hunt awakeners, especially strong ones like you. And when that thing grabs you, I'll be right here to finish you off." His smile sharpened. The worm lunged for Lin Lan. She scrambled, desperate, scanning for a body, anyone nearby to use. "Position swap," she shouted, vanishing and reappearing, swapping places with her fallen teammates one after another, trying to stay ahead of the beast. The worm twisted and tied itself in knots trying to catch her, sliding and thrashing wildly. From above, Yining watched calmly, with Tang and Gang just behind him. "Just as I thought," he said coolly. "Her swap ability has a limited range, and from there, she can't reach me." The girl kept dodging, weaving through every strike, until a single misstep gave the mutant its chance. It coiled around her torso, crushing her with brute force. Blood burst from her mouth. "Now's my shot," Yining shouted. His sword surged with electric blue energy as he leapt forward. Sword storm. 1,000 glowing slashes erupted from his blade, tearing through the factory like a hurricane of light. The mutant screeched as the blades tore it apart. Limbs, head, everything cleaved into chunks midair. From within the chaos, Lin Lan looked up in disbelief. What kind of power is this? It's way beyond a third-order mutant. Don't tell me. He's another third-order awakened? The cuts rained down, merciless and absolute. There was no escape. I can't move. I'm completely surrounded, she realized, frozen among the blades and the dismembered remains of the monster. Then the system spoke. Death farm cleared. Dungeon exit in 5 minutes. A massive dust cloud rose as the final waves of the sword storm faded. Yining hovered above it all, calmly watching the aftermath. Tang and Gang stood behind him, stunned. Was that a one-shot? He took down a third-order awakened and a third-order mutant just like that. Is he an intermediate third-order? No, maybe even advanced. Yining said nothing, his eyes scanning the ruins below. Then he murmured, is there still life down there? Could she have survived? Raising one hand, his eyes glowed neon purple. Psychic ability, telekinesis. A dagger wrapped in glowing energy floated into the air and shot toward Lin Lan's body. She lay unmoving, mouth slightly open, surrounded by a faint red aura. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. That dagger, could it be? He just launched it. Yineng's expression didn't change. She's alive, and she's got some sort of defensive gear. Guess I'll have to finish this myself. The dagger dove for her forehead, only to be halted midair by the red aura surrounding her. Lin Lan's eyes filled with panic as the blade pressed against the barrier. It pushed. It spun, drilling against the shield. But still, it couldn't break through. Relief washed over her face. Good thing I used that one-time passive defense item, she thought. Yining narrowed his eyes. So, telekinesis isn't enough. Fine. He began walking forward, sword in hand. She's too weak to fight back now. I'll get my hands dirty. Lin Lan sat up slightly as he approached. Was that blast really yours? Are you a hidden third order? He swung his sword down hard. Sparks flew, but the barrier held firm. This thing, not even I got through, he thought, frowning at the glowing shell. Lin Lan coughed and glared at him. Just do it already. If you're gonna kill me, kill me. Why humiliate me like this? Yining paused, sword at his side, staring down at her. She's not afraid of dying. She's more afraid of being humiliated, he realized. That's the real weakness. A cold, satisfied smile crept across his face. I know it's a dirty move, he thought, but to get what I want, I'll play along. Yining crouched in front of her, lifting Lin Lan's chin with a cold grin. Want a quick death? He asked. You should have thought about that before torturing all those awakened. Lin Lan leaned in, cheeks flushed, and snapped, You bastard, what are you trying to pull? He inched closer, smile growing darker. Giving up already? I haven't even shown you what real humiliation looks like. Biting her lip, she glared at him and muttered, Fine. How do I get the quick death? His expression turned cruel. Simple. Just like you used to do. Hand over all your gear, every item, and every last credit point. Then I'll make it fast. Lin Lan hesitated. And how do I know you'll keep your word? Yining ran his hand up her thigh and smirked. You don't. But you don't have a choice either. Her face turned redder as she looked at the boy she once admired. Fine. I'll give you everything. But if you trick me, you'll regret it. One by one, her equipment vanished into his inventory, along with 13,000 credit points. Damn, Yining thought as he checked the haul. So many items. Robbery really is the fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan lowered her head in defeat. There. I've given you everything. Now, finish it. But Yining just smiled wider. That's all? You expect me to believe 13,000 is everything you've got? You know what happens if I find out you're lying. He gripped her shoulders tightly. Lin Lan gritted her teeth. I told you, it's all I have. Believe it or not. Yining locked her down, flipping her onto her back with a harsh glare. Still playing tough, huh? Don't blame me for what's coming next. Lin Lan shot back with fire in her voice. Go on, do it. I dare you. Let's see what kind of monster you really are. But just as she expected his next move, he stopped. Yining paused, eyes narrowing. She's trying to provoke me, to distract me. He let her go and turned away. Lin Lan sat up, blushing, flustered. What are you doing? Don't walk away from me. She composed herself, face cooling into a sly expression. Wait, you didn't kill me. You didn't even try. That explosion from earlier. You can only use it once, can't you? Then she smirked. You're not a third order awakened. You're second order. That's why you can't get through my defenses. Right then, the system interrupted. Dungeon exit in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Lin Lan stood, laughing bitterly. Unbelievable. I actually fell for it. I thought you were some hidden powerhouse. Yining said nothing. She figured it out, he thought, cold and silent. She's right. I can't kill her. Not right now. Lin Lan's gaze darkened. Bloodshot eyes locked onto him as she snarled. Yining, I'll remember this. I don't care where you run. I'll find you. I'll tear you apart piece by piece. You'll beg for death. She laughed as the timer ticked down. Yining turned and walked away, smiling faintly. Remembering all you want, he thought. Because when you find out who I really am, Yining, it'll be you begging for mercy. And I won't give it. With the dungeon closed, Yining returned to his original entry point. The system kicked into gear, calculating his rewards, items, titles, buffs, all neatly added to his status window. Glancing over the results with a smirk, Yining thought, this haul, plus what I snagged off Lin Lawn. I can sell it all, grab some psionic fruits, and push every stat to 25. Slipping on his motorcycle goggles, he hopped onto his bike and roared off down the open road. Tonight, I'll find a place to stay in Junjiang. Time to master Shadow Assault, that B-rank blade skill. Tomorrow, I'm heading for that lost battlefield everyone's been whispering about. I'll gear up and get used to the zombie horde combat zones. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as he sped ahead. But just as he approached a truck, a pedestrian stumbled into the road, waving him down. Please help. Our car overturned. We need help. Yining braked to a stop, jumped off the bike, and removed his goggles, walking toward the vehicle. Are you sure this just happened? He asked, eyes scanning the scene. Behind him, the man's demeanor shifted. His face twisted into a malicious grin as a group of accomplices stepped out from hiding. This is a robbery, one of them said, raising a crowbar. Yining blinked. A robbery? He repeated, almost amused. Beside the masked ringleader stood a guy holding a baton, and on the other side, a burly man with a face full of scars. Cut the chatter, the leader snapped. Hand over your credits, and no one gets hurt. Yining moved instantly. One leap, and he sent all three crashing to the ground, unconscious. You're right, he said calmly. No need for small talk. The last one, the pudgy guy who played bait, panicked and bolted. But Yining turned, tracking him with precision. One left. Think you can run? He muttered. Let's see you get away from this. He launched his dagger with telekinetic force, slicing into the man's calf. The man tumbled forward, face slamming into the pavement, scattering bits of concrete. But something caught Yining's attention. No blood, he thought, narrowing his eyes. He's not human, but he's no zombie or mutant either. The man writhed, trying to crawl, tears streaming down his cheeks. Please, don't kill me. I'll talk. I know where the loot is hidden. They forced me into this. I swear. Yining yanked him up by the collar, face cold and unreadable. First off, what the hell are you? Terrified, the man scrambled to respond. Please don't kill me. I'll show you. Look at my status plate. A translucent screen flickered into view before Yining. Name, Li Fu Gue. Class, Dungeon NPC. Subphase, Level 0. Talent, Golden Ear. Title, Cheerful Trader, Treasure Explorer. Skills, Expert at identifying rare items. Can locate hidden treasures. Passive buff, increases item prices by 10% during trades. Negotiation effect, decreases chance of refusal by 5%, even if the deal is unfair. Yining stared at the status screen, silent but intrigued. Yining scanned the status plate and narrowed his eyes. An NPC? How did you escape the subphase? Have you developed self-awareness? Li Fu Gue looked confused. Honestly, I have no idea. Ever since I woke up, I was just outside. Please, can you let me go now? But Yining glanced to the side, a spark of ambition flickering in his gaze. 3 negotiation abilities like that. They're basically system exploits. No awakened could ever master skills like those. If I get him on my side, for trades and managing my finances, I won't just save money. I'll make money. He pulled out a scroll and unrolled it in front of Li Fu Gue. Sign this contract. Do that, and I guarantee you'll live. Li Fu Gue read the terms aloud. Main contract. Upon signing, any betrayal will be punished instantly, with death. Yining stepped closer, voice low and firm. If you don't sign, I'll kill you. Right here. Terrified, Li Fu Gue jumped up. I'll sign. I'll sign. He pressed his index finger to the scroll. The system interface blinked into view. Li Fu Gue has agreed to sign the contract. Team mode activated. Team leader, Yining, level 2. Initial team member, Li Fu Gue, NPC. Loyalty, 60 out of 100. Yining smiled. From now on, you'll follow me. Let's call it a partnership. Li Fu Gue crouched, groaning miserably. A partnership? This is blatant coercion. I'm always getting stuck with tyrants or lunatics. Yining waved a hand. Go recover the commissioner's stash. You can have all of it. Eyes lighting up like stars. The small man latched onto Yining's leg. Really? Thank you, master. You're the most generous master in the world. The system chimed in. Li Fu Gue's loyalty has increased. Yining nodded. This level of loyalty will do. Now, sell all the equipment, except the blood armor and chain destroyer. Use the funds to buy spiritual fruits and a larger storage space. That'll be your office. You'll live there and manage my finances. Yining straightened with enthusiasm. Yes, master. Leave it all to me. Back at his luxurious residence, Yining lounged on a sofa, surrounded by piles of spiritual fruits, small green orbs gleaming in the light. He devoured them casually, one after another. Yining's hologram flickered into view. Master, I've never seen anyone eat spiritual fruits like this. Most awakened can't afford a single one their entire lives, yet you're snacking on them. Yining gave him a light shove. Stop talking and come settle the accounts. His strength, constitution, and agility rose steadily until they each hit 25. Stretching, Yining rubbed his stomach and burped. Finally, all stats capped at 25. Time to train Shadow, my B-level sword technique. The system brought up the skill tab. Without hesitation, Yining upgraded it. Skill upgrade, Shadow SSS level. New skill, Dimensional Cut. Effect, unleashes a spatial rift. Upon entry, gain 1 second invulnerability. Ignores all defenses. Yining read it with interest. Dimensional Cut, spatial rift, and invulnerability? This is insane. Tomorrow, I'll test it in the War Ruins dungeon. The next day, he stood at the entrance to a war-torn battlefield filled with towering ruins. Do you want to enter the blood arena of the ruins? Current difficulty, B, the system asked. Yining confirmed his entry and landed beside 2 other awakened fighters. A young man with long brown hair and a weapon slung across his back stepped forward. Hey there, I'm Chen-Yong. This is my sister, Chen-Yong Chen-Yao. We're both level 2 beginners, he said with a friendly smile. I saw in the team matching system that one of us is already in advanced level 2. Is that you? But you look way too young. You sure you're not bluffing about your skills? The girl with matching hair to her brother gave Yining a skeptical glance. Don't say things like that. Her brother, Chen-Yong, quickly stepped in. She's always been a bit blunt. Yining kept quiet, analyzing them both. Judging by their outfits, they've got to be from at least the 2nd, maybe even 3rd generation of warriors. Better tread carefully. Chen-Yong walked over with a smile. Don't mind her. My sister's been spoiled since day 1. You can call me Yining, Yining replied simply. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Next round starts in 3 minutes. Monster wave incoming. Prepare yourselves. Yining's eyes narrowed. A special event? I've only dealt with spiritual and simulated ones in the main 3 categories. Never seen anything like this before. Chen-Yong gave a reassuring nod. Don't stress, brother Yining. Special events are all about supernatural power surges. But compared to others, the battlefield in these ruins is considered one of the safer ones. No mission limits. You can pull out any time. The whole event just loops the chaos from the final days. The enemies are your basic zombies and mutants. I see, Yining replied. Right on cue, a wave of zombies charged in, led by 2 hulking mutants. The trio moved to the building's edge for a better view. Gripping his spear, Chen-Yong grinned. Let's head down and handle the big ones. But Yining was already ahead. Chen-Yong, Chen-Yao's up there, he muttered before launching himself off the edge. Startled, Chen-Yong blinked. He just jumped. His sister crossed her arms. So rude. Landing among the horde, Yining didn't hesitate. Sword flashing, he slashed a glowing blue X through the air, cleaving the bigger mutant in 2. Chen-Yong quickly followed, slicing through zombies with his spear. Brother Yining really is top tier. That was quick, but we're not exactly pushovers either. Let's hold out as long as we can. And if things get hairy, I'll summon the spirits of fallen soldiers to keep us in the fight, maximize our gains. Yining narrowed his eyes. Summoning the dead? I'd only ever heard whispers of that tech in my past life. Never thought it actually existed. Chen-Yong leaned in, speaking low. Top military secret, by the way. Let's keep this between us. Yeah, just casually spilling government secrets to a stranger. Suddenly, Yining flung a dagger. Behind you. The blade whistled through the air and embedded itself in a creature lunging at Chen-Yong's back, its head bursting after several precise hits. Eyes wide, Chen-Yong stared, controlling a weapon in midair. That's no rookie move. That's expert-level precision. A moment later, the system voice returned. Preliminary battle complete. Major conflict phase begins in 3 minutes. With the short break, Chen-Yong pulled out a cigarette, lighting one casually before offering the pack to Yining. Want one? Special military supply. And hey, thanks for saving me back there. Yining waved off the cigarette with a polite nod. I don't smoke. Thanks, though. But cigarettes like those are a rare sight these days. You must come from a pretty impressive background. Chen-Yong grinned, puffing lightly. Well, to be honest, my grandfather's the deputy commander of the North China War Zone. My dad leads the 191st Security Zone. Both of them are at 3rd level strength. I'm building up my own force now. He gave Yining a meaningful look. I noticed you're alone. No faction, right? So how about it? But Yining cut him off. Sorry, I prefer working solo. Chen-Yong nearly dropped his cigarette in surprise. Wait, what? I haven't even finished. Listen, if you join me as my assistant, you'll start with the benefits of a regimental commander. That's 3,000 credits a month, plus a 1,000 credit bonus. I can even get you a top-grade blue weapon for free. And if you've got any family, they'll get positions in the military too. His sister stepped in, placing a hand on his shoulder. Brother, are you serious? No matter how skilled he is, this is overkill. But Yining didn't even look back. He turned, leapt from the terrace, and said over his shoulder, not interested. Worry about the incoming zombie wave instead. As he disappeared into the distance, Yining thought to himself, trying to recruit me? Wait until I hit 3rd level. Then I'll be the one doing the recruiting. Qinyong watched him go, looking deflated. That was the best offer I've made. And he turned it down, just like that. I've refused so many others. His sister scowled. Ungrateful. Who does he think he is? There are tons of advanced levels out there, and plenty stronger than him. 30 minutes later, Chun Yong was in the thick of battle, clashing head-on with a massive mutant, spear in hand. Brother Yining, I'm almost at my limit. As soon as the soldiers are up, we retreat. Meanwhile, Yining crushed a zombie skull with a glowing blow, leaving a trail of neon blue. Hold on. Lure the monster toward me. Chun Yong nodded. Got it, everyone fall back to the wall. As the siblings retreated, Yining surged forward. His blade swept across the battlefield, a brilliant arc of blue light cutting through the sea of undead below. The two siblings stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. Wait, he's not just advanced level. That power's on par with a 3rd-level warrior. Chun Yong muttered. Even then, 3rd levels don't take out multiple mutants in a single strike. And there's a level 2 up there too. No wonder he turned me down. His sister was stunned. This technique, it's stronger than anything my father or grandfather can do. Yining walked up to them, calm and direct. Wake the soldiers. Now, Chun Yao frowned. Why? With power like yours, we don't need to call them out until the last second. But Chun Yong lowered his head. Master Yining gave the order. We follow it. She stayed quiet as Chun Yong grabbed her arm and stepped forward. Raising his hands, he began chanting. A blue aura lit up around him as he invoked. Morans, Morans, Morans. One by one, soldiers' spirits emerged, their bodies burning with jade-green spiritual fire. We hold the line, they shouted. First Artillery Battalion, ready to fire. Kill. Explosions tore across the battlefield as the summoned troops surged forward. The ground shook under the force of their assault. Chun Yong and Chun Yao stood beside Yining, eyes fixed ahead. From now on, Master Yining, we'll just follow your lead, Chun Yong said solemnly. But even these spirit soldiers, they won't hold out for long. After mowing down the latest zombie wave, Chun Yong commented, they'll vanish once we clear them. Yining didn't reply. He simply said, wait here, and headed off on his own. He made his way through a wrecked, debris-strewn area, silent and deserted. Coming to a halt, he focused his telekinetic energy. I just took down a peak-level 2nd-tier mutant. Still no sign of that legendary blue item. Maybe it only appears after the Earth soldiers are awakened. Something's pulling me toward that trench. His eyes flared with purple light. There it is. He moved closer, and sure enough, nestled in the rubble was an ancient relic, an object bound by chains, a small glowing blue orb hovering above it. A system notification popped up. Special mission triggered. Last will. Objective. Uncover the truth behind the ruins battlefield. Reward. Unique item upon completion. A special mission. Last will. Could be tied to this notebook. Yining wondered aloud. He sat down on a nearby manhole cover, opening the Warren Journal. This belonged to a defense registrar from the first zombie outbreak. 60 years ago. He flipped to the first page. June 7th. The battalion commander gave me my orders. I'm heading to Zhenjiang. This is where we'll make our strongest stand. July 7th. Word is, the horde already hit Yunga. Some battalions are moving to intercept. We've taken in a group of new recruits. Sharp kids, but they struggle with our dialect. I've still got a lot to learn. July 20th. Ayin told me there's a girl he likes in the safe zone behind our lines. Kid's only 17, already talking marriage. Says it's tradition where he's from. July 24th. The interception failed. The commander told me that if things go south, I'm allowed to retreat early since I'm a civilian. July 25th. The first wave hit today. I wasn't ready. None of us were. Ayan's gone. We couldn't even retrieve his body. July 26th. This morning, the commander asked me to check on the other units. I found them all gone. I never got to ask about their final moments. I'm scared, but I'm not leaving. If I run now, I'll have nowhere to return to. July 27th. This is it. We can't escape. With the time I've left, I asked everyone what they wanted me to remember. They didn't say much. Just one phrase, Morans, go home. Closing the notebook, Yining stared down at the pendant in his hand, lost in thought. Last will, oath, meaning, truth. He clenched his fist tightly around the relic and stood, walking off with silent resolve. Back on the rooftop, his siblings watched the chaos unfold below. Hey, Qinyao asked, arms crossed. What if Lin isn't actually third level? Maybe he's got some rare artifact or a one-time use power. Her brother nodded. It's possible, but we got no proof. And if he's working under someone's orders, we'll never trace it back to this moment. Qinyao frowned. Would he really dare to kill us? With grandfather still in power, the entire North China war zone would come down on him. Qinyong sighed and glanced at his sister. Qinyao, you really need to work on that attitude. One day it's going to land you in serious trouble. Then his tone shifted, more serious. But still, the idea that he might be capable of killing someone like our father, that's what really worries me. If he's that kind of person, someone who'll do whatever it takes to win, grandfather and father would probably be proud of him. Suddenly, Yining landed silently behind them. Qinyong turned with a smile. Yining, ready to move out? He gestured toward the battlefield. These spirit soldiers won't hold much longer. Once third-order mutants show up, they'll get wiped out fast. We need to leave before they vanish, or we'll be their next target. Yining didn't respond right away. He stared at Qinyong and asked, do you know what happened to the real soldiers who fought here before? Did any of them survive? Qinyong's smile faded. That battle? It was a complete wipeout. My dad wasn't even born then, but grandfather told us no one made out alive. The soldiers on the front line sacrificed everything just to buy time for the rearguard to escape. My grandfather was one of the lucky few who made it to the safe zone. Yining pressed further. If the battle ended in total defeat, then how was the horde eventually destroyed? Qinyong paused. Honestly, no one knows for sure. Some say the zombies just vanished on their own. Yining lowered his gaze. Vanished on their own? I see. Qinyong looked puzzled. What's going on, Yining? Qinyao jumped in, suspicious. Why do you keep asking about ancient history? Yining turned to them again. Do you know what manhwas means? Qinyong nodded. It's a secret term passed down through the army. But as for what it actually means, I've got no clue. Qinyao cut in sharply. All we know is that when we shout that word, the dead soldiers come and fight for us. It's military classified info. My brother only shared it because he respects you. So don't go spreading it around. She crossed her arms, her expression stern. Qinyong quickly tried to defuse the tension. Sister, stop. Yining, unfazed, continued his line of questioning. How many times have you used it? Qinyong looked surprised. A few hundred times probably. Mostly to get items. But each person can only use it once. If someone tries to use it a second time, it doesn't work. Yining turned his gaze back to the battlefield. A few hundred times. So you helped these soldiers take down the last waves of mutants. Qinyong shook his head. No, only second-level awakeners ever come here. Third levels don't bother with this battlefield. You're the first third-order awakened person to step foot here. Yining stepped off the rooftop, leaping down toward the battlefield below. So that's the truth behind this relic battlefield, he thought as he landed. Qinyao voice rang out behind him. Brother, what's he doing? I thought we were leaving. On the battlefield below, the spirits of fallen warriors surged forward. Phantom figures cloaked in jade-green light, outfitted in combat gear, blades and rifles in hand. Their captain raised his voice above the chaos. March! Protect our home. We must have something to return to. With that, he drove his dagger deep into a massive zombie. Yining darted through the undead, slicing cleanly through them. These are the souls of our heroes, he thought, watching the spirits fight with unwavering resolve. 60 years ago, the military left them to die. And still, they gave everything to defend this land. A trumpet blast echoed through the ruins as one spirit sounded it over a fallen enemy. Yining pushed forward. For 6 decades, they've been nothing but a footnote in military history. No one remembers their names. And the idea that the zombie horde just vanished on its own? He slashed another mutant down. No, their sorrow turned them into guardian spirits. They're the reason this battlefield became a special event. Their willpower has locked this horde here, trapped for eternity. They know the truth. Yining leapt toward the next creature, sword ready. If a third-class mutant is defeated here, the spell breaks. Moran's will lose its power, and they'll never rise again to fight for anyone. His blade flashed through the storm. Thunder cracked above as rain poured from the heavens. They've been used, lied to, again and again. Moran's isn't just a chant. It's the last hope of an entire generation. And now, the military exploits them, summoning them hundreds, thousands of times like tools. Lightning arced overhead as Yining plunged his sword into another mutant with a blinding strike. But this time, even if I die, he shouted through the rain, I'll bring every one of you home. From the rooftop, Qinyao stood frozen, rain soaking her hair as she stared at the battlefield. Brother, is he insane? Is he really going after the last third-class mutant alone? Qinyong rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Something's not adding up. If his goal was just to kill the third-class mutant, he wouldn't have awakened the spirit soldiers. He doesn't need their help, unless he's planning something bigger. Chen Yao grabbed his arm, urgency in her voice. Brother, that mutant's about to appear. Even with our strength, there's a chance we won't survive it. We should pull back now. He didn't respond immediately. He looked down at her, then out at the battlefield, rain dripping from his brow. Is now really the time to retreat? But if we leave, we lose any chance of winning Yanning over. After a pause, he said, let's wait. We can escape in 10 seconds if we need to. If he can't beat that thing, we'll fall back. Chen Yao glanced at him anxiously, but didn't argue. Then, a thunderous rumble rolled across the land. Both of them snapped their heads up at the sound. What is that? In the distance, through the fog and falling rain, a towering figure emerged. Massive, monstrous, its footsteps shaking the earth. A mutant of impossible size was stomping across the battlefield. The third-class mutant. It's here, Chen Yao whispered in disbelief. Chen Yang's eyes widened. That thing, it's enormous. The soldiers' spirits barely reached the height of the mutant's foot. Yanning stood still, dust swirling around him, keeping a safe distance. I've only got one move left. Dimensional cut, he muttered to himself. But I don't know if it's enough. I can't land a clean hit from here. I'll wait till it's closer. He raised his sword and shifted into a fighting stance, inhaling deeply as the giant beast lumbered toward him. 70 meters, 59, 40. The mutant lifted its massive arm, a heavy club attached at the end. Yanning's eyes lit up. Now, in a flash, he struck. His sword carved through the air, leaving behind a glowing violet slash. Dimensional cut. The world froze. Time came to a halt. Absolutely everything stopped. This is it, dimensional space, Yanning thought, now surrounded by a dull, colorless void. The mutant before him stood completely still, locked in place. My time flows differently here, and I can see through everything. Looking up, he scanned the monster's skeletal frame. Then, stepping forward, a realization hit him. I can move freely in this space, even through solid matter. He walked right through the mutant's body and landed atop its head. No wonder the system said all defenses are meaningless here. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into the mutant's skull. A surge of blue light burst out like a bomb. In this space, I'm untouchable. Spinning his blade, Yanning launched into the air. A beam of brilliant light shot from the mutant's head. Then came the explosion. The giant creature collapsed, its body crashing through buildings, burying the streets in rubble and smoke as rain poured down. Watching in disbelief, Chun Yong shouted, "It's dead." That was a third-order mutant, one strong enough to destroy a whole zone. How? His sister stood frozen. It was over in an instant. I didn't even see what happened. It's already gone. Clutching her mouth, she added, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is a third order, and not just that. He's stronger than Grandpa, and even Dad." Shin Yong was still trying to process it. I've seen plenty of third orders, but nothing like this. Could Yinning be beyond that? A superior third order? 1 in a million? Just then, the system chimed in. Event concluded. Please exit within 10 seconds. The battlefield will permanently disappear. Startled, both siblings turned. The relic battlefield. It's vanishing? What does that even mean? Yinning landed in front of them. Shin Yong called out, "Brother Yinning." Yinning raised a necklace with a green pendant high above his head, his voice echoing from the rooftop. Morans! 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 The fallen soldiers' spirits stood tall, saluting him in silence. Their eyes filled with gratitude. One of the captains spoke softly. "Thank you." Behind Yinning, Brother Chin Yong called out, "Brother Yinning, why did you use the summoning spell? Wasn't it already?" Yinning lowered his gaze. "We'll talk once we're out. This place is vanishing." Just then, the system chimed in. Dungeon cleared. Completion, 91%. Rank, SSS. Experience gained, 100%. Sitting among the crumbling remains, Yinning muttered to himself, "So, I've finally reached level 2. He stared at the dust settling around him. I should be happy, but all I feel is emptiness. Besides giving these heroes peace, what else can I do for them? As if in response, a new message flashed before him. Event complete. Mission Last Wish updated. Option 1. Continue the mission. Return home for the fallen soldiers. Option 2. End mission and receive current rewards. Warning. Continuing the mission will change reward outcomes. The Oath necklace will also be altered. Please choose carefully. Yineng smiled. Mission or not, I'd still do it. At that moment, the Chin Yong siblings appeared behind him. Chin Yong stepped forward. Brother Yineng, I'm glad you're still here. We didn't enter from the same gate. I thought I lost you. He tapped his panel. I just transferred all the rewards I earned inside. You should have received them. Yineng gave him a nod. Thanks. Chin Yong turned to his sister, then back to Yineng. My sister and I wanted to invite you to lunch. Join us. Yineng shook his head. Not now. There's something I need to do first. Can you help me with it? Chin Yong smiled. Of course, brother. Just say the word. I want to know where the soldiers who died here were born, Yining said. I'm going to visit them one by one. Without hesitation, Chun Yong summoned his interface, its translucent blue glow flickering in front of him. Vice Commander Su, he ordered, locate the hometowns of every soldier who died at the relic battlefield. Send the list to me. Yes, young Master Chun Yong, came the immediate reply. Moments later, Chun Yong turned to Yining. Found it. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang City. I'll take you there. Helicopter's ready. Yining nodded in thanks and followed him. Not long after, Yining stepped into the military aircraft. The Chun Yong siblings stood nearby, watching the takeoff. Chun Yao frowned. You just gonna let him leave like that? She asked. What about the relic battlefield vanishing? You know how much the army values that site. Even Grandpa had to use his name just to get the summoning qualification. She folded her arms. And let's not forget, you handed over your rewards to him, and now you're helping him cover this up? Chun Yong looked at the rising aircraft, his voice calm. I'm not just covering for him. I'm taking full responsibility. He turned toward her. And this isn't about credits or loot. Even if I gave him 10, 0, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0, it wouldn't matter. As the helicopter disappeared into the sky, Chun Yao quietly stepped closer to her brother, concern still in her eyes. Chun Yao pressed, Brother, I know he's powerful, but he hasn't shown the slightest interest in joining us. Is it really worth trying to win him over? Chun Yong gave her a steady smile. It's worth it, he continued. Let me say this first. We can't avoid responsibility for what happened. Since our potential enemies are already watching, why not turn the situation around? Let Yining take the fall as a favor from us. He folded his arms. The fact that he asked me to help investigate something, that tells us he has no backing, no military support. And though he doesn't say much, I can tell he's someone who values bonds. If we want to win his trust, we need to show him ours. Inside the aircraft, Yining sat quietly, staring out the window. The pendant rested in his hand, pressed gently to his chest. I wonder, he thought, if the seniors are flying alongside me, returning home at last. Soon, the aircraft arrived at its destination, the Zhuang clan village on Mount Winshan. Yining made his way to a quiet house, where he approached an elderly villager. Grandma, he asked gently, do you still remember the warriors who left 60 years ago? The old man, nearby, slowly picked up a faded photo. His wrinkled hands trembled slightly as he stared at the faces. Young, bright, full of dreams that never made it back. The ones who joined the Great War, the old man murmured. His voice cracked. Ayen, Morans. He leaned on his cane, gazing at the photo with warmth and sorrow. Yining stood tall. Yes, they've come home. All of them. Just then, a man sent by Chun Yong stepped forward. Mr. Yining, we've completed the investigation. Only 5 people remain who still remember what happened here 60 years ago. We've also delivered supplies to improve their living conditions. He continued. As for the monument you requested, I've brought the village chief here to meet you. Yining nodded in appreciation. Thank you. You're too kind, Mr. Yining, the man replied. Young Master Chun Yong instructed me to assist you in every way possible. Turning to the village chief, Yining pointed toward the mountaintop. Chief, I'll personally give you 4,000 credits. Please build a monument there for the heroes who never returned. The old man looked shocked. 4,000 credits? That's far too much. Yining smiled. Use what you need. Give the rest to the village children. The chief stepped forward and grasped Yining's hand with both of his. Sir, leave it to us. We'll make sure each name is carved with care. No need to be so formal, Yining replied softly. Later, as he boarded the aircraft for the return trip, he looked out the window again and whispered, Seniors now, you can finally rest. He had done what so many before him had failed to do, given peace to the heroes of the past. Moments later, the system displayed a new message. Mission Last Wish completed. Reward obtained, plus 100 fame. Yining held up the pendant and said quietly, Thank you for watching over me. I'll wear this until the war ends. Then, looking at the fame reward, he thought, this isn't something money can buy. I'll save it. Might come in handy when I start building an army of my own. His thoughts shifted to Chun Yong. Speaking of factions, maybe he's worth considering. I didn't ask what happened after the dungeon, and yet he accepted every one of my requests without hesitation. He stared out the window again. At first, I didn't trust him, but looking back, he knew nothing about that battlefield. I'll ask him more when I return, and I'll be needing his help again soon. Back at Chun Yong's residence, the young man lit up the moment Yining's face appeared on his calm window. Brother Yining, you're calling me? He exclaimed with excitement. I need to borrow 2 blue-grade swords, Yining said with a smile. Preferably ones that reduce cooldowns. Chun Yong blinked. Borrow. Yining raised a brow. That a problem? Frantically waving his hands, Chun Yong laughed. No, that's not what I meant. I'll get them for you myself. No need to borrow a thing. Yining gave a nod of thanks and ended the call. Meanwhile, Chun Yong couldn't contain his joy. He asked me for help already. That means he trusts me now. He grinned wide. If Father and Grandpa hear about this, they'll be thrilled. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the city's suburbs, Yining sat at a ramen shop with a tower of empty bowls in front of him. Chun Yong's pretty direct, he thought while slurping the last of the broth. I earned 3 free attribute points in the dungeon, not counting what I get from the blue-grade gear. Everything but mental is sitting at 26 already. He leaned back, reflecting. I really don't want to sell my blue-grade items. The stuff I've got now isn't worth much either, and I don't have enough cash to buy spiritual fruits. Finishing his meal, he stood and walked down the street, hands in his pockets. Once I upgrade my skill and get the gear from Chun Yong, I'll try clearing some high-level dungeons. That should bring in decent money. When I reach 3rd rank, I can double my attribute gains. He frowned slightly, recalling the past. In my previous life, I jumped to 3rd rank too early, with only 20 points in each stat. It backfired. I never had the foundation I needed. His footsteps echoed as he made a silent vow. This time, I'll raise every attribute to 31 before I move up. The streets were calm, but then, something shifted. His senses snapped to attention. A dark, red-tinged aura slithered out from a nearby alley like smoke. Yining froze. That's 3rd rank killing intent. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. There, got it. His heart pounded. Damn it, my ultimate skill's still on cooldown. If they attack now, I'm finished. He kept walking, forcing his heartbeat to slow, thinking hard. Who is it? Who's targeting me? This is the inner zone of Junjongbin. Besides Chun Yong, no one here should know who I am. He mentally sifted through the possibilities. Did the Jin Zhongbin leadership expel me? No, unlikely. Chun Yong's try to bring me in, not wipe me out. And they don't even know I'm the one they're looking for. Then it hit him. The bloodthirsty wolves, could they have tracked me down already? Yining clenched his fists, keeping his pace steady. No, I have to stay calm. Even if my ultimate is down, I can't panic. His instincts kicked in. Should I use the lightning shoes? No, not yet. If I act now, I'll tip my hand. I still have the element of surprise. He analyzed the situation quickly. They don't know about my cold skill yet. That's my advantage. If I bolt now, I'll only expose myself, and that's a death sentence. His eyes narrowed further. No, best plan is to act casual and look for a weak spot. Yining came to a stop, scanning the streets. His eyes flicked between the glowing signs and the glimmer of neon. There, he thought, locking onto what he was looking for. The lights danced in his eyes. Found it. Without hesitation, he walked toward a bar. Anyone still drinking in a place like this must be loaded, he mused. Time to drape myself in tiger skin and raise a flag. Inside the upscale bar restaurant, a girl sat with a drink in hand, flanked by 4 bodyguards. A few seats away at the same bar, Yining casually sipped from a mug of beer, keeping a low profile. What's with all the drunk people tonight? The girl muttered, brown ponytail swaying as she swirled her glass. Is this place crawling with amateurs? One of the bodyguards leaned over. Miss, are you heading home after this drink? Relax. She waved him off without even looking. Back up a little. She turned, and her eyes landed on Yining. He leaned against the bar, arms crossed, avoiding eye contact. She doesn't seem that old, Yining thought, glancing her way. Dyed hair, bar-hopping, textbook rebellious phase. Hey, her voice was slightly slurred, and she stumbled closer. Her red outfit was accented with white and gold, and she wore fine gold jewelry. Yining noticed the shine. Blue-grade earrings, rings. Those guards must be high rankers or nobles. No one else here dares approach her. She's got status. The 4 bodyguards shot sharp glances at Yining, their posture stiff, ready for anything. The girl leaned in, resting an elbow on the counter with an elegant grin. Alone, are you? Let's have a drink together. Yining stayed cool, casting a side glance. That 3rd rank killing intent is still nearby, he thought. Close. He replied casually, sure, but I'm broke. The girl chuckled, placing a hand over her chest. Don't worry about that. She flagged the bartender. 2 glasses of not going home tonight. Put on my tab. Yining studied her as she ordered. Apologies for using you tonight, he thought. But even with 4 high-level bodyguards, if you don't know my level, well, I gotta tread carefully, even at 3rd rank. She handed him a glass and smiled mischievously. So, little brother, she said with a playful tone, got the guts to get a room with me tonight? Yining answered vaguely, still calculating. She's enjoying herself, so I'll just keep playing along. Behind them, the bodyguards exchanged nervous glances while trailing closely. Lee really needs to head home now. Should we stop her? One whispered. Are you insane? Another replied in a hushed tone. Did you forget how she humiliated us in front of the boss? Then what do we do? I don't know, but stay close. Protect the young lady at all costs. The 4 guards quickened their pace, keeping a tight perimeter. Meanwhile, Yining and the girl strolled down the street, arm in arm. Her expression was light, her steps loose, and her smile utterly carefree. As they entered the hotel, Yanang kept scanning his surroundings, instincts sharp. That killing intent is still close, lurking nearby, he thought, eyes alert behind a calm facade. With her guards around, I can't act just yet. I'll follow her inside, then figure things out. Inside the suite, the girl wasted no time. She threw herself onto the bed with a dramatic flop. Yanang watched as she tossed her coat aside. Yan Yuqing, he thought, recognizing her fully now. Leader of Security Region 17, president of the Starshine Business Association, daughter of the Yan Lijian. He glanced around the room. Luxury dripped from every corner. A night here costs more than an ordinary person earns in half a year, he mused. In my past life, I was just part of her business association security team. Janitorial duty, nothing more. Yanang cracked a faint smile. Technically speaking, she's still my boss. Yan Yuqing sat up, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and leaned in. Ugh, don't bring up that old man. So annoying. Come here, hug me. Yanang looked at her, irritated. His thoughts drifted to her father. This really should be between her and the old man, he thought. Clearly, she's just doing this to tick him off. I couldn't care less, she's already past the age where this should matter. He grabbed her by the wrists and gently pushed her back onto the bed, pinning her arms. You really want to play this game? He asked, voice calm. Then I'm not holding back. She stammered, cheeks turning red. Why you? Yanang smirked at her flustered reaction, but just as quickly, she slipped out of his grip and darted away. I'm getting cleaned up first, she called out, running into the bathroom. Yanang watched her dash across the room. Paper tiger, he thought with a sigh. Puts on a show, but she won't even step outside like this. The sound of the shower kicked in, steam rising behind the bathroom door. Yanang stepped out onto the balcony, taking in a view of the glittering city. His eyes narrowed as he spotted movement below, an eerie black silhouette bathed in a red glow, hidden in a shadowed alley. That third-rank killing aura, it's right down there. He studied the figure. Not a woman, judging by the build. So who is it? Thoughts flooded in. I was pulled into a test before, accused of something I didn't even do. Still no real answers. Someone's being framed, but I don't even know who. None of it makes sense. He frowned, still watching the alley. If they really wanted me dead, there were easier ways. Poison, ambush, anything. Why go to these lengths? His mind wandered to Lin Lan. She's still recovering from the injuries I gave her. But she might be involved, and she wouldn't be acting alone. There are 3 others, possibly part of this too. Yanang's eyes sharpened. Whoever it is, I'll deal with them first quietly. He stepped back inside, voice low. Li Fu Hong, he said. A small blue window popped open, and an NPC materialized instantly. Yes, sir. I need a disguise. Top grade. Something that makes me completely unrecognizable. Right away. Yanang grabbed his coat, gave one last glance toward the bathroom, then turned and left the room. The security guards watched as Yanang left in a flash, exchanging confused looks. Huh, he's gone already. Yanang tossed a line over his shoulder without stopping. The girl from your house had a bit too much to drink. Keep an eye on her. Don't let anything happen. He entered the elevator, and once inside, opened his command window. Activate assembly tools. Equip disguise. In seconds, his appearance shifted, his features now those of a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and tie. Yanang exited the building and blended into the night. As he walked through the dimly lit streets, he thought to himself, that third-rank assassin couldn't keep up. Looks like the disguise worked. Barely made it out this time. His expression hardened. I need to break into 3rd tier soon. If not, I won't have the power to handle everything coming. Hidden threats and open enemies alike. His thoughts drifted briefly. As for Yan Yuqing, I hope she knows how to take care of herself. Back in the hotel room, Yan Yuqing sat quietly on the bed, reading the small note Yanang had left behind. I don't enter dangerous situations. Thanks for tonight. 2 days later, Yanang stood amidst ancient ruins, wind brushing past broken stone. He tapped into his communicator. Qinyong, I can't dodge this anymore. This mission's tied to 2nd Gen military elites. Move fast. I've already got the blue outfit. Bring the long fire sword and short fish sword. Top grade gear only. In his hands, he now held the weapons. A red-bladed longsword and a sleek, glowing blue dagger. He raised the red sword, its hilt crowned with a ruby sun emblem. Enchanted fireblade. Burns 270 spiritual energy points per second, he muttered. Temperature output, up to 2,000 degrees. With a swing, flames erupted from its edge, cutting the air with searing heat. Then he activated the dagger. Blue light surged from the blade. Fish magic blade, 240 spiritual energy points per second. Temperature hits at an extreme, approaching the intensity of light itself. He slashed several times, leaving streaks of shimmering blue in the air. After a few controlled cuts, he stopped and checked his inventory. With my current spiritual reserves, This setup should be enough for a small-scale encounter. He reviewed his full kit: the fire and fish swords, lightning boots, blood soul lightning line, lightning armor, the fractured leg guard blade, and the warning necklace. Not to mention the 3 great cooldown artifacts and the multi-stage gates of Hell module. This loadout should hold even in the depths. Then he turned his thoughts to the mission ahead. The gates of Hell, an underground labyrinth crawling with mutated beasts. Each level swarms with orcs and twisted anomalies. Every 7 levels, an elite anomaly appears, and, at the bottom, a triad of peak-level entities await. He tightened his grip on his sword. Besides rare loot, spiritual crystal fragments can be found here, far more valuable than anything from regular dungeons. If I land a large one, it could change everything. Just then, the system interface opened before him. Accessing Fox Gate. Minimum entry rank, intermediate. Difficulty, secondary, high. Recommended team size, 3. Yineng gave a sharp nod. Accepting mission. Current participants, 40. His aura surged. Blue energy rippling outward as he leapt toward the portal with unwavering determination. This time, I'll find out whether I can finally raise my attributes to the next stage. His aura surged. Blue energy rippling outward as he leapt toward the portal with unwavering determination. This time, I'll find out whether I can finally raise my attributes to the next stage. Inside the gate of Hell dungeon, a swarm of awakened ones had gathered. Look at all these spiritual crystals, someone said, chipping away at a crystal-studded wall. No kidding, another replied from nearby. Even a small shard goes for 8,000 credits. A few blocks of this stuff, and you're set for life. Just then, a man in a vest raised his voice. Stop right there. You can't just dig and take these crystals. Inside the gate of Hell, the only way to claim them is by killing monsters. Yineng stood quietly nearby, arms crossed, saying nothing, just watching. This expedition had brought together 40 awakened ones. The military team alone had 21. They moved in formation behind the man in the vest, who stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Let's not waste time, he called out. The military team is taking the lead. Consider yourselves lucky to be here. I'm Wang Yangping, colonel of the Army's 7th group, and a 3rd-degree awakened one. He gestured around. There are 18 tunnels ahead, all packed with zombies. Survive, and you'll be rewarded. Each team will send 3 members into a different tunnel to increase the haul. The fewer the teammates, the more you earn. He paused. Once you reach the 7th floor, we regroup and take down the elite mutant together. Wang Yangping glanced at his soldiers. Among us, there are 4 3rd-degree awakened ones and 2 high-level 2nd-degree awakened ones. Pair up in twos and follow one of our elites. Stick close, and you'll have a better shot at surviving. Someone from a group cheered. This is great. Yeah, we really lucked out, his friend added with a grin. But Wang Yangping wasn't done. Listen carefully, he said. If you choose to follow a 3rd-degree awakened one, we take 70% of your rewards. 2nd-degree awakened ones will take 50%. In return, we'll do everything we can to keep you alive. 3rd-degree awakened ones, step forward. 2nd-degree, move up as well. The rest, stay back. The military moved without hesitation. Yes, Colonel, they responded in sync. Wang Yangping nodded. Begin choosing. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Teaming up with the army is smart, but that cut is huge, one of them muttered. Yeah, I came here to earn, not hand it all over, a blue-haired boy said. Still, rolling with a 3rd-degree awakened one means better chances of surviving, another pointed out. Suddenly, a young man in a different vest shoved past the blue-haired boy and made his presence known. I'm Yin Ming, 1st-class 3rd-degree awakened one from the Demon Hunting Corporation, he declared. I only take 50%, and I don't accept anyone below high-class 3rd-degree level. Yineng's gaze sharpened. A civilian 3rd-degree awakened one? From the Demon Hunting Corporation, no less. Didn't expect that. Then another voice rang out. This one carried a red aura. Huang Kai, 1st-class 3rd-degree awakened one. My cut's also 50%. Only high-class 2nd-degree awakened ones can join me. Yineng's eyes narrowed. Huang Kai, that aura. I felt it before. One awakened one, gripping a hammer and radiating a red aura, paused mid-thought. Wait, is that Yineng? Yineng stood calm, eyes locked onto the man, silently sizing him up. That killing intent. Could he be the 3rd-degree awakened one who was tailing me 2 days ago? But why would someone from a cultivation faction show up in a dungeon like this, full of 3rd-degree awakened ones? He's alone. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Either way, it's too late to mask my identity now. Good thing I've got my final move prepped. Running into him here is perfect. I'll just need the right moment to finish him off. Meanwhile, Huang Kai's eyes sharpened as he stared back. Lin Lan, even though I lost your trail 2 days ago, here you are, right in front of me. I've heard the rumors. Your final move is dangerous. I'll wait for you to use it, then I strike. Just then, Yining stepped forward, hand resting casually on his waist, a smile playing on his lips. Yining, first level, third degree. I'll take 40%. No level restrictions. The crowd glanced over, murmuring. He's offering less than the others, but something feels off. Yeah, he's not wearing any medals, and he doesn't give off that strong third-degree presence. Could he be bluffing? The blue-haired boy added, cheaper deal or not. I'm not sure it's safe going with him. Huang Kai stepped closer, flashing a smug grin. Yining, huh? You really expect us to believe you're a third-degree awakened one? Yining replied evenly. Look, faking your level in a dungeon like this? That's suicide. A nearby soldier turned toward their leader. Colonel, your detection skill is top-notch. Can you read Yining's level? Colonel Wang Yangping studied Yining for a moment. Not yet. His aura's unreadable. But judging by that blue-gray equipment, he's probably the real deal. And he's not wrong. Only an idiot would pretend to be a third degree here. Suddenly, the dungeon system echoed overhead. Dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Prepare for entry. The commotion rose. Everyone scrambled to finalize their teams. Mr. Huang Kai, we want to follow you. I'm with you, Yining. Others rallied behind the colonel. Groups quickly formed, until only 3 remained. Yining, a young man, and a girl. Yining looked around, scratched his head, and muttered, no one picking me. Huang Kai couldn't resist, pointing and laughing. Some third-degree awakened one you are. Not a single taker. Why don't you just join the army's second degrees? Or take those 2 rejects with you? The remaining pair approached. My name's Li Ku, the light brown-haired girl said. I'm a long-range mage. Mind if I join you? The scruffy guy next to her added. Zhang Bin, I'm a mentalist. Yining smiled gently. Sure, you 2 are with me. Both teammates thanked him at once. Then Colonel Wang Yangping's voice rang out. Now that everyone's teamed up, pick your tunnel and move out. Yining stepped forward. Let's go. We're taking tunnel 18. As they walked, he asked, tell me about your abilities. The girl spoke first. I'm a mage. I can cast 3 spells, but they're all from my first year of training, so they're not very strong. The boy revealed a weapon. I'm a mentalist, but I've got this spirit-powered submachine gun. First-class mutants aren't a problem for me. Without turning, Yining said, I see. That's enough for now. Lin Ke looked a little embarrassed. Sorry. Zhang Bin sighed, eyes downcast. We shouldn't even be here. It's only because of a mission. Yining finally turned and offered a reassuring smile. You're not weak. And since I'm taking a cut of your reward, I'll make sure both of you make it out alive. Mr. Yining, they both exclaimed. Suddenly, a sound in the distance caught Yining's attention. He spun around. Get ready. They're coming. A massive horde charged toward them. There are 273 zombies and 2 first-class mutants, Yining said, reaching back for his sword. The 2 stared in shock. How'd he count them so fast? That must be a third-degree awakened ability. Yining dashed forward, sword flashing as he sliced through the oncoming wave. I need to conserve as much spiritual energy as I can, he thought. No ultimate skills. No special gear. Not until the 7th floor. Li Ke watched, eyes wide. He's so fast. Yining's blade plunged into the skull of a mutant, clean and precise. Zhang Bin watched, stunned. Is he not even using spiritual power? Within moments, it was over. First floor complete. Proceed to the 2nd floor. The system's announcement echoed. The 2 stared at the scattered bodies, dust still rising around them. Wait, it's over already? We didn't even do anything. Then came another message. First-class fireworm defeated. 170 spiritual crystal stones earned. First-class 2-headed wolf defeated. 20 spiritual crystal stones earned. Mission clear. Each team member receives 100 spiritual crystal stones. Li Ke gasped, covering her mouth as her status window popped up. 60 stones, and we didn't lift a finger. Zhang Bin looked over at Yining, grinning. Coming here turned out to be the best decision we've made. And following him? Even better. Yining checked his own gains and did the math out loud. 1 spiritual crystal is worth 10 credits. That's 4,800 credits for me. And that's not even counting the commissions. Meanwhile, up on the 7th floor, 3 high-level awakened ones stood waiting. It's been 5 minutes already, one of them muttered. Where is this Yining guy? Yunming asked, resting his axe on his shoulder. I'm telling you, he's not a third-degree awakened one. He's a fake, Huang Kai said with a scoff. That doesn't make sense, Colonel Wang Yangping replied, arms crossed. Even the top 2nd-tier awakened ones are already here. Huang Kai just smiled smugly, thinking to himself, looks like that kid couldn't even handle first-class mutants without going all out. When it comes to high-tier 2nd class, ones he'll either die to them or I'll take him out myself. Just then, Yining appeared, walking calmly toward the group. His black sword and dagger gleamed in his hands, with Li Ke and Zhang Bin right behind him. We're here, he announced. The colonel stepped forward. Now that everyone's here, listen up. We need to eliminate at least 5 high-tier second-class mutants to clear the floor. To maximize rewards, groups of 3 third-degree awakened can take on 1 each. Others can team up as needed. If you run into trouble, call for backup. Just be ready to share your rewards. Yining gave a polite wave. Appreciate it, but we'll manage on our own. Li Ku and Zhang Bin exchanged uneasy looks. He's fast, sure, the girl whispered. But remember how hard it was for him to take down that crystal ant on the 6th floor? Maybe he's still holding back, Zhang Bin replied. We'll just have to trust him. Suddenly, the system echoed. 8 high-tier, second-class mutants have been awakened. Prepare for battle. A line of massive creatures emerged, marching toward them in perfect formation. Yining smiled at the sight. All lined up for me. If I take them all out before anyone else can react. Well, that's not really a problem, right? But not far behind him, Huang Kai gripped his hammer and shield tightly, eyes sharp. Yining, after this mutant's down, I'm coming for you. In a flash, Yining leapt forward. Flames erupted around his blade. If I go all out now, I won't get to deal with Huang Kai, but I don't want any misunderstandings with the military either. So, I'll let him walk for now. He unleashed his skill, Heavenly Split Strike, sending a blazing rift of fire tearing across the battlefield. The others stood frozen, watching in disbelief. That was a 1-second takedown, someone exclaimed. Is that even possible? Third-class mutants usually take way longer to beat, said another. My god, his host must be insanely strong. Huang Kai held his shield up, stunned. Can he really be that powerful? Is this what it means to truly advance? Li Ke gasped, hand over her mouth. Unbelievable. Is this the real power of Yining? Zhang Bin just stared wide-eyed. Told you. He was just saving his strength. After cutting down the entire line of mutants, Yining landed cleanly on the ground. He glanced up sharp-eyed. That bat mutant alone should be worth around 50 to 60,000 credits. Behind him, Li Ku and Zhang Bin threw their arms around each other, smiling from ear to ear. Zhang Bin, tell me I'm not dreaming, the girl laughed. We're actually having a great day, right? He grinned. You're not dreaming. I made 900 times more than usual. We don't even earn that halfway through the year. Colonel Wang Yangping stepped over, raising a hand. All right, everyone settle down. Just a small heads up. Yining turned his way. A small warning, huh? That was unexpected. Are the others getting the same message? Nearby, Huang Kai watched with that same smug expression. Having fun is one thing, but don't get carried away, especially in front of soldiers, he said coolly. Yining stared him down, keeping his thoughts to himself. He's clearly trying to provoke me. Huang Kai met his gaze, grinning. Your little performance is over. Now the 3rd Division deserves the spotlight. Turning toward the group, Yining addressed everyone. Let's be real. At this stage, there's no rule stopping us from being excited. But let's make one thing clear. I had nothing to do with whatever monster peak problem you're worried about. If things get out of hand again, don't expect me to step in. That hit a nerve. Huang Kai stepped forward, visibly annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth. Do you even know who you're talking to? Don't forget who our real allies are. But before the tension could spike, Colonel Wang Yangping intervened, his tone sharp and controlled. The battle team's facing the hardest part right now. Having someone like Yining here is a huge advantage. He's right. Let's focus and push forward. Huang Kai turned toward the colonel. Sure, but if we don't shore up defenses, we'll need to handle these peak-level threats one at a time. Everyone needs to be ready. He stood firm, hand on his hip, still not backing down. Seeing the back and forth going nowhere, Colonel Wang Yangping turned to Yining. For the sake of teamwork, Yining, why not strike again? His talent is unreal, he thought. Let's see how he handles a real challenge. Yining smirked slightly. Sorry, he replied aloud, while thinking, if I can't get rid of Huang Kai yet, I might as well take on a peak-level mutant to get back in the rhythm. The slicing wind ability should be at least level 14 now. Next time, I'll be more prepared. Suddenly, the system broadcast blared. After the last 8 matches, the transformation system is fully activated. Prepare for battle. From the shadows, new mutants roared to life. Smoke poured across the floor as monstrous figures began advancing. Yining looked ahead. All right, this time I'll use abilities and gear. This mutant shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I can force Wang Kai to show his hand, too. One of the incoming beasts, huge, with a crocodile-like maw, lunged from above, teeth gleaming. Yining drew his sword and dagger, eyes focused. A tough defensive type. I'll have to meet it head-on. Let's do this. The ground shook as the mutant stomped down. Yining moved fast, slashing an X-shaped mark across its hide. But as the strike landed, he frowned. No way. Even with a direct hit that broke its defenses, it barely took any damage. My power's still not enough. As Yining battled the crocodile mutant, Huang Kai spotted his opening. With a wicked grin, he swung his hammer, unleashing a bolt of yellow lightning. There it is, he thought. A full power spell. Now's my chance. Once this beast is down, Yining, you're next. The mutant let out another roar, and Yinning surged forward, crossing his blades in front of him. Fire magic, fish magic, he chanted in his mind, activating the spells. A streak of blue energy zipped past the crocodile, but all it left was a shallow scratch on its leg. Seriously? That skin's like steel, Yinning muttered. Not even blue armor magic can slice clean through. With a growl, the mutant whipped its heavy, green-scaled tail toward him. Yinning braced himself, arms crossed, taking the hit head-on. The creature roared again and lunged. Yinning, are you okay? Lin Ke shouted from behind. Zhangbin raised his spirit-powered submachine gun. Spiritual energy boost. Now, he called out, firing at the mutant. Lin Ke joined in, hands raised. Freeze! Their attacks landed, barely, but the monster kept charging, unaffected. We're not doing anything to it, Zhangbin said, frustrated. Lin Ke's face fell. He's done for. Suddenly, Yinning reappeared in front of the beast, a golden arc slashing across its side. Relax. I've got this, he said calmly. He leapt above the creature, thinking this skill comes at cost, but it hits harder. I could take it down like this. In a flurry, Yinning rained strikes on the mutant, not giving it a second to fight back. From across the battlefield, Colonel Wang Yangping destroyed another mutant and muttered, "What a menace! Heaven help us!" Yinming grunted, swinging at the same beast. This is cursed, Huang Kai spat, locked in his own fight. 3 of them are already finished, Li Ku observed. And Yinning's still fighting? His power's insane, Zhangbin added. He can summon 8 creatures at once. And yet, this one monster is still holding him back. The soldiers watched, puzzled. How's he doing so little damage now? One asked. If not for that armor, he'd be unstoppable in this phase. It doesn't add up. Still, Yinning didn't let up. He kept his guard high, not just for the mutant, but also for Huang Kai. The others are done, but Huang Kai's still moving. I'd better stay alert. Right then, Huang Kai rushed in, calling out, Yinning, don't hold back so much. I'll help. Yinning spotted him and thought, here we go. Let's wrap this up. You're getting impatient, huh? He slammed his boot into the ground, releasing a surge of blue lightning. Activate magical gear, lightning boots. In a flash, he launched onto the creature's back and raised his blades. Strike serpent claws, he shouted. Behind him, Huang Kai jumped, hammer raised to strike the creature's skull. Golden hammer. Just before impact, Yinning activated his blood helmet defense, forming a red dome of energy around himself. The hammer hit and rebounded off the dome, flinging Huang Kai backward. Then, in one fluid motion, Yinning drove both blades deep into the mutant and twisted them outward in a scissor slash. Broken blade sword, he yelled. A surge of lightning burst from his feet, and with a final leap, the crocodile's head was cleaved clean off. Blood sprayed as the beast collapsed in a heap. Another kill. Secured. Huang Kai dug his heels into the ground, slowing his momentum after being tossed aside. Looks like Yinning didn't need you after all, Wang Yangping said, arms crossed as Huang Kai came to a stop beside him. Huang shot him a look of annoyance, then turned back to Yinning, shifting into a ready stance. That gear, it's Lin Lance. There's no way his spiritual energy can keep up with that kind of strain. He won't last much longer in this dungeon. I need to shut him down before he gets out of here. Yinning stepped forward. Seems like you won't rest until we throw hands today. Huang Kai. Wang Yangping lightly tapped Huang Kai's shoulder. Come on. Yinning already handled the monster. Don't get greedy. Back off. Colonel Wang Yangping, Huang snapped. This is between me and him. Yinning slung his sword over his back. No clue what you're worked up about, but if this is personal, why not take it to the 14th floor? No need to waste everyone's time here. Huang Kai frowned, confused by the offer. Wait, you're just gonna walk away? He narrowed his eyes, studying Yinning carefully. He's used up all his best techniques, banking on enchanted gear to carry him through the next round? That's a death wish. Either he's a fool, or he's hiding something. Yinning stepped up until they were face to face, wearing a smug grin. Relax. I'm not going anywhere until the 14th floor. Fine, Huang Kai replied, refusing to back down. Let's finish this there, if you survive that long. Wang Yangping's voice rang out across the group. Enough. Everyone pick a tunnel. We're moving to the next floor. Yes, Colonel Wang Yangping, the group replied in unison. Tunnel 9, 10th floor. Huang Kai sprinted ahead with the team that chose to follow him. Strange creatures peered at them from crater holes in the walls, their eyes gleaming with malice. Damn it, Huang cursed under his breath. It's been non-stop with these clawed devils since floor 8. They're everywhere. Stick close, or don't blame me if you die out here. Yes, Mr. Huang Kai, the boys called back, scrambling to keep up. Suddenly, a claw whipped out from the wall, slashing one boy's arm and sending him crashing to the floor. The creature spun toward the next target, ready to strike. But Huang Kai leaped between them, shield raised. Damn it, another one. With a swing of his hammer, he shattered the creature's claw, sparks flying as it crashed to the ground. "Behind you, sir," one of the boys shouted. Huang turned. Too late. A second claw lunged straight at him. "Spiritual bullets. Fire fast," the boy yelled, unleashing a barrage of green energy that tore into the monster. Huang wiped his face and glared at the boy. "That thing almost took my eye. I'm calling it. 90% of the loot's mine. If you don't like it, go solo." The boy who had just saved him protested. "Sir, with all due respect, if I hadn't stepped in." "Save it," Huang cut him off. "That was your last move, wasn't it? And your backup skill's dead now. All you got left is me." The boy clenched his fists. "This is betrayal, plain and simple." The boy who'd taken a hit to the arm spoke up. "Sir, if I turn back now, I'm as good as dead. But if I go back with nothing..." Huang cut him off, raising his hammer. "Enough. Decide what you want. Your life or the loot. Choose wisely." Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and bolted ahead, leaving the boys in his dust. They scrambled to follow, but when Huang glanced back, there was no one. Just shadows flickering in the tunnel behind him. He was completely alone. Elsewhere, Lieutenant Wang Yangping led two awakened companions through another passage. "This dungeon's been a cakewalk," one of them said casually. "Yeah, the next floor is right up ahead. Just 2 more to go," the other added. "Focus." "Quiet," the lieutenant snapped, halting suddenly. A blur shot down from above, crack, slamming into one of the boys' heads. A massive ray with a razor tail hovered above them. "Zombie ray," the lieutenant barked. "Above you, dodge." Tunnel 18, 12th floor. Yining dashed ahead, leading the two who'd chosen to follow him. "Left turn, then right. Keep tight. Don't fall behind," he ordered, his pace steady. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the maze. Someone from another tunnel, crying out for help. "Sounds like chaos in the other routes," Lin Qi said breathlessly. Zhang Bin, still close behind her, added, "Yeah, but honestly, this is way easier than the first 7 floors. Maybe our path just has fewer monsters," the girl suggested. "No way," Zhang Bin replied. "It's gotta be Yining. He's sensing the enemies somehow and steering us away from them." Suddenly, Yining skidded to a stop, foot stomping the ground. The others halted too. "What is it, Mr. Yining?" Zhang Bin asked, confused. Yining's eyes lit up with tea and flames. "There's no dodging this one. There's a ghoul up ahead," he said calmly, pointing. 97 degrees, clinging to the ceiling. "We can't sneak past it." He motioned again. "Second tunnel to the left, 16 meters out. Female bloodsucker waiting in ambush. And to the right, a bone rodent's heading straight for us." Both followers froze in shock. "No way. He's not sensing them," Zhang Bin whispered. "He's seeing everything." Li Ke's eyes widened. "Oh my god, that kind of skill actually exists." Yining took off again. "I'll take the ghoul first. Follow me in 3 seconds. He didn't slow down. "I'll draw the bone rodent away. Meet me at the 3rd fork to the right in 30 seconds. As he reached the ceiling-bound creature, his twin swords ignited, red and blue light slashing in an X. He roared, sword blazing, "Go. Move. No matter what you hear, don't look back." The two trailing behind, Yining took off without hesitation. "Yes, Mr. Yining," they called out in unison. 14th floor, meeting point. The awakened teams were regrouping. Lieutenant Wang Yangping scanned the arriving stragglers and asked, "Where are your team leaders?" 2 boys staggered forward, one barely standing, leaning on the other. "They're gone," one of them said grimly. "All dead. Who'd have guessed low-level monsters lying in wait would be worse than the big ones up front? I burned through almost every skill just to save him." He glanced over. "Anyone here from the Agile class?" Lieutenant Wang Yangping frowned. "That's not good. The higher-ups are pushing for massive spiritual crystal collections, and from the looks of things, that's not happening." Another soldier beside him muttered, "If we can't collect enough ourselves, we might need to buy from the other 3rd orders." Just then, Huang Kai's squad stumbled in. The 3 looked battered, barely on their feet. "Hey, look! Yin Ming and Huang Kai made it back," someone shouted. Yin Ming even brought someone. Huang looks beat up, though. Huang's face was bloodied and bruised. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn this dungeon. Where the hell did those filthy worms even come from?" Lieutenant Wang Yangping stepped to the mouth of Tunnel 18. "Now we just wait for Yining's group. If he brought a few alive, we might still make up the losses. Though honestly, his combat ability's questionable." Huang Kai scoffed and marched up. "Questionable? Don't make me laugh. That guy's a fraud. Just a rich kid flashing fancy gear and acting like he's 3rd order. That monster slaughter he pulled? A one-time trick. I'd bet my face they didn't make it." Right on cue, Yining's team walked in, perfectly intact. Not a scratch. With a smug smile, Yining said, "Oh, sounds like you're about to lose that ugly face of yours." Huang's eyes widened. "You're still alive?" Behind him, Lieutenant Wang Yangping blinked in disbelief. "Not just alive, he's completely uninjured." Someone asked, "Wait, how? Didn't you run into any monsters?" Zhang Bin grinned and shrugged. Why do you all look so beat up? Didn't you dodge them like we did? Lin Qi chimed in. Yining helped us avoid most of the mutants. Wasn't too hard if you followed his lead. As Yining walked toward Huang, a heavy silence fell. The others looked down, their earlier pride deflated. Yining suddenly pulled out a dagger and held it near Huang's face. So, who was it that said they'd bet their life on wiping out my team? He narrowed his eyes. You must have been through this dungeon before. Memorizing a route is cheating. Lieutenant Wang Yongping stepped closer. That's impossible. Every generation of this hell dungeon randomizes the layout. No one can memorize it. He's got some kind of evasion skill, Wang Yongping thought to himself. If I could get him into the army, he'd be a major asset. Huang Kai stepped back, jaw clenched, mind racing. He's not cheating, so this is his real strength? Then Lin Lan's report was all wrong. I can't rush this. I'll watch him when the third-degree mutants show up. Yining gave a mocking smirk. What's wrong, Brother Huang? Backing out now. Lieutenant Wang Yongping stepped between them. Yining, save it. Let's focus on the third-degree mutants. We'll handle everything else later. Yining turned to Lieutenant Wang Yongping. Since you said so, I'll follow your lead for now. Wang Yongping crossed his arms as all the awakened fighters quieted down to listen. There are 2 first-level, third-degree mutants on this floor, he announced. The army will take on one. The rest of you will handle the second. Once we finish, we're out of this dungeon. But Huang Kai immediately objected. I don't agree with the team setup. The army has 4 third-degree awakened and 6 high-level second-degree awakened. Our team? Only 3 third-degree awakened, and one of them might even be fake. Plus, we've got 2 deadweight second degrees in the group of 5. Lieutenant Wang Yongping responded calmly. The one you're calling a fake third degree? He took down 8 second-degree mutants in a single strike. But regardless, if your side can't handle it, the army will step in. This is a commission after all. Yining gave a confident smirk. No problems here, Lieutenant. And if your team needs backup, just say the word. Huang Kai stared at him intently. He really is hiding something. That confidence isn't just for show. Someone else murmured. Yun's real strength, it's impossible to gauge. Then, Lieutenant Wang Yongping raised his fist. All right, move out. We've got 2 Tomb Raiders to deal with. The team split, each charging toward one of the massive creatures. Enormous centipedes with sharp teeth and sickly green skin. The awakened fighters launched their attack as the beasts roared hungrily. Blows rained down on the monsters' bodies. Huang stepped up, using his shield to slow the advance of one of them. He glanced back. Yining, you gonna do something or what? I'm on it. Double sword enchantment. Yining shouted, sprinting toward the beast. Huang leaped onto the creature's head. Spiritual energy battle axe. He roared, slamming the axe into its skull, releasing a burst of golden energy. Yining's twin sword slashed through the air, red and blue arcs crossing. But the centipede snapped toward him in retaliation. Quickly, he activated his thunder boots, flashing away in a burst of lightning. Landing midair, he stepped on Huang's head and shouted, "Make some room, Brother Huang." Huang seethed. You trying to get yourself killed, Yining? But in that split second of distraction, the centipede closed in. Damn it, Huang cursed, turning just in time to raise a shield. The beast slammed into him, wrapping its tail around his body. It struck again, launching him across the battlefield. Yining turned. You all right, Brother Huang? Huang, now furious, shouted back. You bastard, you did that on purpose. The fight raged on. The awakened warriors kept up their assault. One of them stepped forward, shouting, Brother Huang, I've got your back. From a distance, Yining assessed the field. They're about 200 meters apart. If I can close that gap to under 100, I can take both out at once. Yining, focus on the mutant. I can't hold it alone, someone yelled. Yining turned to his squad. All second degree awakened. Support Yun Ming. Leave the rest to us. Brother Huang and I will hold the front. The centipede charged again. Huang got to his feet and took off running beside Yining, trying to stay ahead of the monster. You sent all the second degrees away, he shouted. Now we've got no backup. How are we supposed to win this fight? Yining said calmly, hold it for 3 seconds. That's all I need to finish it. Huang raised his shield, now glowing with a golden aura. I'll trust you this time. But once that thing's down, I'm coming for you next. In his mind, though, he wasn't so sure. He's still hiding something. I'll wait until he shows all his cards. Huang crashed to the ground, barely blocking another heavy blow. I held off. Your turn now, he yelled. But Yining didn't move in yet. Just 50 more meters. Hold on for one more hit. Still pinned with the mutant's claw pressing down on his shield, Huang yelled, Lin, damn it. Suddenly, Yining sprinted out and shouted, Colonel Wang Yongping, watch your back. We're getting overwhelmed over here. Wang Yongping turned, startled. What? That split second was all it took. A gap opened, and the creature struck. Yining came to a halt, gripping a dagger, crackling with blue lightning in one hand, and a flaming sword in the other. Everyone fall back. I'm using my final move. Run now. But in his head, he was already scheming. Let's fool them first. I need those two mutants in one spot. He hurled both blades, one to the left, the other to the right. Each found its target, striking the monsters clean. Colonel Wang Yangping's eyes widened. This isn't anything like before when he took out those other mutants. Even Huang Kai was caught off guard. That's not a final ability. The blades zipped back to Yineng's hands, and now both mutants locked onto him. Yineng shouted, "They're lined up," and Huang Kai's right in the middle. This is it. Sword explosion storm. His attack tore through the battlefield, carving through everything in front of him. The mutants were cleaved down, and a shockwave knocked back everyone nearby. Some raised their arms just to shield themselves from the blast. Insane power. If he wanted, that strike could have taken us all out. He's not just stealing kills. He's saving lives, someone muttered. Looking at that, there's no way he's just third grade. He might be mid, maybe even high level. We're first level third grade. No comparison, another added. When the dust settled, Huang Kai was out cold, buried in debris alongside the creatures. Yineng walked over, picked up the shield and hammer, and said with fake concern, "Brother Huang, I told you to dodge. Why'd you stay? You died for me. Don't worry. I'll take care of all your gear." No one said a word. They just stood there in the rain, watching. Then, the system message echoed. Round complete. All members receive 300 spiritual crystals. Personal rewards will be based on contribution. Choose, continue, or exit. Wang Yangping approached Yineng. "Mr. Yineng, if we push forward, mid-level third-grade mutants will appear. The army is retreating, but with your strength." Yineng cut him off, eyes closed. "I'm spent. Let's leave. I've only got dimensional cut left. I need to save that." Wang Yangping nodded, then raised his voice. "Everyone gather up. Before we go, there's something you need to know. The army wants to buy your spiritual crystals. Market rate is 10 credits per piece. We're offering 11. The response was instant and unanimous. "Sounds good. More than market price? No complaints here. I'm selling mine anyway." Wang Yangping motioned to his team. "If you agree, come talk to us. Then you're free to exit the dungeon." He turned to Yineng. "And you, Mr. Yineng, you've got the biggest stash. The army's counting on you." But Yineng wasn't ready to hand over the crystals just yet. "How about you tell me why the army needs so many spiritual crystals in the first place?" Wang Yangping nodded. "We're launching the C project. It's designed to help low-level awakened rise faster. We've been buying up every crystal on the market, but even that's not enough." Yineng went quiet, lost in thought. Spiritual crystals do boost strength, but the gains aren't linear. A first-grade awakened might need 10,000 just to hit mid-level. To push into high-level second grade, we're talking millions in credits. And the army's investing all that into the seed project? His thoughts were interrupted. "Mr. Yineng?" Wang Yangping called out. Yineng rubbed his chin. "Hold on. I've got 27,000 spiritual crystals on me. Let's round that up to 300,000 credits. Sound fair?" Wang Yangping smiled. "Sure. Honestly, I'd have rounded it up myself even if you hadn't asked. By the way, any interest in running this dungeon a few more times?" Yineng shook his head. "No need. Running the same dungeon with the same group reduces the loot and rewards. Not worth it." Still, Wang Yangping pressed. "If you're willing to bring in different people each time, it could get General Tang's attention. Truth is, all these crystals, they're for General Tang's second son. He just entered the third sequence and will soon be a third-grade awakened. Honestly, I think he might break into fourth." "Shut up," Yineng snapped. "Finish the deal and get out." Wang Yangping froze, confused by the outburst. But he didn't argue. He simply nodded and stepped away. Yineng exited the dungeon. Soon, he was tearing down the streets on his motorcycle, heading home. "I thought I was earning fast enough," he reflected. "But compared to what the army's pouring into this seed project, my haul's nothing. Those who rely on the seed project won't last in a real fight. Their strength is hollow. The army's wasting everything on this. In my last life, I thought I had plenty of resources. But looking back, everything was already scraped clean. Compared to what's still available now, what I used back then was like dust on a mountain. Right now, in the third sequence, no one's burning through resources faster than me. It's insane. I need to push every attribute to its max and take the third-grade test as soon as possible. Once I make it into the first sequence, I'll finally have the power to change everything." Back at his lavish home, Yineng sat at the dining table, casually picking up a handful of spiritual fruits. "Almost all my stats are sitting at 26, except willpower," he muttered while chewing. "The higher these numbers get, the more fruits I need just to raise them. Let's see if this batch is enough." He kept eating, one fruit after another. "Ugh, I'm stuffed. Just one more. Gotta push it past 30, he said, forcing down the last bite. With a final burp, a message popped up in front of him. Constitution +1. All attributes are now maxed out. Starting gacha once. A glowing prize roulette appeared with a single button in the center. Yineng raised an eyebrow. "So, I get a gacha pull for maxing out my stats? Alright then, let's hope it's something good." Maybe an epic gear set, or at least a top-tier sword. That'd give my power a serious boost. He hit the button. The wheels spun. When it stopped, the system chimed in. Epic equipment acquired. Ring of Serendipity. Yining leaned in, eyes narrowing. Just a ring, huh? Not a whole set, but I'll take it. Ring-type gear is rare anyway. He picked it up. A small band with a radiant blue gem. The item description read, storage feature. Grants infinite cubic storage space. Cannot store living creatures. Yining gave a short laugh. A storage ring. No added stats, but infinite space? That's insane. I could literally carry hundreds of nukes in this thing. Then, another screen popped up. Equipment maintenance. Willpower conversion activated. You can now convert willpower into any other attribute. Time limit, 3 seconds. His eyes lit up. This is broken. Willpower conversion during battle? I just hit high-level 2nd grade. This will let me adapt in real time. Strength, speed, whatever I need. But just as he celebrated, another message appeared, and it stopped him cold. New grade detected. 5th grade. Beyond 4th grade limit. Wait, what? 5th grade? There's something past 4th. Yining said, stunned. Could this be the ceiling for humans? Or are there 5th grade mutants out there too? Then another window opened. Item evaluation. Exclusive gear from the world of Serendipity. User will gain adventurer privileges upon entering the world of Serendipity. Warning. Class SS privilege. Use with caution. Holding the glowing ring tightly. Yining whispered. The world of Serendipity? I've never even heard of it. Not even in the final days before humanity's fall in my last life. Could that be where 5th grade mutants come from? This ring, it's tied to something way bigger. No way I'm selling it. Turning away from the ring, he summoned his NPC. Lee Fugue. Sell the war hammer, the golden shield, and all the enhancement gear. Use the credits to buy more spiritual fruits. A small figure appeared in the corner of his status window and smiled. Yes, master. Right away. Just then, a warning message flashed in front of them, pulling their attention away. Notice, normal spiritual fruits cannot increase attributes beyond 30. Reminder, to raise attributes past 30, high-grade spiritual fruits are required. Yining turned to his NPC. Li Fugue, use all the credits from the gear sales to buy high-grade spiritual fruits. Yes, master, Li Fugue replied instantly. Leaning back in a chair, Yining muttered to himself, so close. Just one more point to max out the 2nd grade. In his mind, he was already planning ahead. The zombie horde from Tianfeng's safe zone will arrive in 2 days. My skills should reset by then. I'll finish maxing my stats today. Once everyone sees my power, no one will dare question me when I ask for the 3rd grade test. Suddenly, Li Fugue popped back into the status window, this time with a troubled look. Master, there are no high-grade spiritual fruits available on the market. What? Yining exclaimed. The army bought them all, Li Fugue explained. Yining touched his chin, his mouth tightening. Should I contact Qinyong? But he didn't need to. Right then, his notification window lit up. Incoming call. Qinyong. Yining accepted, and Qinyong's cheerful face appeared on screen. Mr. Yining, it's me, Qinyong. Do you still remember me? Of course, Yining replied, thinking what timing. I was just about to call him. Can this guy read minds? Qinyong quickly got to the point. The Tiancheng Trading Group found a newly forming supernatural dungeon, Class A. They want me to lead a team to explore it, and I'd like you to join us. Low risk, big rewards. A supernatural dungeon. Yining echoed, intrigued. Yes, Qinyong confirmed. Right now, the dungeon only has one edge. Its mission system hasn't fully formed yet. That means it's safer to enter now. Worst case scenario, we just retreat from the border. Plus, these dungeons are usually packed with spiritual bodies. But in this case, only one has appeared so far. The others are still developing. I get it, Yining said. Just tell me your terms. Qinyong nodded. If you agree to come, I'll give you 10,000 credits up front, even if we fail. If we succeed, you'll get 70% of the profit, and the Tiancheng Group will pay you another 30,000 credits. Yining scratched his chin. That's generous. Let me guess, they want to create a clearing strategy for future use. Qinyong gave a sheepish smile. Exactly, Mr. Yining. If you have any other conditions, feel free to say so. Yining smiled back. In that case, I want 20% of whatever they make from selling the guide, and a few high-grade spiritual fruits, too. Later, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, Yining stared out the car window while the vehicle rumbled through the quiet village of Hay. This view, he thought. The zombie horde outbreak in Zhenjiang is just 2 days away, Yining thought. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown. I'll use this time to clear a dungeon, one that doesn't rely too much on physical abilities. The car pulled up to a quiet village tucked between the hills. A group was already gathered, waiting for their arrival. We've arrived, Mr. Yining, Qinyong said as they stepped out. They approached the group, where a young man in a green jacket stepped forward with a warm smile. You must be Mr. Yining. I'm Wang Zhang, son of the vice president of Tian Trading Group. It's an honor. I've heard about you, Yining replied. Qinyong mentioned you. Wang gestured to a stern-looking man next to him. Let me introduce my team. This is Fong He. He's a psychic type awakened with high agility. I brought him in at a premium price. The rest are staff from my company. Fong He gave a slight nod. I'm just a second-tier awakened. Compared to the great Mr. Yining, I'm worth nothing. Yining didn't respond to the jab, keeping his expression neutral. Wang stepped in quickly, chuckling awkwardly. Please don't mind him, Mr. Yining. Brother Fong's just blunt, but he's experienced with supernatural dungeons. Now that introductions are done, shall we take a look inside? Yining nodded. Lead the way. As the group moved deeper into the village, Fong, he walked alongside Yining and said, Once we enter, follow my lead. My system gives me specific instructions when I'm near clues. Ignore them, and you're asking for trouble, even if you're third tier. Don't blame me if something happens. Yining narrowed his eyes. Instructions? But this dungeon isn't fully formed yet. There aren't supposed to be any system missions. That's my skill, Fong he replied coolly. When I get close to a clue, I receive guidance directly from the system, like a mission preview. He turned away and kept walking. Yining watched him, thoughtful. That's a rare ability, like seeing the blueprint of a quest without accepting it. Looks like Qinyong and Wang Zhang really did their homework for this dungeon. As they moved deeper into the village, Wang pointed out the nearby river. This area relies on the river for survival. The villagers usually sell water to the safe zone to make a living. He gestured towards some old bicycles nearby. But look at the wheels, completely rusted. That means they haven't been to the safe zone in a long time. Just ahead, villagers were hunched over, scooping water into a massive barrel already filled to the brim. They don't realize they should stop, Qinyong commented quietly. It's like they're stuck in a loop, fetching water nonstop, even though the jar's already overflowing. Suddenly, a man stormed toward them, his face twisted with anger. Soldiers! Where are you from? He demanded. We're from a safe zone army in Zhenjiang, Wang explained. There were reports that the river water here might be contaminated. The man scoffed and looked away, clearly agitated. I knew it. That woman dying in the river is going to be the end of us. Yining stepped forward. So the river really is polluted? When did it start? What happened? The man recoiled, nervous. No, I was just guessing. The river's clean. Really? Yining's tone sharpened. If you don't explain everything right now, we'll have no choice but to detain you. Cornered, the man finally spoke. 7 days ago, a woman named Zhang Shuez died. But it wasn't our fault. She stole something, then jumped into the river. There was a storm that day. The current was fast. She was swept away almost instantly. Wang Yangping stepped in, pressing further. She jumped in after stealing something? Did someone force her? The man panicked. No, I swear, it had nothing to do with us. Wang Yangping pointed at him, eyes narrowing. Then why are you backing away? Before it escalated, Yining placed a hand on Wang Yangping's shoulder. Hold on, this guy seems normal. But his hands, they've clearly been soaked in water for a long time. If something is off about him and we act too fast, we'll be at a disadvantage. Just then, Fong He stepped over with a grin. Didn't expect you to pick up on that so quickly. Turning back to the man, Yining said calmly, Relax. Just take us to the family of the deceased. If you're not involved, you have nothing to worry about. Reluctantly, the man nodded and led them through the quiet village streets. They stopped outside a small, gloomy house. The air was cold, unnaturally so. A lifeless chill clung to the place. He pointed to the doorway. That's the house. Only she and her mother, Li Ro, live here now. It's always this cold. I can't go any farther. They stepped into the yard, where several barrels overflowed with water. The ground was wet, streaked with stains. It's freezing, Wang muttered. Feels like winter. There's definitely something wrong here, Wang Yangping said, scanning the surroundings. Yining's gaze locked onto the scattered pots and puddles. Why so many containers of water? Something's not right. Suddenly, an old woman stumbled out. Arms and head plunged deep into one of the barrels. Everyone flinched, some cursing under their breath. But he remained calm. Don't worry. She's not a spiritual body, just influenced by the dungeon. The woman turned, drenched, and stared at them. Who are you? She asked, her voice trembling. We're here to investigate your daughter's death, Yining said gently. Did someone force her into the river? If so, we'll make sure justice is done. She looked down, water dripping from her hair, and began to mutter. My daughter. She's in the water. You must help me find her. In the water? You must help me find her. Wang Yangping sighed. Mr. Yining, she's lost. There's nothing we can get from her. But Yining wasn't giving up. Grandma, what about your granddaughter? Where's she now? The old woman looked up slowly. My granddaughter, she went to fetch water from the river. She'll be back tonight. Yining turned to Fong. Any clues from your system yet? Fong shook his head. Not yet. My ability only activates when we're near something critical. But I think the daughter, Li Ro, she's the key. Chun Yong chimed in. Then should we head to the river and find her? But Fong immediately snapped. No. Both Chun Yong and Yining turned to him, confused. Why not? Fong looked away, clearly uneasy. I mean, it's getting dark. Maybe we should just stay here and wait. Yining narrowed his eyes. Fong's hiding something. Drowning. A missing body. A mother and daughter fetching water. Are the villagers stuck in some cycle? Repeating the act of drawing water because the mother's ghost is compelling them? Just then, the door creaked open. A young girl walked in, swinging a heavy bucket of water. Everyone turned. Li Ro, you're back, Fong said quickly. As she ran inside, Yining instinctively covered his nose. That smell blood? Activating his full psychic vision, his eyes lit up with deep purple. He looked into the bucket. Blood. And is that a human tongue? The girl stopped in front of them, eyeing the group suspiciously. Who are you? Fong turned quickly. I just got a system hint. Don't make her angry. Yining crouched down to meet her gaze. We're with the military investigation team from Zhenjiang's safe zone. We're here because someone reported your mother as missing. The girl snapped. She's not missing. The villagers killed her. They spread lies about her, and it cost her life. Yining responded gently. I understand. I'm sorry for your loss. Can you tell us who was responsible? We'll help bring them to justice. Without hesitation, the girl handed him a slip of paper. Of course. I wrote down all their names. Yining accepted it. Okay, we'll start by looking for your mother's body. Then we'll go after them. But the girl shook her head. Mom's already home. There's no need to look for her. You can go catch them now. Yining froze. She's home? But her body was swept away by the river. What does she mean home? The girl tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Are you hesitating? Were you lying about helping me? Yining gave her a soft smile, subtly gesturing toward Fong. We can't provoke her, but jumping straight into arresting people feels reckless. He spoke calmly. Of course not. We just need to file a bit of paperwork first. I promise, we'll catch them by tomorrow morning. The girl's expression changed in an instant. A dark energy flared around her, her voice turning cold. Fine, but if you lie to me, I'll kill every last one of you. The entire group flinched. An icy silence fell. Fong quickly said, let's stay here in this house tonight. Chun Yong and Wang Zhang will share a room. The rest of us will split up. Chun Yong and Wang nodded in agreement, but Yining raised an eyebrow. Split up? In a situation like this? Fong explained, ghosts usually pick either the strongest or the weakest to target first. If one of us gets attacked, we might gain more clues. Yining glanced at the others, then smirked. So basically I'm the bait. Wang Yongping stepped forward. Mr. Yining, you've got it wrong. But Wang interrupted, blunt and honest. No, he's right. We brought you because you're the strongest. Yining gave a small wave. Either way, I'm getting paid. Doesn't matter to me. I'll do what I'm here to do. The two nodded gratefully, but Fong smirked and added with a mocking tone. You can say that now. Let's see if you're still around to say it tomorrow. Then he turned serious, addressing the group. Based on everything we've seen, I'm guessing she became a ghost after being killed by the villagers. But since she's still in her early phase, her abilities only affect her daughter and the villagers who wronged her. It's all about revenge. He continued, so we've got two objectives. First, find Zhang Shue's body. I'll search Li Ro's house again tonight. If I come up empty, then Yining, you'll check the river. Second, we help settle her revenge. After we find the body, we bring in the ones responsible and leave them to Li Ro. Yining raised an eyebrow. That sounds a little too easy. Doesn't match the difficulty level of a Class A dungeon. Fong shrugged. Easy? You're forgetting. The dungeon's still forming. Right now, the clues are all out in the open. But once the dungeon fully stabilizes, we might not even know Zhang Shui was the first victim. Other villagers could already be turning into ghosts. Chun Yong looked uneasy. So going in now is a big risk. Wang added, luckily we got here early. That night, Yining lay in his assigned room, eyes fixed on the ceiling as thoughts churned in his head. Fong's theory makes sense on the surface, but something's off. He definitely hid something when we were at the river. He told me to check it myself. And then there's his earlier attitude. He clearly tried to provoke me. I bet money he's hoping I die. Whatever's at Li Ro's house must be valuable. He's going alone to check it out tonight. But if I survive, and he doesn't find it first, then whatever he's after is mine. Still, Li Ro's behavior, something doesn't feel right. That girl, Li Ro, how could she even kill someone? That tongue in the bucket. Suddenly, a soft thump echoed above him. Footsteps. On the ceiling. He sat up, listening. Then whispered, so it's starting? Good. Let's see what you really are. With a flash, his psychic powers surged to full strength. Show yourself. His eyes blazed a vivid purple. A translucent figure phased through the ceiling. A woman, wild red eyes, mouth curled in a crazed grin full of jagged teeth. You must be Zhang Shui, he muttered, pulling out a bracelet strung with small, ominous beads. Perfect. Time to put these grudge pearls to use. Infusing the bracelet with psychic energy, a dark purple aura began to swirl around it. System notification, grudge pearl activated. Effect, plus 25% psychic attack power. Special, passively blocks one fatal blow from a supernatural being. Item will be destroyed upon use. As the grudge pearl activated, energy surged from the beads, forming into the glowing purple blade of a psychic sword. Sword form strike, Yanning shouted. He lunged, slicing through the space where the ghost had hovered. But the moment it sensed danger, the entity turned and fled, phasing through the window. Yanning kicked open the door. Where do you think you're going? He bolted outside into the night, but there was nothing. Only silence and the icy wind brushing past him. The cold wind again, he muttered, scanning the dark. Then a scream pierced the air. Don't come here. Yanning's head snapped toward the sound. Voices, Chun-Yong and Fong, he, shouting at the same time. Footsteps raced toward him as the others arrived. Mr. Yanning, Wong called out of breath. What was that scream? What's going on? The ghost came after me, Yanning said. But now, Chun-Yong and Fong, he might have been killed. Chun-Yong's eyes widened. Killed? At the same time? Then the ghost attack power isn't as weak as we thought. Wong frowned. Or maybe it got stronger after we entered this place. It makes sense for Chun-Yong. He was the weakest, he added. But how did Fong he die? Yanning's expression darkened. We might have been wrong in our assumptions. Things are worse than we thought. You should all leave the front line. I'll stay behind to investigate further. We'll regroup tomorrow morning. Wong gave a respectful nod. Thanks for everything, Mr. Yanning. We'll pull back. Chun-Yong started to protest, but Yanning cut him off. How about a life-saving item? I'll be fine. Once alone, Yanning murmured to himself. The grudge pearl can only save me once. I need to be careful. Psychic sense, expand. His mind stretched outward, scanning every detail of the area. Then he spotted something, Chun-Yong Fong's leg. That was all that remained. He was mentally controlled and devoured. That would have taken time, which means the ghost couldn't have killed Fong He at the same moment. Fong He's body wasn't eaten. Could it be there's more than one ghost? Then he noticed something else, a disturbed patch of ground. An iron shovel lying nearby. Was Fong He digging something up when he was attacked? Is the real clue buried here? Activating his ability again, psychic sense, penetrate. His vision pierced the earth, and what he saw below stunned him. A woman's body, pale, dressed in a white shirt. It's her, the same ghost who chased me earlier. But wait, 6 fingers? That's a hereditary trait. But Li Ro doesn't have 6 fingers. This woman, she isn't Zhang Shui. Then, as if sensing his gaze, the body's eyes opened. Damn, she noticed me. He looked up and froze. There, looming above the rooftop, was a massive version of the same ghost, her eyes glowing green with malicious energy. That gaze, that's not ordinary. Could it be tied to the blue-grade item Fong he was after? Yanning acted fast. Grudge pearls, infused psychic power, web form. The pearls exploded into a vast net of purple energy, surging toward the entity. But with one sweep of her claws, the ghost tore the web apart. Yanning gritted his teeth. So your true body is far stronger than your spirit form. Yanning gripped the bead bracelet tightly as the woman approached. Suddenly, a glowing purple shield formed around him. The grudge pearl's ultimate power just kicked in, he muttered. I've got to get out fast. Before he could move, the woman struck. Her claws slammed into the ground, sending Yanning flying. He didn't waste a second. Activating his lightning boots, electricity crackled at his feet as he bolted away, speeding through the darkness. The woman launched after him, gliding through the air. But as she tried to follow past the house, she hit a barrier and stopped cold. Yanning kept sprinting, heading straight for his team. Phew, that was way too close, he thought, breathing heavily. I ran a different direction than Chun-Yong, but at least I got away. Then it hit him. The woman in the white dress. She's not Zhang Shui. Maybe the storm dragged her here, which means the real Zhang Shui could still be downstream. She might even be alive. He glanced at the horizon. I've got to search downstream before sunrise. Back near the house, Chun-Yong looked around, uneasy. Yanning's still not out, he said. Wong shook his head. The barrier's blocking our signals. Maybe we should head in and check. They entered the house. The subordinates searched every corner and returned. Chief, he's gone. No sign of Yanning anywhere. Lu's house is empty too. Wong frowned, stroking his chin. Missing? How could that be? Just then, a little girl appeared at the gate. Uncles, she said sharply. Didn't you promise this morning you'd help me catch them? So why are you still standing here? The men exchanged awkward glances. We're going now, Chun-Yong replied. The girl's gaze darkened. Take them to the river, she said coldly. I'll make them suffer there. Wong turned to the others. Let's move. This revenge plan is our only lead. Wong added. Thong is already dead. Yanning's vanished. We've got nothing else to go on. They gathered the men from the girls' list and marched them to the river, forcing them to kneel before her. The men began pleading. Zhang Shui took her own life. It had nothing to do with us. We didn't kill her mother. You're with the military, right? You can't just go around doing this. But the girl didn't flinch. She raised a pair of scissors, her voice ice cold. It's your fault. You pushed my mother to her death. Now you'll pay. She plunged the scissors into one man's chest. He gasped. You. She yanked out his tongue. I won't just kill you, she said, grinning. I'll rip out every last tongue. She laughed as she sliced his tongue off. Who's next? The other two broke down. I'm sorry, one cried. I never should have said anything. I swear I didn't mean it. Xiaoru, I'm Uncle Zhang. I didn't spread any rumors. But she turned her gaze to him. You did. After my mother rejected you, you talked behind her back. She lunged with the scissors, tearing out his tongue as he screamed. The remaining men stared in horror. Chen Yong whispered, how can a 10-year-old girl even do this? Wang replied, let's just hope it all ends after she finishes them. The girl turned to them, blood-stained and smiling. Uncles, they're not dead yet. Can you help me toss them into the river? Wang hesitated. Sure. And they did. One by one, they threw the bodies of the bound men into the river. Chen Yong turned to the little girl. Li Ro, did you get your revenge? And if you need help with your mother's body? She gave him a twisted smile. Oh, that's taken care of. My mother's here now. Then her expression darkened, and she said, all of you are going to die too. A towering woman in a soaked white shirt rose from the river. Her glowing green eyes locked onto them, razor-sharp teeth glinting as she emerged. Together they gasped, what? In a flash, she lunged forward, biting one of Wang's men. Help me, the man screamed in agony. Panic hit them like a wave. Damn it, run, Wang shouted. But it was too late. The woman opened her mouth wide, releasing a powerful green energy. It pulled them in like a vortex, dragging their bodies toward her gaping jaws. She's too strong, one of them cried out. We can't break free. One man was the first to go, crushed between her teeth. Chen Yong watched in horror. Brother Wang, I'd rather die by my own hand than be devoured like that. He raised a knife to his neck, ready to end it all. Chen Yong, no, Wang shouted, but before the blade could touch skin, a surge of purple energy shot through the air, yanking the knife from Chen Yong's grip. Yining had arrived. He stood beside the girl's mother, unleashing a powerful strike that blasted the monster away and freed the two men. Chen Yong dropped to his knees, breathing hard. Mr. Yining, incredible. Yining pointed ahead. Li Ro, look. What do you see in her arms? The little girl looked up. Her eyes widened, tears welling up. Mom. The woman was holding a small, limp body, Li Ro's own. The ghost girl stared in disbelief. Mom, you're alive? Then I'm the one who died. Her mother looked down at her, grief in her voice. Xiaoru, it's all Mommy's fault. Wang Yangping's voice broke the silence. Wang Zhangsu isn't dead? Then, who's the ghost in white? Wang's brow furrowed. Li Ro is dead. So Li Ro is just a spirit too? What's going on here? Yining stepped forward. It's a long story. But for now, we need to get out of here. This place is still dangerous. Suddenly, the woman in white reappeared. She launched herself into the air, grabbing Li Ro's mother in her jaws. No, Mom, Li Ro screamed. She reached for her own chest, and instantly her entire body was engulfed in a powerful green glow. In a flash, she transformed, her figure massive, ethereal, and shimmering like green mist. Yining's eyes locked onto her. Li Ro's awakened. We're a lot safer now. The ghostly woman held Li Ro's mother in her teeth as the girl charged forward, yelling her name. Li Ro slammed her fist into the ghost's face, then bit into her throat. The two specters clashed, twisted, and finally exploded into a gust of wild green wind. As the dust settled, Yining turned to explain. It happened on a stormy day. Wang Zhangsu was swept into the river, but survived further downstream. Li Ro, desperate to find her mother, drowned, but her spirit stayed behind, unaware of her own death. Her need for revenge poisoned the village. He continued. When Li Ro later found the body, in white, floating in the river, she thought it was her mother. That's how this all began. The only way to stop this is for them to see the truth and let go themselves. Wang looked down, stunned. So, the people we captured, they really were innocent. Chen Yong nodded slowly. That explains why Fong He and Chen Yong Fong died at the same time. There were two ghosts. Just then, a glowing object darted toward Yining. It hovered in front of him, a small eye with a green iris. Words appeared. Ghost eye blue-grade item. Effect. Gain insights and system hints about whatever you're looking at. Yining picked up the strange item and studied it. This power, it's similar to Fong He's ability, he thought. No wonder he risked everything to get it. This must have enhanced his skills. Wang stepped forward and bowed. The 10,000 credits that were originally meant for Fong will now go to you. Chen Yong followed with a bow. It's thanks to you, Yining, that any of us are still alive. Yining nodded in appreciation. though his thoughts were elsewhere. I made around 70,000 credits this time. Not bad. But more important than that, what I really need is a high-quality spiritual fruit. Turning to them, he asked, by the way, did you find the spiritual fruit I asked for? Shin Yong hesitated. Wang stepped in. About that, you might need to wait a little while. Yanang frowned. Why? Shin Yong finally spoke. To be honest, every high-quality spiritual fruit on the market has been bought out by the army. They said it's for the seed project. Yanang gave a knowing smile. The seed project again? Looks like if I want one, I'll have to go after it myself. Then he turned to them. Shin Yong, Wang Zhang. Tonight, I'm taking you all to see something special. Bring your parents too. A show, the two asked. He smirked. Exactly. A show about the zombie epidemic. In Safe Zone 119, a flying vehicle landed. Shin Yong stepped off and approached a man in matching military attire. Uncle Zhang, where's my father? He asked. Vice Commander Zhang Tao replied. Commander Shin Yong had urgent business. He sent me in his place. Shin Yong smiled. That's fine. If you're standing in for my father, I'm sure Yanang won't mind. Let's go get Wang Zhang and the others. We're heading to Tian Phone. At the headquarters of the Tian Commercial Association, tension erupted. Smack! Wang staggered back, his cheek red and swollen. Dad, what was that for? He asked. Wang Tian, the vice president of the Tian Phone Commercial Association, stood over him, fuming. You're lucky I didn't do worse, he barked, jabbing a finger in Wang's face. I agreed to meet this Yining in Tian Phone, and then I find out you stole the spiritual fruits meant for the army in the capital? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you almost caused? Wang tried to defend himself. Dad, Mr. Yining saved my life. I owed him, and the army requested fruits from so many groups, missing a few won't matter that much. Silence. Wang Tian snapped. You don't know anything. You don't understand the weight of what you've done. He pointed sternly. My role in the association is already under pressure. Above me is the president. Even without him, we can't afford to offend someone the army values. That could bury us. And don't forget, Yining was hired by you to protect you. Yes, he saved your life, but that doesn't give you the right to jeopardize ours. He sighed, trying to rein in his anger. We're not refusing to give it to him. He'll get the fruit. Just not right now. Wang Tian placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his gaze drifting out the window. All right, Xinyang's here. I'll head to Tianfang with you first. We'll talk more after I meet Yining in person. If he's really as strong as you say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spiritual fruit. Wang's eyes lit up. Seriously? You're not messing with me, right? Meanwhile, over in Tianfang's safe zone, a new urgent message lit up the screen. From Yining to Commander Xiao. The zombie horde will strike tonight. Prepare immediately. Commander Xiao narrowed his eyes at the screen. He sent the same warning last week. I'm mobilized just in case, but nothing happened in the old city. Now he sends it again with a specific time. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the room. Commander Xiao, movement in the old city. The horde's breaking through. They've shattered the seal and are charging straight toward the safe zone. First and second level mutants spotted. We haven't seen any third level ones yet. Commander Xiao shot to his feet. Yining was right. Move. Sound the alert. Get every squad on high alert. Activate all defenses now. Alarms blared across the zone as a broadcast repeated. A zombie horde is approaching. All civilians outside the walls must retreat to the safe zone immediately. Troops scrambled into action. Lay landmines every 15 meters. Form triangular patterns. Blast holes through the crowd for the awakened to break in and clear them out. Fill the trenches with oil double time. In the skies above, fighter planes roared to life, sweeping over the city to secure the airspace. On top of a tall building, Yining watched the chaos unfold. Tianfeng's no joke when it comes to defense, he commented. The NPC standing beside him nodded. Master, they seem well prepared. Yining shook his head. They're doing what they can, but it's not enough. Not against mutant-class threats. He pointed toward the front lines. There are only around 2,000 awakened here. Half of them are in the rear. Just 600 on the front lines, and only 200 of those are long-range types. He scoffed. With a formation like that, they're basically walking into death. The NPC looked uneasy. Master, then does that mean they'll all be wiped out? Yining's gaze stayed locked on the battlefield. No, not this time. This time, they have me. The first wave crashed through the outer perimeter. Zombies, twisted, monstrous, red-eyed, came swarming in like a flood. Commander Zhao's voice rang out over the radio. They've breached the barrier. Everyone to battle stations. Planes begin bombing runs. Explosions lit up the field as bombs rained down from above, tearing into the oncoming horde. Watch out for those flying mutant hawks, the commander barked. Long range awakened. Take them down. A zombie stepped on a landmine. Boom. The blast ripped through the front line, sending nearby creatures flying through the air. But the rest kept coming. Cover us, a soldier shouted. Short range awakened. Move in and fight. The battle raged fiercely on the ground as the leaders of the Tian Phone Company watched from the top of a nearby building. Yining crossed his arms, glancing at the chaos below. That Yining told us to be here 2 hours early to wait for the zombie horde. Now that the fight started, where is he? What's he even doing? Beside him, Wang Tian responded. He's probably waiting for the high-level mutants to show up. Can't exactly show off his power slaying low-tier ones, right? But so far, not a single third-level mutant in sight. He better not just be taking down second levels. Yining chuckled. President Wang, you're hilarious. I'm thinking the same thing. He promised to impress us. So far, I'm just waiting for the punchline. Wang Yangping turned sharply. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, please. We really do respect Mr. Yining. Don't make fun of him. The two older men went quiet. Jiangang placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder. Qinyong, listen. Your uncle trusts you. Whatever happens tonight, I won't interrupt. But I've watched you grow up. I just want you to see the bigger picture. Even with a mid-level third-degree ability, there's only so far you can go. Wang Tian nodded. He's right. You two are still young. Sure, a third-degree awakened is impressive, but that doesn't mean we treat him like some kind of god. Wang Zhang stepped forward. Enough, Dad. Let's just keep watching. I believe in Mr. Yining. He won't let us down. Suddenly, a terrifying mutant burst onto the battlefield, striking with savage force. A corrupted green corpse tore through the soldiers, absorbing everything around it like a black hole. One soldier was hurled through the air, screaming, "Help!" Another turned in panic. That's a high-tier, second-degree mutant. The rotting corpse, it's on the left. Alert Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao arrived with reinforcements, and the troops rallied. Commander Xiao is here, they shouted. Advance. Xiao summoned his weapon with a fierce cry. Blood sword. A crimson blade appeared in his hands as he charged forward, slicing the mutant in two with one clean strike. Unbelievable, the soldiers cheered. Let's go. But just then the ground shook violently. Deep cracks split the earth as a deafening rumble rose from below. Zhao's expression shifted. That sound, no. It might be one, maybe even two third-level mutants. He turned grim. They're harder to kill out here than in any dungeon. We'll need at least 6 first-level awakens to handle just one. His voice thundered through the ranks. Retreat. Everyone fall back to the safe zone. As they began to withdraw, grotesque, mutant worms exploded from the ground. Xiao shouted, "Light the trenches. We'll hold this line with our lives until reinforcements arrive. Move. Hurry." Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. Yining. He flashed through the air, his blade dancing as he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Sword flow. The mutant worm split cleanly in two, severed mid-charge. Commander, Xiao stood frozen, speechless. He killed a third-level mutant with a single move, he muttered. He turned his head, eyes widening. No way. Yining. Yining landed calmly, smirking. Commander Xiao, it's been a while. We'll catch up after I clean this up. He lifted his sword again. Sky-cleaving slash. A flaming arc roared through the air, carving straight through the second mutant worm. It exploded into chunks, scattered across the battlefield. Xiao stared into the sky, his voice cracking. It's really Yining. In just half a month, he reached third-level awakened. He dropped to his knees, stunned. He's already stronger than me. What have I been doing with my life? With a calm smile, the protagonist walked over and said, Commander Xiao, I think the soldiers can handle the rest from here. Come with me. There's something we need to talk about. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Qinyong's group watched the scene unfold. Qinyong couldn't hold back his excitement. Did you guys see that? That's the real strength of Yining. Wang nodded. That was my first time seeing it in action too. He's on a completely different level from your typical third-degree awakened. Wang Tian added, Yeah, this guy's far from ordinary. Wang Zhang stared in disbelief. With that kind of power, even Chief Changkai Lai might not stand chance. Compared to most mid-tier third-degree awakened, he's still top-tier. No wonder he's so confident. Then Qinyong opened his status screen. Yining Lin just sent a message. He's waiting in the Tian Phone conference room. Let's head over. Inside the Tian Phone conference room, Commander Xiao was already seated alongside Yining. As Qinyong's group entered, he was taken aback. Wait, Commander Zhao's here too? Yining smiled warmly. You're all familiar with each other, so let's skip the introductions. Please have a seat. We're among friends. Let's talk. Xiao glanced around at the arrivals and thought to himself. Vice Commander Zhang Tao from Safe Zone 119. Wang Tian from the Tian Business Association. Just as I suspected, that Yining's not acting alone. He's got serious backing. Once everyone was seated, Wang Tian spoke up. Mr. Yining's strength lives up to the hype. Even among third-degree awakened, that kind of power is rare. Chung chimed in. Exactly. I've heard you've helped Qinyong multiple times. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, thank you. And thank you for inviting me. Zhao's expression shifted. Did he say Yining? Or is it just their accent? Then Yining spoke plainly. Actually, my name isn't Yining. It's Yining. That revelation stunned Xiao. So, they don't even know his real name. That means no hidden forces are backing him. Then how did he climb to third degree awakened so fast? Yining continued. As you've seen, my current strength is at the third degree level. Commander Xiao, could you bring me a testing device? I'd like to verify it here. Xiao stood up, hesitant. Mr. Yining, we all saw your strength. Wang Tian nodded. There's no doubt. You're clearly a mid-tier third degree awakened. No one's questioning it. Wang Zhang raised a brow. Mr. Yining, do you really think we didn't notice? Ignoring the comments, Yining simply said, Commander Xiao, please get the machine. All right, Xiao muttered and left. Wang Tian asked, Mr. Yining, you didn't bring us all here just to confirm you're a third degree awakened, right? Wang Zhang added, seems kind of pointless if that's the only reason. Trying to keep things civil, Yining said, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're already here. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt. He sat back, that smug grin never leaving his face. Soon, Xiao returned with the machine. Yining nodded in thanks. Zhang grumbled under his breath. Strong or not, he acted like a spoiled kid. Wang Tian chuckled. Arrogance isn't a bad thing, but wasting everyone's time just to show off? That's another story. Yining stepped forward, channeled his energy into the device, and a purple flame surged around him. The machine lit up. Then came the result. Maximum level, second degree. Everyone froze. Second degree? Did I hear that right? The room buzzed with disbelief. The group rushed to the testing machine, eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, what? You're not third degree? You're really just second degree? One of them blurted out. Wang Zhang shook his head. If he'd tested as high or even peak third degree, I wouldn't have been surprised. But Wang Tian was still stunned. A second degree awakened, showing the strength of a mid-tier third degree. That's unreal. Xiao stumbled backward, clutching his head. He's not third degree. Of course, I should have realized it. He was still taking second degree missions until recently. And yet, he displayed power like that. And he's doing it without any backing? Who the hell has a brain I can borrow? Shin Yong turned to him. Sir Yining, what is going on? The protagonist stepped forward calmly. I get it. It's hard to believe I'm only second degree. Half a month ago, I was discovered to have SS class talent. But because I awakened as a psychic, I was passed over for the seed project. They said my potential was too low. Wang Tian nearly shouted, SS class talent. Reaching max level second degree in just half a month, and already matching third degree strength. Xiao snapped, low potential? If this is low potential, then everyone in the seed project might as well quit. Yining's gaze hardened. I brought you all here for two reasons. To prove myself, and to ask for your support. By now, you all understand I'll reach third degree without issue. I deserve to be part of the seed project. I'll shatter the bias against psychic awakens. I will claim the title of first sequence. He paused, voice sharp. One by one, I'll crush every fake genius in the seed ranks. The world will see who the real seed is. Wang Tian gave a faint smile. All right, Mr. Yining, what exactly do you want from us? And what's really behind your power? Yining answered, my true ability lies in converting mental energy into raw attack power. There's also a secret organization behind me, but I can't say anything else for now. I'll just make something up, he thought. As long as I don't reveal the sword god system, it'll be fine. Wang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Makes sense. That's why his power is so unique. Xiao watched him silently. Knew it. There's definitely someone backing him. Then, Yining got straight to the point. Here's what I want. Form an alliance under my leadership. I'll call the shots. You three assist me however you can. When I become the first sequence, I'll make sure you're all rewarded. He turned toward the door. You have 10 minutes to decide. As he stepped out and closed the door behind him, a thought crossed his mind. Xiao Hongkai has been stuck at early third degree for years. There's no path forward for him. Chunyang's grandfather, vice commander of the North China War Zone, must have been a thorn in his side for ages. And Wang Tian, always kept under the president's thumb. They'll want change. Inside the room, the discussion heated up. Chunyang looked at Wang Zhang and asked, Uncle Wang Zhang, why are you hesitating? With Yining's potential, he's destined to be a general. That's way beyond Grandpa's reach. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Zhang spoke up. Dad, why won't you agree with Yining? With his potential, we could become the top commercial group in all of Huaxia. Wang Tian turned to Wang Zhang. Brother Wang Zhang, what do you make of that secret association behind Yining? Wang Zhang replied thoughtfully. First off, he can't access spiritual fruits, so his backers probably aren't from any official faction. Second, the way he moves, the way he talks, he's got serious insight and experience. I'm starting to think he might just be an insanely strong individual on his own. Wang Tian nodded. Exactly. That's what I've been thinking too. Wang Yangping looked between them, confused. Uncles, what are you even talking about at this point? Cheng turned to him. Xia, there's something you don't get. Yining's potential is amazing, sure, but siding with him means we'll be going against a lot of powerful people in the capital. Most of them support the Seed Project. That includes Zhang Yang's father, General Wang Zhongmeng, head of the Third Corps and a high-level third-degree awakened. Wang Tian added, "These aren't people you want as enemies. Betting on Yining could cost us everything." Then Xiao spoke up. "Gentlemen, even if you don't trust me, I've made my decision. I'm taking the risk. I've already made one big mistake. I won't make another. High risk comes with high reward. I've been stuck at the early third degree for too long, and I'm tired of it." Wang Tian turned to his father. "Uncle Zhao's right. Dad, didn't you always say bigger waves bring bigger fish? Are you really okay staying vice president forever?" His father said nothing, staring at the floor in silence. Wang Yangping stepped in. "Uncle Wang Zhang, since you're here, representing both my father and grandfather, you should already know exactly what they'd do if they were standing in your place." Wang Zhang remained silent as well, eyes downcast. Just then, Yining walked back in, smiling. "So, have we reached a decision?" One by one, everyone stood and lined up before him. "We're in," they said. "We'll follow your lead." Yining's grin widened. "Perfect. Allies, here's a list of everything I need. I hope you'll have it ready by tomorrow morning. And also, I need you to contact the high-level military officials in the capital. Let them know. I want to request a third-degree test." He handed over the documents. "No problem," they all responded. Wang Tian looked over the papers and chuckled. "So you had this list ready all along. You don't hold back when it comes to using people. You've got the makings of a real leader." Xiao walked toward the door. "I'll send your updated info to the capital right away." "Thanks, Uncle Xiao," Yining replied. As Xiao left with a sigh, the others began to follow. Later that night, Yining stood at the top of the building, gazing out at the lights across the city. "Finally, I have my own faction, one in Hunan, one in North China Bay, and now a commercial powerhouse. Next step, shake the capital." That night, the capital sparkled under the glow of towering buildings. Inside the Seed Project conference room, a tense meeting was underway. At the head of the table stood General Wang Yangping, his voice sharp. "I'm sure you've all read the report. Hard to believe, I know, but Vice Commander Chung Kai Li of North China confirmed it himself. An SS class genius, still second degree, yet showing the strength of a third degree awakened. And we let him slip through our fingers." He glanced around the room, his tone turning cold. "If anything else goes wrong, none of us will walk away from this clean." The officials nodded grimly, the weight of the situation settling in. "This is serious," one of them said. "We should notify higher authorities right away and make up for our mistake." Another agreed, adding, "We should dispatch a third-degree squad to bring Yining safely to the capital. And as for his place in the sequence, leave that to the top brass to decide once he arrives." A silver-haired general with a sharp, unforgiving look stepped forward. "At this point, there's no other move. For now, assign him the title of Special Sequence. It's unforgivable we didn't start cultivating a talent like his sooner." That's when Tang Zhang, an officer from the Seed Project, slammed his palm on the table. "Is it really right to delay reporting this to our superiors? Shouldn't they be informed now?" General Wang Yangping turned to him, voice thunderous. "Tang Zhang, weren't you the one who dismissed Dining when he was confirmed SS class? And now you're changing your tune? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Caught off guard, Tang Zhang quickly raised his hands. "That's not what I meant. I'm just suggesting maybe we delay the report for half a month. No, even a week would help." He hesitated, then added, "General Wang Zhongmeng's youngest son, Wang Zhang, is currently ranked first in the sequence, but he hasn't even hit peak second degree yet." A heavy silence fell over the room. General Wang Yangping finally spoke. "With Yining's strength, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the third degree. When that happens, Wang Zhang will have no choice but to give up the top spot." He paused, his voice lowering. "But Wang Zhang has powerful backers, especially in the upper echelons. This complicates things." Turning back to Tang Zhang, General Wang Yangping gave him a sharp, calculating smile. "Still, I admire your loyalty. You've got guts, but a week is too long. I could delay the report for 3 days, no more." He narrowed his eyes. "This is your chance. But if Prince Wang Zhang doesn't break through to third degree in that time, everything will fall on his shoulders." With that, he signaled for preparations to begin. "Get ready to bring Yining to the capital," he ordered. General Wang Yangping's eyes darkened as he leaned toward Officer Tang, voice low but ice cold. "Don't even think about interfering. If you do, the consequences won't fall on just you, but also on those backing you." Far from the capital, on a training ground surrounded by glowing crystals of every color, a young man finished drinking a potion and wiped his mouth. "I just reached high-level second degree," he muttered. "Now you're telling me to hit peak in 3 days." This was Wang Zhang, the current first sequence. From the shadows, a man stepped forward, rugged, with a green buzz cut, a cigar dangling from his mouth. It was General Yung Mong of the 3rd Corps Army, Wang Zhang's father. "I'm serious," the general replied. "Do you still remember Yanning? He's also SS class." With Chung Kai's support, the kid's already reached peak 2nd degree. And his power? It's 3rd degree level. Wang Zhang tensed. "So he's after my title?" "That's right," Yung Mong confirmed. "Chung Kai himself isn't a threat. But if that boy breaks through to 3rd degree first, your first sequence title is gone." He stepped closer. "I'm sending you into high-difficulty dungeons. That's the only way. When the 3rd degree test comes, as long as he's not the only one who passes, I still have ways to keep your position safe." He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "Don't let me down." Wang Zhang nodded. "Understand. I won't disappoint you." Yung Mong gave a rare smile. "Good. I'll do everything I can to stall Yineng's still green. The road to the capital won't be smooth for him." Back in Tianfeng's safe zone, 2 armed officers stood guard outside a room. Inside, Yineng sat quietly, facing a table stacked with spiritual fruits and a thick book. A soft bed sat nearby. Having his own faction made all the difference. Unbelievable, he thought. The army got their hands on spiritual fruits this fast. And Chung Kai even gave me a class A sword skill. He knew, just this skill book alone was worth more than Tianfeng's safe zone could afford. Yineng took a fruit, bit into it, and felt his stats surge. A green glow pulsed around him as he clenched his fists, energy flowing through every inch of his body. So this is what it's like to have maxed attributes. His spiritual power moved faster, sharper, everything more precise. He reached for the skill book and read the description. Super Jump delivers devastating damage to the target. Triggers paralysis and crush effects. Immune to all control during execution. Defense boosted by 200%. A perfect balance of attack and defense. Exactly what you'd expect from a Class A sword skill. And that's before any upgrades. He tossed the book into the air, and as it hovered, it opened with a flash, revealing a glowing orb encasing a sword. Instantly, the learning process began. Energy surged through him, his entire body lit up, and just like that, he unlocked a legendary SSS class skill, Falling Heaven. The skill details popped up. Effect 1. Soar into the sky. Lock on any enemy within a kilometer. Once locked, the target is immobilized. Descend like a thunderbolt, striking with area-wide lightning damage and dealing massive critical hits. Effect 2. Complete immunity to control effects during activation. A spiritual shield forms, absorbing damage equal to your total spiritual power. If your willpower surpasses the target's, they won't be able to lay a finger on you. Skill summary. You become a god of death. Yineng stared at the system window, eyes wide. A 1-kilometer lock-on range? That's insane. They can't even fight back once I activate it. I'm basically untouchable while the skill is running. He looked down deep in thought. I'll have to see how this performs during the 3rd degree test in the capital. Opening his skill tree, he muttered, "Too bad all my sword skill slots are filled. I've already hit my limit before breaking into the 3rd stage, but that's fine. Once I reach it, I'll unlock even stronger powers." Just then, another system prompt appeared. New mission. Collect 4 rare materials immediately. Mountain Destroyer's Heart. Human-faced Hawk Fluid. Corpse Ripper's Column. Abnormal Ghost Core. Reward. Skill Fusion. Grants the ability to use SSS class skills with no spiritual power cost. Cooldown time reduced to 12 hours. Yineng studied the list. A mission like this was rare. And the reward? Unbelievable. But those materials, they were anything but ordinary. The Mountain Destroyer? A notorious 3rd degree mutant that emerged 27 years ago. It took several top-tier Awakened to take it down. As for the rest, he'd never even heard of them. They could be ancient relics, hidden deep within the nation's vaults. He made a quick decision. I'll only be able to gather them once I'm first in the sequence. That's when I'll gain full access to the national treasury. Suddenly, the door swung open. Commander Xiao stepped in. News from the capital, he announced. Yineng nodded. Come in. What's the update? They've arranged for an escort. You'll be taken to the capital tomorrow. Yineng smirked. Looks like they know what's good for them. And what about the sequence? Did they finally grant me the top spot? Xiao shook his head and replied. They didn't say anything about that. They're only giving you a temporary title, special sequence. The final decision will be made once you get to the capital. Yineng's expression turned serious. With the power I have now, there's no doubt I deserve to be first in the sequence. I'm sure the ones behind the Seed Project are just afraid of offending those who've benefited from it. Xiao tried to offer some advice. Yineng, Commander Qinyong, and I think are rushing things. The current number 1 is Zhang Meng. He's deeply connected in the capital. We're strong, yes, and we'll definitely earn our place there. But for now, maybe it's smarter to hold back a little. If you do, some of Zhang Meng's supporters might actually end up backing you. Yineng raised his hand, cutting him off. Uncle, I get it. When a tree grows too tall, the wind will break it. But I have my reasons, important ones. Ones I can't explain yet. I just need everyone to trust me. Every move I make is calculated. And if there are obstacles, I'll smash through them myself. With that, he gripped his twin blades. Instantly, red and blue auras surged around him, splitting down the middle of his body. The next afternoon, they waited as aircraft descended from the sky. Xiao stood beside Eining, watching the landing closely. "They're here," he said. "Those are the newest spiritual combat planes. With that kind of firepower, they could wipe Tianfeng off the map in minutes. Get ready to receive them." The escort unit disembarked, their bodies surrounded by a burning blue aura. The sheer pressure they gave off was overwhelming, exactly what one would expect from the capital's elite. Every single one of them was at least third-degree awakened. Xiao stepped forward to greet them warmly. "You all must be tired from the journey. I'm Commander Xiao of..." But the soldiers walked right past him without a word, ignoring him completely. Xiao stood frozen, embarrassment washing over him. Of course, they weren't here for someone like him. He was just a local commander in a safe zone. At the front of the group, a light brown-haired man stepped up and held out his hand, toying with a smile. "You must be Yining. I'm Lin Rui, leader of the 27th Aerial Squadron, Capital War Zone. Just call me Old Lin. We'll be taking you to the capital." Yining shook his hand. "Yining," he replied calmly. Lin raised an eyebrow. Yining's composure was unexpected. He didn't act like someone from a small-time place. Before Lin could say anything else, Yining cracked a smile and said, "Old Lin, let's cut the pleasantries and get moving." The squad members around Lin glanced at each other in annoyance, clearly not used to being talked to like that. Lin hesitated for a moment, rethinking the plan he'd been given. Yining's confidence unsettled him. He suddenly remembered General Zhang Meng's words: find a way to bring him back under control or eliminate him. As the military aircraft sliced through the sky, Lin sat beside Yining and leaned in slightly. "Sir Yining, we're almost at the capital's outer perimeter. Some high-ranking officials have arranged a welcome banquet in your honor. I hope you'll consider attending." Yining stayed quiet, his mind racing. Would they try and stall him, delay his participation in the third-degree judgment? He didn't trust the situation. Lin noticed the change in his expression and smiled calmly. "Relax," Lin said. "Meeting them could bring you a lot of advantages. You've had a long journey. You must be exhausted." Yining gave a polite nod. "Thanks for the offer," he said, "but I'll pass. We can talk again after I reach the third degree." Lin's smile faded slightly. General Zhang Meng had ordered him to buy time, but if the soft approach wasn't working, it was time for Plan B. He gave a subtle nod to the pilot. Without hesitation, the jet swerved sharply. "There's a malfunction in the system," the pilot announced. "We need to make an emergency landing immediately." Yining narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what they were doing. So that's how far General Zhang Meng is willing to go, he thought. Standing up, Yining moved quickly and pressed a dagger to the pilot's throat. "Seems like the real malfunction is your flying," he said coolly. "Keep going like this, and we really will crash. And if that happens, I don't think even your backers will escape the fallout. Step aside. I'll handle it." Lin stared in shock. Did he figure it out? He's serious. If a fight breaks out here, the whole aircraft could go down. How can someone from such a remote zone have this kind of nerve? Then, Lin stood up as well. "Yining says he can fix it. Let's give him the controls," he said smoothly. After all, he was only supposed to buy time, not cause a disaster. Yining raised his voice. "I'm only going to show this once. Pay attention. Don't misremember anything, especially not the people." He took the pilot's seat and gripped the controls, adjusting the jet's course with ease. The aircraft stabilized, slicing cleanly through the clouds. Lin watched silently, a mix of awe and doubt flashing in his eyes. Even among the capital's elites, I've never seen this level of resolve, he thought. This kid's future, it might really shake everything. Maybe I backed the wrong side, but it's not too late to fix that. Lin suddenly stood at attention, gave a formal salute, and declared, "Lin Rui, commander of the 27th Military Air Squadron, salute signing." Yining turned and gave a small smile. "Commander Lin, I'll be counting on you moving forward." By the time they reached the capital's war zone, the second military base was glowing with lights from towering buildings. Yining brought the jet in for a smooth landing. As they stepped out, they were greeted by General Wang Yangping, who welcomed him with a wide grin. "I'm the one in charge of the Sea Project," he said proudly. Yining nodded. "Pleasure to meet you." General Wang Yangping gestured toward the main hall. "We've prepared a special banquet in your honor. Many high-ranking officials are here. They're all eager to meet you." Yining raised his hand, stopping the general mid-sentence. "This banquet isn't important," he said flatly. "I want to begin the third-degree trial. Right now." The officials around him were stunned. "Start the trial immediately? No rest? No preparation?" Seeing their confusion, Yining explained, "You've granted me the special sequence title, but withheld the first sequence. saying procedures need to be followed. Isn't that because the higher-ups still doubt my abilities? If I complete the third-degree trial now, they'll see the truth for themselves, and we can skip all those processes. General Wang Yangping studied him quietly. He's not wrong, he thought. He admired how Yining wasn't wasting a second. Confident, but not arrogant. Assertive without being disrespectful. That kind of balance made him worthy of respect. Tang Zhang stroked his chin. This kid doesn't listen to anyone, he thought. He even wants to do the trial tonight. But Wang Yangping's still locked in the dungeon. He won't make it in time. He stepped in. Yining, how about taking the trial tomorrow instead? That way, more people will get to see your skills. General Wang Yangping nodded in agreement. That's right. Rest tonight. Prepare. Tomorrow, the stage will be yours. Yining smiled. Tomorrow works for me. I'll leave the arrangements in your hands, General. As he walked off, he thought to himself, the power of backing off at just the right time. It always works. He'd already planned to rest anyway, but saying that outright would have just given them another excuse to delay him again. Elsewhere, General Zhang Meng slammed his palm on the table. What is this? All you did was delay him by one night? You haven't even filed the report to the higher-ups yet. Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Yining directly to me? Tang Zhang stood his ground. Yining wouldn't listen to me, or Wang Yangping, or Lin Rui. At this point, no one can force him. Zhang Meng's face darkened. This was spiraling out of control. He had to alert General Wang Zhang immediately. If nothing else worked, he might have to abandon the third-degree candidates he'd stashed in the dungeon. Back in his room, Yining lay on the bed, surrounded by shimmering spirit crystals, quietly absorbing their energy. He hadn't expected a mere temporary special sequence title to come with this kind of treatment. The country must be filthy rich, he thought. The crystals didn't do much for his power, but they were perfect for fine-tuning his state. What really motivated him, though, was the first sequence reward, a monthly stipend of 100,000 credits, a full set of customized blue-grade gear, and an epic weapon. On top of everything else, gaining the first sequence title would grant him access to the national treasury twice a month. He'd be allowed to take anything he needed. With resources like that, Yining believed he could break into the fourth degree within a year. Meanwhile, the third-degree judgment tower loomed over the capital, a towering structure wrapped in smoke and circuitry, reaching far into the clouds. Inside, those involved in the Seed Project were already gathered, waiting for the military's arrival. The air buzzed with whispers. Scientists in white lab coats murmured about the shocking news. Someone from a Seed Project had already qualified for the third-degree trial. How is that even possible? One asked. The project only launched recently. Others shook their heads. It took most of us 10 years just to reach the third degree. Then came the announcement. The military had arrived. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Every single candidate seemed to be in their 30s. Yining walked among the other participants, scanning the group. With a small, sly grin, he thought, they know their so-called seeds can't hit third degree this fast. So they've sent in peak second-degree substitutes to fill the ranks. A loophole to steal my moment, huh? Let's see how long they last. Up in the stands, General Wang Yangping sat with other military leaders. He stood and addressed the crowd. Welcome, all military personnel. The third-degree trial will begin shortly. Are all seed candidates present? A voice called out from the crowd. We're still missing the first sequence. Heads turned as a young man stepped forward, carrying an axe, clothes filthy with dungeon dust. It was Wang Zhang. The other participants stared in surprise. Yining's eyes narrowed. Straight out of the dungeon, he thought. At least he's stronger than those fakes they sent. But no matter how tough he is, the title of first sequence will be mine today. Wang Zhang glared at Yining, rage simmering beneath his expression. In his mind, 4 of his uncles had died in the dungeon trying to reach this trial, and he believed Yining was to blame. One day, he swore he'd make him pay. Suddenly, a purple vortex swirled open before them. The entrance to the trial had appeared. General Wang Yangping raised his voice again. Since everyone is here, the trial will now begin. Strength type awakened, step forward. Reach the 10th floor, and you'll ascend. The higher you climb, the better your rewards. And those who rise in the global rankings will receive even more. This is your chance. Make the most of it. Above the vortex, the global strength rankings lit up. First, North America. Second, Eastern Europe. Third, Russia. 7th, Dacia. Yining frowned. Dacia is only 7th? That didn't sit right with him. He made up his mind. He'd change that. He would erase the shame of being behind. From the crowd, Wang Zhang stepped forward and declared, I'm going first. I'm a dual type awakened. I'll make it to the top 5 in this trial. Others raised their hands, volunteering to join him. General Wang Yangping looked out over the group. Anyone else? Yining stepped forward without hesitation. Yining, psychic type. The general turned toward him with a frown. Yining, this is a strength type trial. Your psychic trial will open later. If you're really that eager, I can arrange it then. But Yining didn't budge. He shot back. Is there any rules saying I can't enter? If not, then let's go. Not only will I take part in the strength trial, I'm entering 3 more categories too. I'll leave everyone speechless. Up in the stands, General Wang Zhongmang chuckled. He's trying to guarantee he makes it through, he said. A nearby officer turned to him. What's his strategy, you think? Wang Zhong leaned back with a grin. Everyone knows the psychic trial is the toughest of them all. No one in history has ever cleared it. With his attribute points, sure, he might reach the 10th floor in the strength trial, but that still won't compare to someone who's truly built for strength. Even so, it's better than failing outright. He laughed again, and others nodded in agreement. Down below, Wang Zhong walked right up to Yining and scoffed. You think you're on my level just because we've both maxed out our stats? Don't be stupid. My talent lets me go beyond those limits. Before he could finish, Yining cut him off. Save it. If you're so confident, let's settle this inside. Or are you scared? He turned and strode straight toward the portal, leaving Wang Zhong fuming in silence. Grinding his teeth, Wang Zhong growled. Who does he think he is? Then, louder, fine. You want a challenge? You've got one. Just then, a system notification appeared for everyone present. Entering strength trial. Inside the Judgment Tower, you'll face waves of enemies. Clear each floor to advance. All equipment bonuses are disabled. Non-strength attributes will be greatly reduced. Combat begins in 10 seconds. Get ready. Yining drew his dagger in one hand and his sword in the other. Examining the blade, he muttered, all blue-grade enhancements gone. Only basic functions left. Floor 10 is the threshold to ascend. Floor 20 or higher puts me in the top 3. Floor 23? That's the historical limit since the apocalypse. He smirked. Then I'll aim for 24. The early levels are just warm-ups anyway. A low growl sounded beside him. A zombie dog lunged from the shadows. One swift strike, and it collapsed in a heap. The first floor was cleared. 30 seconds until the next floor. On the second floor, a mutant charged. Yining met it head-on, slicing cleanly through it. Still nothing but weaklings. This was starting to get boring. Meanwhile, the military watched from the control room, tracking every move through surveillance feeds. General Wang Yangping spoke up. These first 7 floors aren't a challenge. Everyone's moving at a similar pace. We'll start seeing real gaps either by the 7th floor or at the 10th. General Zhang suddenly pointed at one of the screens. Look there, my son. He's already reached the 10th floor. He sneered. And that Yining? Still stuck on the 8th. A nearby officer turned to General Zhang with a smirk. Looks like Yining wasn't as impressive as people claimed. Inside the Judgment Tower, Yining was locked in battle with a 2-headed ogre, weaving around its attacks. As he moved, he thought to himself, once you pass the 7th floor, constant movement just drains your energy. These fools don't get it. It's not about who shines now. It's about who finishes strong. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong stepped onto the 11th floor. General Wang Yangping spoke up. After floor 10, the stronger mutants emit powerful magnetic fields. We lose all video feeds beyond that. Zhang crossed his arms, visibly proud. My sunscreen was the first to go blue. That says it all. One of the flatterers at his side chimed in. He cleared 10 floors in 10 minutes, basically blitzed through. Yining is embarrassing himself trying to compete in a strength trial. Zhang chuckled. Exactly. The first sequence still belongs to my son. General Wang Yangping, keeping an eye on the monitors, read aloud. Wang Kai is the 11th to clear the 10th floor. Wang Zhang's already on the 13th. Yining just cleared the 10th to 18th in line. Zhang scoffed. 18th? He's crawling like a snail. One's on the 13th, the other barely past 10. The difference couldn't be clearer. Still, General Wang Yangping didn't dismiss it entirely. For someone who's not even a strength type awakened, Yining's progress is unexpected. Back inside the tower, Yining leapt onto a zombie's back and balanced atop it. He recalled a similar beast from a past trial. Its weakness is behind the neck. One clean slash, and the creature collapsed in a heap of fire and ash. He stepped away, letting the smoldering corpse fall behind him. I'm on the 12th floor now, he thought. Haven't even tapped into attribute conversion yet. My spiritual energy and resistance are untouched. The floor cleared, and the system gave him a 10-second breather. Perfect. Time to activate attribute conversion. He planned to burn some of his spiritual and resistance stats, pushing hard to reach floor 21. After that, he'd go all in. Elsewhere in the tower, Wang Zhong was struggling to catch his breath. Clear the 16th, he muttered. I must be in the lead. Just a few more. I have to secure a top rank. I need to crush Yining. Humiliate him completely. Outside the tower, more awakened were exiting the trial, stumbling and gasping for air. Many dropped their weapons and shields the moment they stepped out. That was brutal, one said, nearly collapsing. How did those guys make it to floor 20? They're not human. They're monsters. I was dying by the 14th, another panted. Still, despite the exhaustion, they comforted themselves with one truth. They had passed the 10th floor. That alone was enough to complete the mission. More screens faded to blue as connections were lost. One by one, the feeds went dark. General Wang Yangping stood, voice firm. Most of the participants had already quit, but Yineng was still inside. He hadn't given up. He was still pushing forward on the 15th floor. As a psychic-type awakener, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. General Wang Zhang scoffed. The 15th floor is his limit. Unlike my son, he's already reached the 17th. Just 3 more floors, and he could break into the world's top 10. A sycophant nearby chimed in, praising Wang Zhang's strength. But General Wang Zhang narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. After the 15th floor, Wang Zhang had noticeably slowed down. Yet Yineng, who had lagged behind, was now speeding up. Was it just his imagination? Suddenly, the screen updated. Yineng had reached the 16th floor. He wasn't seeing things. Yineng was accelerating. General Wang Zhang stared in disbelief. He's caught up to Wang Zhang already? How is that even possible? Another man added cautiously. Is he just pushing himself too hard? If he slips up on the 16th floor, he could die. Yineng surged ahead, leaving everyone speechless. Whispers spread. He'd reached the 17th floor. A psychic awakener climbing that high? It sounded like something out of fantasy. General Wang Zhang slammed the table. Desperation filled his voice as he encouraged his son, willing him to hang on and not let Yineng surpass him. Inside the judgment dungeon, Wang Zhang clashed with a towering skeleton, his attacks slicing green trails through the air. He laughed, willing the creature to fall, but the skeleton retaliated, smashing him into the wall with a deafening boom. Wang Zhang coughed, clutching his side, his axe still in hand. This floor was his breaking point. He hadn't fully recovered from the last dungeon, and he could feel it. He wasn't at his peak. It wasn't worth dying for. Not when he'd already secured first place. At least, that's what he thought. His battle axe lit up with a brilliant green aura as he poured his spiritual energy into it. With a powerful leap, he hurled himself toward the skeleton. Heaven-cutting axe, cleave it. With one decisive strike, he shattered the creature. Panting, he leaned on his weapon, victorious. He stepped through the portal and emerged on the other side. His father rushed over, helping him up with a proud grin. I did it, Wang Zhang beamed. Clear the 18th floor. I'm number 1. But his father's smile faded. Wang Zhang froze. What's wrong? I just broke Daxia's 2-year record. I'm first, right? Why isn't anyone cheering? He turned to the big screen. There it was, Yineng's name glowing. And next to it, 19th floor. His father's voice cut through the silence. 3 seconds before you came out. Yineng moved on to the 19th. Wang Zhang coughed up blood, eyes wide with disbelief. No way. How could he possibly reach the 19th floor? He wasn't having it. The system must be glitched. That has to be it. Everyone's seeing it wrong. But his father spoke firmly, trying to steady him. I get it. It's hard to believe. But we've confirmed it. From the 15th floor on, Yineng's clear time dropped to just a minute per floor, just like you before the 10th. Wang Zhang stumbled back, muttering under his breath. No, that's not possible. He couldn't accept it. He was a strength-type awakener, SS class talent. Losing was never part of the plan. And now, his thoughts spiraled. Did my uncle sacrifice everything for nothing? His father gripped his shoulders. Listen to me. Don't think like that. Don't question your worth. You barely had any time to prepare for this. This is just a setback, not the end. You're not weaker than Yineng. With proper preparation, you could have hit the 19th too. But then, gasps echoed across the room. All eyes shot to the screen. Yineng's name was now next to the 20th floor. The room fell into stunned silence. No one could believe it. He had cleared the 20th floor. Some muttered in disbelief. Others kept repeating it, as if saying it out loud would make it real. That kind of achievement didn't just put him among the elite. It launched him straight into the global top 10. General Wang Yangping stood up abruptly. Give me all the intel you can now, he ordered Vice Commander Xia. A soldier rushed off to carry out the command, as the general added, this kind of genius, a high-level military officer, must oversee this personally. Inside the judgment dungeon, Yineng was already up against his next foe, a massive, humanoid, Phila-like mutant. He assessed the situation quickly. After the 20th floor, all enemies were third-degree mutants, monsters too powerful to handle without advanced weapons or high-level abilities. And here he was, on his own. He converted 5 points of willpower into agility and launched into a fast, evasive strike pattern. Toxic green spores burst from a monster's body as it attacked, but he kept moving, narrowly dodging the blasts. Still, he knew he couldn't just keep dodging forever. He had to fight. To stop the poison attacks, he leaped high, straight toward the creature's face, which bristled with tentacles and poison sacs. Another 5 willpower points converted, this time to strength. Flames erupted around his sword as he swung hard, tearing into the mutant. Green blood sprayed, laced with toxin. But the damage wasn't enough. 5 points weren't nearly sufficient. And with the limits on simultaneous willpower conversion, he couldn't boost strength, agility, and endurance all at once, making the battle even harder. Luckily, the monster couldn't spew poison anymore. That bought him a moment. He focused, gathering spiritual energy. Then he shifted it all to strength, just in time to drive his flaming sword straight into the creature's skull. With one final swing, Yineng sliced off the Thulu's head, spinning midair and leaving a fiery arc in his wake. Activating Meat Crusher Cut, he followed through, shredding the monster's body into pieces as they rained from above. He landed, sword in hand, just as the remains hit the ground. Floor 21, cleared. The system granted him a brief pause, 1 full minute. Things were about to get serious. He allowed himself a small smile, his blade still close to his face. He'd done it. From here on out, his ultimate abilities were unlocked. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the atmosphere shifted. Vice Commander Fong had arrived, a rugged man with a thick beard, brown hair, and a fur cloak. Alongside him was Hu Ji-ping, a bald elder and commissioner from the political department. General Wang Yangping stepped forward to greet them. Fong got straight to the point. What's the status? Yineng cleared the 21st floor just a minute ago, General Wang Yangping replied. He's still going? Fong was floored. He's still advancing? Just then, the screen updated. Yineng had reached the 22nd floor. Commissioner, whose voice cut through the moment. He's moved up again. Fong stared at the screen, astonished. A golden aura burst out from him, spreading fast as he shouted. This puts Yineng in 3rd place worldwide. The surge of energy rattled the room. Who stepped in quickly, waving his hands. Commander Fong, please, don't lose control. No one here can handle your aura. Fong blinked and reined it in. My bad. I got carried away. He glanced back at the screen. Back in my prime, I barely cleared the 21st. Took me half an hour, too. And now, this kid, he just cleared the 22nd floor in a minute? That's insane. Even more confusing was Yineng's earlier performance. He'd seemed average, up until the 15th. Then, everything changed. He started clearing each floor in under a minute. Even on the 20th, where he slowed down slightly, he still breezed through. But now, the 22nd floor had barely started, and it was already done. Who squinted at the screen? They say he's a psychic-type awakener. But now I wonder if that's true. Could the info on it be false? There are people out there who'll do anything to win. Fong's tone turned sharp. I usually ignore the small stuff. But anything that threatens national integrity, I don't let that slide. General Wang Zhang stiffened, guilt creeping in. Is he talking about me? Sure, I've been a few things, but I'd never go that far. Behind him, Wang Zhang leaned against the wall, head lowered. Commander Wang Yangping broke the silence. It's almost been a minute. And Yineng, he still hasn't stopped. Fong nodded. They say that after the 22nd, it's nothing but 3rd-degree mutants, and you face them alone. This isn't like a battlefield. No help. No shortcuts. Just raw power. Inside the tower, Yineng launched Divine Cut, a searing crimson slash tearing through the enemy. The system blinked. He had advanced again. Floor 23. General Wang Yangping announced it instantly. He's cleared. On to the 23rd. Fong stepped forward, eyes blazing. Unbelievable. Yineng just overtook the top spot in the global rankings. Commissioner, who couldn't hide his satisfaction. Yineng was now officially the #1 in the world. Wang Zhang stood frozen, unable to process it. The title of first sequence, it's gone, he muttered, still in disbelief. A nearby soldier let out a bitter chuckle. We were hoping to have everyone advance to 3rd degree and just forget about Yineng. But now, we're the ones being forgotten. General Wang Zhang stood stiffly, sweat rolling down his back. Vice Commander Fong, visibly moved, spoke with emotion. It's been 37 years since Buck Wade, the strength-type awakener from North America, claimed the top spot. He exhaled slowly, wiping at the corner of his eye. For the past decade, Daxia hasn't even cracked the top 10. Commissioner Hu Ji-ping nodded with a proud smile. Well, now we finally have something to be proud of. Fong turned to General Wang Yangping. Good. Relay this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Yineng is to be treated with the highest priority. We'll begin preparations for his return. General Wang Yangping saluted. Understood. They all made their way to the entrance of the Judgment Tower. Standing at the base of the portal, Commissioner Hu Ji-ping looked up. It's been another minute, he noted. Why hasn't he come out yet? Was he attempting another floor? If he started the next round, he wouldn't be able to exit until it was over. Vice Commander Fong's eyes narrowed. The next stage includes mid-tier, 3rd-degree mutants. No one should be fighting those alone. He paused, alarm growing. General Wang Yangping, think of a way, any way, to bring him out. He doesn't need to push any further. He quickly added, sent a medical team to the tower immediately. But General Wang Yangping shook his head. The tower blocks all transmissions. We can't contact him. Fong clasped his hands in prayer. Please don't be reckless. Stop now, Yining. If anything happens to you, everything we've gained could be lost. Everyone waited, hearts pounding. Suddenly, a notification alert sounded above the portal. It was as if fate had answered their plea. Yining had completed the strength judgment. Fong shouted joyfully. He stopped. He finally stopped. But then his expression shifted. Wait, where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? The trial is over. Why isn't the global broadcast showing anything? He turned sharply toward General Wang Yangping. Wang Yangping's face was grim. He opted for a no-exit path. He's gone straight into the agility judgment. There won't be any transmission until he leaves the tower. Inside the judgment, Yining had already received the update. Teleportation to the agility trial had begun. He walked steadily toward the portal, analyzing his situation. He had planned to clear 2 more floors, but reaching the 23rd had already secured him the top rank. Now, he needed to conserve his trump cards, Dimensional Cut and Celestial Fall. There was another factor too, a hidden rule. In third-degree judgments, if a challenger took on multiple trials back-to-back, their results would stack. Exiting now would mean losing out on massive rewards. And Yining couldn't afford that. Yining reached out and touched the swirling purple vortex. A system prompt appeared in front of him. Agility Judgment, Monster Maze, starting in 60 seconds. Rewards are based on clear time. There are hidden monsters throughout the maze. You cannot fight, only dodge. Find the exit to clear the trial. The faster, the better. In the blink of an eye, he was transported into a massive labyrinth. A leaderboard appeared before him, displaying the global rankings for the agility judgment. At the top, Miyamoto Fujiyama from Japan's War Zone, 1 minute, 9 seconds. Second place, Gauss from Great Britain. Yining analyzed both. Miyamoto's talent allowed him to meld with solid objects. He could phase into walls and keep running nonstop. Gauss had an agility type awakening and, on top of that, a calculation talent. He could precisely map out the most efficient escape path. All 10 names on the board were SS class. Yining clenched his fist. Attribute conversion alone won't cut it. Elsewhere, a young woman with short brown hair watched the broadcast on a projected screen. Now everyone's watching Yining, she said with a neutral expression. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it's not entirely bad. All of Daxia's top brass are tuned in. Her name was Huang Lingyu, a genius agility type awakener. And let's not forget, she added with a faint smile, he crushed Wang Zhong. The agility judgment began. The task was simple. Find the exit as fast as possible. Huang dashed forward. If I beat Yining here, she muttered, I'll earn the title of second sequence. That'll be a huge win for the Chunyao safe zone. She quickly noticed the maze's structure. It was complex, and the walls were unbreakable. Her best strategy? Stick to the right wall. It wasn't the fastest route, but it was reliable. Then came the monsters. A massive serpent lunged at her, but she leapt gracefully, slamming her foot down onto its head midair. The snake hissed, spitting venom with its fangs. But dodging was easy for someone with S-class agility. She rounded a corner with ease, the creature slithering after her, but she never slowed. Elsewhere in the maze, Yining was on the run, 2 colossal monsters in pursuit. Though the labyrinth was intricate, the top clear times hinted it wasn't that large. His plan was simple. Get to the center, then use Dimensional Cut to teleport to the exit. He moved fast, bouncing off the walls, the beasts left trailing behind. But the deeper he went, the denser the mutant presence became. Fortunately, Yining relied on something even deeper than speed, muscle memory. He dodged and weaved with flawless precision, jumping past the creatures like it was second nature. After all, he had fought these monsters before, in a lifelong past. Every move was etched in his body. Back in Huang's path, things were heating up. A massive octopus mutant loomed ahead. They were getting tougher. She didn't hesitate, unleashing her wind blast skill. A sharp gust tore through the creature as she sprinted forward. But just as she passed, another octopus appeared, just as big and just as vicious. Caught off guard, she had to blast again. This time, she wasn't fast enough. The creature struck. Pain radiated through her side, but she didn't stop. Though bruised and winded, Huangling Yu Chunyao felt a brief wave of relief. She'd managed to dodge the last strike. But her stamina was draining fast. She had to pick up the pace. The exit had to be close, and she refused to lose to Yining. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the maze, surrounded by towering beasts, Yining finally locked eyes on his target. This chaotic center zone, it was the way out. Without hesitation, he activated Dimensional Cut, slashing through space itself with a flurry of razor-sharp arcs. Each strike cleared his path. He didn't have time to waste. Outside, Vice Commander Fong growled, "Why can't we see what's going on in there?" Commander Wang Yongping stepped beside him. No need to worry, Commander Fong. The agility judgment is short, 5 minutes at most. The results will show up soon. Commissioner Hu nodded. Exactly. Based on his earlier performance, Yining knows his limits. But Fong shook his head. My concern isn't his skill, it's his mindset. The more confident he gets, the more fragile he'll be if he falls. Just look at Wang Zhang. One loss and he's a wreck. Commander Wang Yongping remained calm. Yineng's different. He's a psychic type awakener. He won't crumble like that. Off to the side, Wang Zhang looked broken, like a kid lost in the crowd. He turned to his father, voice trembling. Dad, he's gonna lose this time, right? Right? General Wang Zhang forced a smile. He will. He has to. This time, he'll lose. Just then, whispers spread through the crowd. A signal had come through. Someone had cleared the trial. All eyes turned to the screen. Could it be Huang Lingyu Qinyao? She had incredible potential, and her time, just over a minute, was impressive. Everyone held their breath. The image appeared. Wang Zhang stared, his nose bleeding from stress. He clenched his shirt so hard it nearly tore. General Wang Zhang was frozen. On the screen, Yineng's name lit up once again. 1 minute, 8 seconds. Another world record. Another first place. Even Commander Wang Yongping couldn't believe it. Vice Commander Fong smiled in awe. Incredible. What else is this kid hiding? Moments later, Huang Lingyu stumbled through the purple portal, panting, hands on her knees. She looked around, hopeful. No one's here yet. Even Yining hasn't come out. 2 minutes, 1 second. Not bad. I should at least make the global top 20. She turned to the screen. Her confidence vanished. Yineng's name glowed at the top. Her jaw dropped. I lost. Lost to him. Even worse than Wang Zhang. The shock was too much. She collapsed on the spot. Officials rushed over as one of them shouted her name. Then the room shifted again. A tall man with white hair, in full military dress, stepped onto the scene. Gasps followed. The commander-in-chief, he's here. I've never seen him in person before. Yining had drawn the highest authority in the country. This was Li Xiangua, Supreme Commander of Daxia. Vice Commander Fong quickly stepped forward and saluted. Commander, Yining just took first place in the agility trial. Li Xiangua's eyes narrowed. Where is he now? He's still in the tower, sir. He's entered the physical judgment. The commander scowled. What? That doesn't make any sense. Stop the trial. Get him out of there immediately. Everyone was stunned by his sudden order, and he let out a deep laugh. I'm kidding. Just trying to break the tension. He crossed his arms, grinning. Yining must be a monster. Let's see what he does next. Fong Hao let out an awkward chuckle, thinking to himself, the commander really knows how to crack jokes at the worst times, probably trying to ease the tension. Instead, his humor only made things feel more intense. Meanwhile, inside the testing grounds, Yining kept a close eye on the rankings for the physical trial. Sitting at the top was Arnaud from Southeast Asia, boasting a tank value of 1.3 tons. Second place belonged to George from North America with 0.7 tons. Yining narrowed his eyes at the data. First place nearly doubles second. He must have some sort of second life skill, he muttered. Just then the scene shifted. Yining found himself transported to a harsh, smoky terrain surrounded by towering mountains and massive beasts. A system prompt popped up with the trial's instructions. Upon entry, participants are divided by region based on strength level. Mutants are categorized by tiers. Attacks are not permitted. The goal is to withstand as much damage as possible within 10 minutes. The higher the damage endured, the higher the ranking. You may exit at any time, but doing so counts as a failure. Yining scanned the battlefield. Different zones. The weak ones are up front, stronger ones are deeper in. Only defense allowed. If I want a top spot, I'll need to push through to the tougher areas, he reasoned. Without hesitation, he converted his willpower into agility. In a flash, he dashed forward, weaving past monsters with speed and precision. His goal, reach the third-class mutant zone and unleash Heavenly Fall to tank the incoming hits for a few precious seconds. Outside the arena, the commander-in-chief stood watching, arms folded. Fong Hao, think Yining can snag first place in this trial? He asked. The vice commander hesitated. Sir, I'd love to see that happen. But realistically, people with strong physiques usually look the part. Take General Qin Feng or Zhang Hai, built like tanks. Yining, though, the commander interrupted with a grin. You're overthinking it. Be honest, before this, would you have believed Yining could top the agility and strength trials? Fong Hao was silent. The commander laughed. Exactly. I believe he'll take first here too. In fact, I'd bet he'll become the top candidate for fourth class. And if I'm wrong, he slapped his own face. I'll eat my words. He kept slapping until Fong Hao intervened. All right, commander, you made your point. Back in the trial, Yining was deep in the second-class peak zone, dodging relentless mutant attacks. Almost there, but this area's a real pain, he muttered. One of the mutants locked eyes on him. Red eyes flared, arms shot forward, and in a blur, it grabbed Yining in a crushing grip. The pressure surged. Yining gritted his teeth and activated a physical conversion, barely managing to break free. He hit the ground hard, coughing up blood. Before he could recover, the mutant lifted its foot to stomp. Yining rolled out of the way, just as the ground exploded behind him. Smoke billowed. He shielded his face, just in time to miss another strike coming from the side. A tentacle lashed out, crack, his arm snapped on impact. Yining took off running. His left arm hung limp, completely out of commission. First things first, he had to get out of the second-class peak region. Thinking fast, he changed his strategy. A new threat emerged behind him. A massive beast that looked like a monstrous version of Cho'Gath. He quickly summoned his assistant. A small NPC popped up in a floating window. "I need my sword," he ordered. "The one I dropped in the sea. Retrieve it from inventory." With his weapon back in hand, Yining turned to face what stood in his way now. A towering, undead brown elephant lumbering toward him. It was slow, but its power was undeniable. Its trunk could wipe out anything in its path. He studied the creature. If I can bait it, I might be able to use its power to my advantage. It was risky, but if he could get it to strike just right, it might launch him over the danger zone entirely. Yining charged straight at the beast, sword ready. As he closed in, he shifted his stats from physical to defense, bracing himself. The elephant swung its trunk and made full contact. Boom! Yining was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring across the battlefield at breakneck speed. He tore through the air, bypassing other creatures and crashing straight into the third-class peak zone. Still tumbling midair, he looked back and let out a breath. It worked. He slammed into the ground with brutal force, the impact shaking the earth. Sitting up slowly, he wiped the sweat from his brow, heart pounding. One more hit like that, and he'd be finished. His body was close to its limit. But just when he thought he could rest, the ground erupted. A gigantic mutant worm burst through the earth, towering over him. Of course, he thought grimly. Figures. There was no running now. If he wanted to survive and rank, he had one shot. It was time to put Heavenly Fall to the test. He lifted his sword in front of him and yelled, "Spiritual power, full charge. Heavenly Fall, defense." A brilliant blue aura exploded around him, forming a glowing barrier like a shimmering sphere of ocean energy. The worm roared, lunging forward with its razor-sharp teeth. It sank them into the shield, gnashing like a predator trying to crush a gem. But the barrier held. Yining smirked. That's one solid shield. These SS-tier sword skills never disappoint. His tank value surged past the 1-ton mark and kept rising. 1.1, 1.2, 1.2, 3 tons. Still climbing. But something was off. "Why isn't the trial ending?" he muttered. "I've already beaten the top global score. My spiritual energy is completely drained." The barrier began to crack. The worm pressed harder, its fangs piercing the surface. Yining winced. The shield wouldn't hold much longer. He remembered, super jump and lightning attack were still active. He couldn't attack, but he could move. The barrier shattered. The worm recoiled from the burst of energy. Yining didn't waste a second. He jumped, using the force of the explosion to launch himself skyward. The creature thrashed beneath him, a cloud of dust rising in its wake. He landed hard on a nearby mountain slope, battered but safe. The clock hit 0. Trial complete. A soft chime rang out, and the screen shifted. Across the command center, military staff stared at the live feed as the results popped up. Yining, rank 1. Physical trial. He'd beaten Arnaud by 30%. The room buzzed. He dominated, someone said. 3 trials, 3 first-place rankings. This is insane. A miracle. He stood silently for a moment, arms crossed. His brow furrowed, then he let out a laugh. He's not human. He's a god. Then added with a grin. "Just kidding. Don't panic." The commander burst into even louder laughter, his voice echoing through the room. The soldiers nearby exchanged glances, then awkwardly joined in. "Commander, we're doing it again," one of them said with a forced smile. Back in the trial zone, Yining knelt on the ground, catching his breath. Only the willpower trial remains, he thought. I need to reconfigure my stats. My left arm's out, but this next trial doesn't require combat. I should be fine. A timer flashed in front of him. 1 minute until the final trial. He exhaled slowly. I wanted that hidden reward, but the system clearly isn't giving me time to rest. Fine then. Bring it on. This battlefield is mine, no matter what's thrown at me. He stood, still wounded, but determined. A series of system notifications appeared. Choose your trial method. Normal willpower test. You may use all abilities and skills. Fight against waves of enemies. Pass after completing 7 rounds. Results based on monsters defeated and time taken. Advanced willpower test. Only innate talent skills may be used. Enemies are manifestations from your memories. Complete 7 rounds to pass. Yining narrowed his eyes, reading carefully. In my last life, I gave everything I had to the first test. That's how I climbed to the top. But now, most of my skills are on cooldown. My left hand is useless. I don't have a choice. He selected the advanced test. The world around him shifted. His first memory materialized, the safe zone of Tianfang. Sword in hand, he looked around. It was unsettling, everything looked real. Commander Xiao ran toward him, arms outstretched. Yining, you're just in time. The zombie horde's on us. Fight with me. The commander reached out, but Yining sidestepped him. His hand passed right through. No physical contact. No weight. Yining's grip on his sword tightened. I'm sorry, Commander. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into Zhao's chest. The figure dropped to the ground, lifeless. Yining stood over it, eyes focused. You didn't even shift into a monster form. Is this trial testing my guilt? My mental resilience? Xiao stirred slightly, voice trembling. I didn't think you. But Yining cut him off, stepping through the purple vortex that had appeared behind him. There's no time. I'm sorry. Round 2 began. A swarm of zombies filled the scene. At the front, Chen Yong stood shouting, trying to keep them at bay. Brother Chen Yong, Chen Yao, hold on. He turned to Yining, eyes desperate. Yining, please help me. Chen Yong Chen Yao's surrounded by mutants. His voice broke. I've never asked anyone for help before, but I'm begging you, take my sister and run. I'll hold them off. Yining stepped forward without hesitation and struck Chen Yong. His blade slashed across her chest. She dropped instantly. Yining, why? Chen Yong screamed in disbelief, his voice trembling with agony. Yining's only answer came as his sword pierced through Chen Yong's body. You two may have been close, he said coldly, but not close enough to fool me. Sorry. Next round. Leaving the illusion behind, he moved on. The next memory manifested. A woman he remembered well sat casually on the ground, legs spread, her voice taunting. Come on. Didn't you say you want to sleep with me? I'm not resisting. My shield's gone. This is your chance. Yining's grip on his sword tightened. For many psychic awakeners, this trial would be hell, he said, lifting his weapon. But for me, compared to the last two, this is nothing. He drove the sword straight into her chest. She collapsed without another word. He turned away without a glance, her body lying still behind him. The system's really underestimating me, he thought. Next, the scene shifted again. This time, Chen Yao stood before him, the same girl who once tried to seduce him. Wearing only a bathrobe, she stepped into his path. Yining, she said softly, I may act stubborn, but that's just to spite my father. This is my first time. I wanted to be with you. She let the robe slip to the floor. Yining closed his eyes for a moment, then walked forward. He gently reached out, covering her eyes. Yin Yu Qing, thank you for your feelings. But close your eyes. Let this be my respect to you. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift, clean strike. Blood spattered upward, and her body crumpled behind him as he walked forward, silent. Another round down. The environment changed again, this time to a shattered classroom. Broken windows. Chairs stacked against the doors. Fear in the air. Outside, someone pounded violently on the door. Kids, don't be scared. I'm your teacher. I'll get you all out of here. Inside, students in blue uniforms cowered behind a man wielding an axe. Among them, a younger Yining stood wide-eyed. This, he realized, was when I was 14. He stared at the trembling door, remembering that terrible day. The day he lost everyone. He was the only one who had survived. His eyes landed on a familiar face, Wang, his desk mate. She clutched a piece of bread in her hand. She hadn't eaten it. Instead, she offered it to him. He never forgot that. She turned to him now and gently took his hand. Yining, you'll protect me, right? You'll get me somewhere safe. He looked at her, guilt swirling in his gaze. I wanted to save you, he said softly. I wanted to save everyone. But then he took a step back and pulled his hand away. Regret is just regret. I didn't get the chance then. And if I take you out now, I fail this trial. You won't truly come back. She blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Overwhelmed by rage and sorrow, Yining lunged forward, pinning Wang to the ground. His hands wrapped tightly around her neck. I'm sorry, he shouted, choking her as his voice cracked. I really do feel terrible. She screamed his name, but it was already too late. As her body fell, still beneath him, reality snapped. He froze, staring at the lifeless face of the girl he once shared childhood with. Hands shaking, he clutched his head in anguish. The world around him began to crack and blur, like a broken mirror closing in. Damn it, system, he yelled. Are you trying to kill me through my own memories? Voices rose all around him, panicked, terrified. He strangled Wang. Yining, he's mutated. Run. Their screams echoed as they turned to flee. But Yining didn't move. Instead, he lifted his hand. Fragments of psychic energy flickered around his fingers, sharp, deadly. His gaze narrowed, and he gave a command, psychic control, kill. In a heartbeat, his friends dropped one by one. He stepped over their bodies, walking toward the portal. "I'm sorry, everyone," he said softly. "I know it's cruel, but I have no choice. If there's really another life waiting, I'll meet you in the next round." He passed through the vortex. The scenery changed. He was home, his first home. His sister knelt beside their unconscious mother, crying out in desperation. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yineng stood there, unable to speak, pain written across his face. Now it's family, he realized. Round 6 is about blood. How far is this test going to push me? His little sister turned and spotted him. "Brother, you're back," she cried. "I'm scared. Mom's not waking up." She ran into his arms, hugging him tightly. He gently stroked her head, his voice quiet. "Don't be scared, Xiao. I'm here. Mom will be all right." She looked up at him and smiled faintly. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid." Then, without warning, she thrust her hand into his side. Blood spilled from the wound. Yineng staggered back, clutching his waist, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Why?" She stepped toward him again. "Brother, are you angry? Did I do something wrong? Why won't you hug me?" He didn't wait this time. With one clean slash, he cut her down. "I'm sorry, Shaolin," he said, voice cracking. "This is all your brother's fault. Please forgive me." Their mother stirred at the sound. Her eyes opened, and then widened in horror. "My Shaolin," she gasped. "Yineng, what have you done?" Tears streaming down his face, he took one trembling step after another toward her. Then he raised his sword. "I'm so sorry, Mom." He struck. Her body collapsed silently. Bloodied and broken, Yineng dropped to his knees, breath ragged. "I've killed even my own family. One round left." His eyes slowly lifted, filled with pain and defiance. "What else do you want from me?" he roared. Suddenly, something hit him, a crushing wave of sensation, a weight too heavy to resist. He sank, his body pulled down into a sea of blood, swallowed by his own consciousness. Is this death? He wondered. But no, what came next wasn't the end. Light pierced the darkness. Voices echoed faintly, calling to him. "Yineng, wake up. You did it. You made it." He gasped and opened his eyes. Around him stood a group of officers, their faces glowing with relief. He was lying in a hospital bed. They crowded around him, cheering. "You're awake. You really made it through. You're incredible." He's awake. He finally woke up. Yineng sat up abruptly, clutching his head as confusion flooded his thoughts. "Where am I? What's going on? Wasn't I still in the third-degree willpower trial?" An officer stepped forward with a relieved smile. "You made it, Yineng. Right after passing the fourth-degree willpower test, you collapsed into a coma. We were all worried sick. But now that you're awake, there's hope again." Yineng's eyes widened in shock. "Fourth degree? Coma?" Everyone. Then it hit him. "I've returned back to my previous life. Back before the capital was overrun." He looked down at his hands. Vivid streams of blue energy swirled around them, growing stronger by the second. His aura expanded outward, blue lines coursing across the room. "My left arm, it's healed. The wounds on my stomach gone. And the energy inside me, it's never felt this powerful before." The officer in front of him chuckled in awe. "So this is the pressure of a fourth degree awakened. Even a peak third degree wouldn't be able to stand up to that. We got a real chance now." Just then, a soldier burst into the room. "Commander Yineng, the front lines are falling. A fourth degree mutant broke through our defenses and is leading the zombie horde." Yineng turned sharply to Yineng. "Can you fight?" he asked. "If you need more time to rest, we'll hold them off, with our lives if we have to." But Yineng wasn't listening. Energy continued to pour out of him uncontrollably. His mind was spinning. "I remember that mutant. I died in that battle. Or, I should have, but I didn't completely die. Some third-degree soldiers saved me. After that, I forced a breakthrough and blacked out." His hand trembled. "There's something missing. I can't remember what happened after. Did I really reincarnate? Was it all a dream?" His head pounded violently as his thoughts spiraled. Was everything he just lived through nothing more than a hallucination? Or was this? The confusion snapped something inside him. Yineng let out a scream, frustration and despair tearing through his voice. His aura surged wildly, flaring across the room and throwing everyone back. Commander Yineng instantly stepped forward, raising a barrier of energy to shield the others. "Yineng, stop. You can't control your power yet. Don't let it explode. If you burn yourself out now, it's over." He turned to the others. "Everyone fall back. Head to the front lines. We need to buy time." The room cleared. Yineng remained, standing alone, breath ragged. His thoughts locked on one goal: control it. Get a grip. With effort, he slowed his breathing, centered his mind. The storm of energy began to settle. And finally, he stood tall. He had to leave this room. There was only one way to find out what was real. He needed answers. Outside, despair poured from the sky. Mutants soared above, spreading havoc as screams filled the air. The front lines were on the verge of breaking. Underground, beneath all this chaos, was the only refuge left. Let me in first. I got a family. Panic erupted as a mutant with wings dived down, snatching people still trapped outside. Cries for help echoed, but no one had an answer. There wasn't enough space for everyone. Someone had to be left behind. That thought crossed every mind. Then chaos turned uglier. A low rank awakened suddenly shoved a woman and her daughter aside, kicking them down. Move! I'm awakened. Anyone in my way dies. Before the shock could settle, others showed up, armed and just as furious. You think you lowlifes can stop us? Awakened should be the only ones left standing. Another awakened stepped forward, shouting back. I'm awakened too. You're the ones in the way. Mortals should perish. We're the future. Instead of fighting the real threat, they turned on each other. Blades clashed, blood spilled. It was madness. Then, out of nowhere, blue lightning crashed down from the sky. Every awakened who had raised a hand against the innocent was struck, their bodies crumbling under the blast of energy. All eyes turned upward. Is that Lord Yining? There he was, our protagonist, hovering midair. Blue flames circled him. A matching robe clung to his figure, a flowing cape trailing behind. The symbol of humanity's last hope. His voice echoed with authority. Enter the bunker, one at a time. If anyone dares to kill again, you'll be treated as monsters. Just then, a swarm of flying mutants charged from the sky. Yining turned, calm and composed. He raised his hand, energy surged. A massive sword, glowing with blue spiritual power, formed his grip. He swung at once. A single slash tore through the sky, cutting down a wave of incoming beasts like paper. The force behind it was immense, unstoppable. Power surged through him. The strength of the fourth degree coursed through his body. It was solid, overwhelming. And this time, he was ready. The front lines called. Smoke and fire blanketed the city. Panic spread like wildfire. But soldiers stood tall, exhausted yet fearless, guarding the last safe zones. Then the beast came. The first soldier was struck down, dragged into the dirt, devoured. But he didn't back down. Even as his limbs were torn away, he fought with what remained, his teeth. He bit into the monster, rage pouring out. Even if I lose everything, he shouted, I've still got my bite. He tore flesh from the creature, spat it out with a grin. It tastes like hell, he laughed. And in his final breath, as the beast consumed him, he roared. Humanity never dies. The soldiers surged forward, hearts burning with purpose. Their commander had fallen in battle, but instead of despair, it sparked a fire within them. Gripping their weapons tighter, they charged. If they had to die, it would be charging ahead, just like him. Above, the sky split with the roar of awakened warriors flying at full speed. The vice commander, the chief, all of them were there. Leading the airborne charge was Li Xianghua. His voice rang out. This is it. One shot. If we can take down that fourth-degree mutant, or even wound it, we still stand a chance to stop the zombie horde. He flew beside him and replied, Chief, even if we fall, we've still got Yining. He's our final hope. Nearby, an officer let out a heavy sigh. Shame he still can't fully control that power of his. But Fang Hao snapped back without hesitation. That's on us. If only we'd found him sooner. Commander Yining, always the one to cut through the mood, laughed and said, If regret had a cure, I'd have a whole bunch of grandkids by now. Enough talk. We're closing in. Get ready. There it was. The monster. The same nightmare that had faced Yining before his return. It stood massive and grotesque. Its black form wrapped in crackling purple energy, tentacles whipping around like serpents. The command was given. Attack. Now, while they were still in formation. Aim straight for its head. From the ground, the soldiers watched the aerial unit make their move. Hope lit up their eyes. When the 7 heroes of Daxia fight as one, they shouted, they can tear through mountains and part the sea. Once that mutant falls, hope returns. The strongest warriors in the nation launched their joint strike. Every one of them unleashed their ultimate ability, synchronized, focused, precise, all aimed at a single target. One goal, and the fourth-degree mutant. But the creature responded with terrifying speed. The eye embedded in its chest pulsed, glowing, charging, then fired a beam of energy. It looked like a beautiful display of light, but it was death, flying straight toward humanity. The commander cursed. The creature had dodged them and retaliated instantly. Tentacles lashed out, snaring the officers mid-air. No, how? Fang Hao gasped. Why is the gap in power so massive? They didn't get an answer. The monster fired again, this time a deadly beam at each of them. Skin melted, skulls turned to dust. The elite gone in 3 seconds. Shock rippled through the troops below. Their heroes destroyed. Just like that. It felt like the end. No one could understand what had just happened. Inside the control center, Commander watched it all unfold on the screen, eyes wide in disbelief. Li Xinghua, all of them, He turned to his staff. Notify Yinning. Tell him to fall back with the last group. We have to preserve the future. I'll make one last broadcast and finish this. But his assistant yelled out, pointing at the screen. Wait, look there. And there he was. Yinning, marching forward, wrapped in brilliant blue energy, a confident smile on his face. Ahead stood the creature, his old enemy. They met once more. The fourth degree mutant tensed.